The embarrassed beauty sat on the sofa and, despite looking directly at our hero, tried to flirt with him. She was not alone, but with another lovely girl, so they flirted with the guy together. The girls tried to wake up the main character, but he was only thinking about where these lovely beauties came from. The main character thought that he must be dreaming, and in the end it turned out to be true. So he was surrounded only by monsters. He opened his eyes with difficulty and was now upset that it was just a dream, because everything felt like reality. The guy didn't fully wake up, so he embarrassedly asked the beauties from the dream to stop, because he was ticklish. Only now did our hero finally come out of his sleep and realize that he was not at all in the arms of two girls. The young man was seriously scared because he now realized that a real monster had attacked him. The two-headed dog furiously rushed forward, opening its huge mouth to finish off the main character right here and now. The guy gathered all his strength and was not going to just give up, so he grabbed a stone that lay nearby. He put the maximum amount of his energy into this blow, and as a result, was still able to avert danger from himself. Our hero, who was now running away from the monster as fast as he could, was called Chuguang. And all this time he was trying to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Initially, the guy came to the western lands in search of food, but he did not expect that after a short rest, he would find himself in such a dangerous situation. Still, the main character was able to break away from the two-headed hyena and was glad that she was not a particularly strong creature. He stopped and, looking back, tried to catch his breath after such an active run while escaping from the monster. It was already starting to get dark, and moving around in this world, teeming with dangerous creatures, was too dangerous. In such a situation, the best decision for our hero was to return to base, even if he had to go hungry. It was in the ruins of the abandoned hospital that the entrance to shelter number 44 was located, where Chu Guang was heading. Inside the building, the main character was greeted by glowing doors on which the number of this base was written. Although the outside of the base looks shabby, there are actually a lot of useful things inside. A moment later, the young man went inside, where there was a huge base, which was equipped with a considerable amount of different equipment. A robotic assistant, whose serial number was 777, immediately drove up to him and was glad that the gentleman had finally returned to the base. The robot immediately began to circle around Chu Guang, saying that the master already had a new task, and the irritated guy emphasized that he had only been gone for half a day. The main occupation of the main character in this world was that he was managing this shelter. This building completely belonged to Chu Guang and was a relatively safe refuge in these wastelands. There was also a certain amount of supplies in this place, and although there were not many of them left, it would be enough for some time. Naturally, our hero, as a responsible administrator, had his own range of responsibilities. One of them is the use of the earthly internet to attract people called players to this world. The guy himself moved here 5 months ago and now believed that this job was simply ideal for him. Internet users couldn't believe that there was a company that had recently started developing an exciting, hyper-realistic virtual reality game. One of the chat participants was in the men's dormitory and thought that his friend had probably overplayed the games, because if such technology really existed, it would have been tested first by the military. The young man quickly pressed the keys on the keyboard and tried to convey his thought to other internet users. In the end, the next message in the chat both surprised and angered him. A user under the nickname Light sent a link to the site and invited all participants to try this game out for themselves. Of course, these were all the tricks of the main character, who tried to recruit as many people as possible into this world. Thus, with the help of deception and beauties on the site, he tried to force players from the country of Hua to fall for it and come to this world. Chu Guang watched the process with a smile on his face because there were enough people who applied to complete his task. Now he, as the administrator of this game, should be given a reward in the form of a bulletproof vest and 5 bonus points. But just 5 months ago, Chu Guang was still on Earth and was an ordinary sales manager. That day he managed to make a big deal, so he decided to celebrate and have a little drink surrounded by beauties. Suddenly, the guy grabbed his chest because he felt a strong tightness in the heart area. After that, our hero heard a high-frequency sound, and his consciousness just faded away. Opening his eyes, Chu Guang saw that in front of him was a completely different gray and destroyed world. At first, the main character thought it was some kind of prank, and someone just dropped him on the set to film what was happening. So he ran, desperate to get out of this terrible place. But in the end, this unfamiliar place turned out to be much larger than Chu Guang expected. What was worse was that the guy looked into the puddle and saw that he had become a completely different person. At this moment, the main character again heard the same sound that sounded before he moved into the world. Then a system alert appeared in front of the guy, which welcomed the scavenger Chu Guang to Wasteland Online. Our hero looked at this absurdity with surprise and could not believe that he had become a scavenger in this post-apocalyptic world. The first thought that immediately arose in the young man's head was the desire to call the police. But his phone was not in his pocket, as were other personal belongings. In this state, the main character wandered aimlessly through the wasteland all day, and then he began to be overcome by a feeling of hunger. He could only accept the inevitability of what was happening. So first he had to look for something edible. To his surprise, the main character was able to come across a human settlement, which was located on Bet Street and was actively functioning. Chu Guang was immediately greeted by several people, so he decided to look for some food from them. The guy also believed that this was a good opportunity to find out information about this world. Suddenly, our hero felt that someone was putting a weapon to his head, and this stranger ordered him not to move and to tell him from which shelter the uninvited guest had come. Chu Guang had never heard such a language before and guessed that it was because he was thrown here from another world. Behind our hero stood the stern old man Walter, who was holding a gun in his hands, but the problem was that the guy did not understand anything at all and could not talk. The main character turned to the old man and with a smile on his face asked him to take his time, explaining that he was just passing by. At that moment, a hot shotgun bullet flew near the guy's face, almost hitting his body. It turned out that Old Man Walter was only aiming at the bear, which was right in front of the main character. In the end, the man released the intruder and emphasized that the wasteland was not a place for children to play, so the guy should not wander around here without a weapon. He added in all seriousness that otherwise the young man would definitely become food for monsters. Chu Guang was seriously frightened, but still found the strength to benevolently to the old man for this advice. In the end, during the 5 months of his survival, our hero began to better understand this reality and learned that it was a parallel world in which 211 years ago, the Great War almost completely destroyed humanity. From that moment on, the post-apocalyptic era began, during which not only many mutated animals appeared in the wasteland, but also marauders. Over the 211 years since the beginning of the existence of the wasteland, bandits were able to develop to a sufficient level to easily rob ordinary people. The main character was here for some time, so he managed to learn the basics of this cruel world. But there was still something that he still could not understand. Because while passing by the place where he appeared in this world, he constantly heard a loud sound. Then the guy decided to go to the source of this sound and just came to the hospital where Shelter 404 was located. With every step, the main character realized that the sound was getting louder, so he felt that he was going in the right direction. Chu Guang, going inside, saw the glowing doors and realized that the sound that was haunting him came from this very place. He decided to find out everything right now, so he resolutely walked forward, and he also did not expect that there would be such a huge room under the hospital. Having reached the right place, our hero froze and looked in surprise at his find. Chu Guang saw huge doors in front of him, and could not believe that this was really some kind of hidden shelter. The sound came directly from the core of this door and commanded our hero to activate it. The guy immediately put his palm on it and was surprised that his prints were still suitable for activating the door. Then the very Shelter 404, which had already been prepared for survival, opened in front of him. The next moment, a robot assistant came out of the darkness, which at first did not seem so friendly and nice. Chu Guang was immediately scared because he thought that he had accidentally released some kind of boss monster. The robot drove closer, and our hero continued to stand in place, not understanding what to do with this incomprehensible creature. Eventually, the cute robot raised his paws and began to explain to the new boss that he was just a little helper. The assistant said that Chu Guang would now become the administrator of shelter number 404, which the guy was also informed about by the system notification. He promised that he would now try to help the respected administrator in completing tasks, and our hero did not at all expect that he would have any more missions. The robot explained that the boss must use the internet to call on players to help restore the wasteland, and by completing the task, he and the group will receive a reward that will help them level up. Chu Guang happily realized that he had found a way to establish a connection with Earth from this strange world. The assistant emphasized that the shelter can not only connect to a parallel world, but it even has its own official website. Next, all players who registered to participate in the game will be assigned a number, and their data will be included in the list of residents of the shelter. The administrator also has the right to decide who is given the opportunity to join the game. Thanks to the system's capabilities, gaming equipment will be sent to players' homes so that they can seamlessly move to another world. As long as the selected people are wearing game helmets, they can communicate with one of the clones available in the shelter. Now our hero was sure that there was always a way out, and was glad that he was finally able to find a loophole. Chu Guang felt that calling his assistant by his serial number was too rude, so he decided to call him 7 from now on. The robot, raising its hands up, was sincerely happy that the owner decided to give it a name. He again began to actively surround his boss, so he immediately thought that the robot had a glitch in the system. Our hero calmly exhaled and realized that, although his assistant was just a machine, he still behaved like a small child. He would have considered his new assistant a little stupid, but the ability to summon players and harvest them like a harvest was too attractive to him to pay attention to this small disadvantage. At this moment, the guy received a new task, according to which he had to convince at least 4 players to register to participate in the game. Events returned to the men's dormitory on Earth, where one of the protagonist's victims lived. The guy, whose name was Ye Wei, finally clicked on the link and could not believe that such a hyper-realistic game still existed. At this moment, players in the chat were actively discussing the game Wasteland Online, which the user light told them about. The guy, in turn, was skeptical and believed that it was impossible to promote his game with such an old brand through advertising and chats, because it would not attract a single player. At this time, the main character typed furiously, sitting at the computer in shelter number 404, in order to definitely attract at least some player. In the end, he just decided to end the conversation and sent a link to the chat so that those interested could join his team. Yue still continued to think that such games existed, but some aspects still attracted him. The first thing the guy immediately thought about was that all the women and wives he created in Skyrim, using more than 200 mods, could become real. Thinking about this possibility, the active Skyrim player immediately began to soar in his dreams of incredible beauties. Eventually, Ye Wei, as a university student who believes in knowledge, decided that he should use a scientific approach to explore this new technology. He clicked the button to register and see how realistic this promising game would turn out to be. After registering on the game website, the guy decided to go to the university cafeteria to have a little snack. The guy quickly and with pleasure ate his favorite spicy chicken, which he considered the best dish. He ate his belly full, so now he could go back to the dorm with peace of mind. Entering his room, Ye Wei was very surprised because some kind of package was already waiting for him on the table. The roommate immediately asked what his friend bought, but the guy himself didn't understand because he didn't order anything. Then, Ye Wei asked his comrades if they had seen the delivery man of this package, but they knew nothing about it, so it all looked too suspicious. Having opened the box, the young man realized that inside there was a virtual reality helmet for complete immersion in the game in which he had recently registered. He was shocked that the gaming equipment he needed arrived so quickly. The guy decided not to waste any more time and quickly began testing the functionality of this helmet. The world before Ye Wei's eyes immediately began to change, during which he experienced not the most pleasant sensations. A flash so bright appeared in front of him that he could simply go blind from it. But the guy still could not understand whether the game had started. He couldn't stop thinking that in this hyper-realistic, fully immersive game, he would definitely be met by beautiful girls. The young man was absolutely sure that in a realistic game, there should be the same beauties. So he walked further along the bright portal with pleasure. But as a result, he was unable to get to the beginning of the game, because something stopped him at the end of the path. At the end of the corridor, the guy was greeted by darkness and a notification that there were exactly 72 hours left before the game launched. Yue was very upset when he saw this news because he could no longer wait to meet his favorite girls. The neighbors in the hostel were very unhappy that the guy started bashing right in the middle of the night, so they began to finally shut him up. Meanwhile, the main character did not stop watching how the players he had recruited continued the discussion in their chat. The players were actively discussing the fact that they had all already received gaming equipment and did not even notice how this package was delivered to their home. People were also concerned that the delivery people were able to easily find out the address and simultaneously deliver the equipment to all players. Ye Wei suggested to his comrades that they disassemble the headset and see what was inside, but some thought it was risky to do so because there was no instruction manual for assembling the helmet anywhere. Then our hero decided to intervene in the conversation and said that he could not disclose the corporate secrets of his company, emphasizing that he simply knocked out 4 gaming helmets for his friends. He also added that synchronization can only be with one user, so only one can create an account. Then the chat participants asked if the game was paid, and Chu Guang explained that it was free. But the company had a limited budget, so no one would pay the testers. The recruited players were delighted to hear such news from their comrade, so they now sent rays of love to their new friend. The main character was happy that he had thought of writing to those he hung out with in his past life. Chu Guang took a little break from the computer and remembered that after his grandfather's death, he cut off all ties with his relatives. So after he disappeared on Earth, everyone had already decided that he was dead. He understood perfectly well that now he could only rely on himself. So he decided to return to work again and asked his assistant to add a form, wiki pages, and a field for uploading media content to their website. The guy guessed that a huge amount of manual labor at the initial stage could attract more male players, so the main page should attract their attention. In addition, the goal of the site is not only to talk about the game, but also to motivate them to play it through interaction with users. So you can add a chatbot created by artificial intelligence. Our hero planned to create several female bots to interact with real players so that they would fall for beautiful girls. Chu Guang told the assistant that he needed to prepare for the launch of the game and asked the robot to improve the site within the next 3 days. Suddenly, the 7th asked the respected administrator why he had sent only 4 helmets because 11 people had already registered. Even if our hero accepts all these people, they will only occupy 10% of the clone tanks in Area B1. Chu Guang explained that they did not have enough supplies to feed so many people, and besides, even the administrator's capabilities were not enough to force the players to put on helmets and work for him. He wasn't going to rush anywhere, so first he decided to raise these 4 recruited guys. The assistant agreed that this made sense and emphasized that these players were enough to complete the system's tasks. So he asked the boss to collect the reward. The main character read the name of his award and was now sure that the nanocarbon body armor sounded like something high-tech. The system reported that this body armor effectively absorbs kinetic energy from bullets, disperses damage received, and has a certain degree of resistance to cuts and punctures. Meanwhile, the robot reported that the body armor was not as cool as the bonus in the form of a random box that was waiting for him. The 7th said that boxes of different levels can provide different rewards, such as food, medicine, or weapons. Chuhyo immediately wondered whether he should spend 5 of his points on a regular box to get just food, or save up 100 and get a weapon. While the guy was thinking about his difficult choice, the robot announced that a new task had appeared and asked the administrator to check it in his journal. The new task was that our hero had to prepare a generator, for which he would receive 100 bonus points. Chu Guang, seeing such a reward, immediately decided that he would use the reward for this task to open a box with weapons. And now he would open an ordinary box. Then one of the compartments opened in the wall, from which rewards from an ordinary box should appear. The main character did not at all expect that for 5 points he would receive only a few candies and compressed cookies. The guy was upset and thought that this was too little, because he did not at all look like a child who only needed candy. At that moment, he saw that there was some kind of small note lying among the sweets, and immediately became interested in this item. Chuhyo immediately took the note in his hands and hoped that it was not the 5th item from this ordinary box. The message in the local language seemed to convey that there were creatures in this world more suitable for exploitation than the players. The first administrator of Vault number 404 left this advice as an Easter egg for the successor. But Chu Guang was angry that this stranger dared to steal one of his items. In the end, our hero thought that someone could develop such technologies in an era of almost complete extermination of humanity and disguise them as a game. So this person was definitely a genius. Then Chu Guang decided to ask the 7th if he knew the first owner. But he didn't remember anything, because his program was launched when the new boss entered the shelter. The main character asked the assistant not to load himself and suggested that at least some information about the first administrator should have been saved in the shelter database. The robot displayed information according to which more than 100 years have passed since the previous administrator transferred rights to manage the shelter. In 2125 to 2129, the Great War broke out on this once prosperous planet, during which both sides used every possible means available to them, wiping out almost everything from the face of the planet. According to records, the nuclear winter destroyed almost all traces of human civilization, but there was still no information about the first administrator, and it was probably lost. Chu Guang decided to put off the problem of searching for information until later. But for now, he wanted to prepare for the arrival of the players and visit the processing center. The 7th was very worried about his administrator, so with sadness in his voice he asked when he would return to base, and he replied that the deadline was the end of the 3rd day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, our hero went to the survivors' camp to get some supplies for his base. The road from the shelter to Bet Street is full of dangers, and even a mouse cannot slip past these two-headed hyenas unnoticed. Eventually, the two hyenas turned around sharply because they had discovered the protagonist. Chukyo immediately reacted to this and realized that he was in an incredibly difficult situation, so he did not know how to save his life. According to survivors, these creatures mutated as a result of exposure to gamma radiation, after which their combat power only decreased. Still, our hero was not at a loss and picked up a pipe, which would be perfect for self-defense against monsters. He was sure that as long as he had a weapon, even fighting two hyenas at once would not be a big problem, because he could sweep them away without any problems. At the same time, the young man understood that there was no need to fight until the creatures discovered him. Although mutants are the main threat to survivors, there are still strong and weak individuals among them, and creatures such as creepers and other mutated monsters are natural killers. Two-headed hyenas are not very strong, but they are quite smart, so they often send one or two members of the pack on reconnaissance. As if when you see one mutant cockroach, you can be sure that there are local numbers of them hiding in the darkness. Even though they were ordinary insects, they still posed a danger to the surviving people. One wrong move, and in most cases a person will simply say goodbye to his life because of his wife's caution. Meanwhile, the main character was able to get to the recycling center, which was located near the house of the head of the city, without incident. He decided that he first needed to go to the processing center to get some chips and then buy supplies with them, because otherwise the arriving players would simply die of hunger. Chu Guang brought some batteries and glue to weigh on the scales, which never showed the correct result. Old Charlie, who was the owner of the recycling center, gave our hero 3 chips for the material he brought. The man explained that the batteries were good, but the quality of the glue was mediocre, so he decided to take it for half price, and then suggested that the guy buy something from him. The main character immediately asked if he had a pistol, but the old man laughed and explained that he did not hold such a thing. The owner also added that he needed to stock up on fuel and food because winter was coming soon, which surprised the guy because he didn't expect that cold weather was coming. Old Charlie felt that winter would come a little earlier this year, so perhaps the first snow would fall as early as October. Mutants in the wastelands at such a time begin to actively prepare for the subsequent cold months and begin to hunt each other. In winter, it is simply impossible to determine whether a valuable metal is hidden under a pile of snow, or whether a mutant rat with sharp fangs is lurking. The owner also emphasized that as soon as it snows, even traveling merchants will stop coming to this area. Old Charlie suggested that the young man take a risk and go to the city of Jushi, which is 10 kilometers from here, because the markets there are open even in the depths of winter. It was thanks to the merchant that the main character learned information about this world and had already learned that the old man lived in another shelter. But one day he was caught and made a slave. After this, the bandits put the captured Charlie up for auction, where the head of the camp bought him. After the ransom, the old man was immediately assigned to deal with all the scavengers. In turn, our hero was sure that if it were not for the chaos that had begun in this world, Charlie would definitely have become an engineer, doctor, or scientist, like his ancestors, and not a simple archivist. In the end, the guy said goodbye to the merchant and thanked him for his cooperation. Chu Guang suspected that the old man was keeping an eye on him because he thought that he was also a survivor from another shelter. Meanwhile, he had already reached his house and thought that 3 chips could hardly be exchanged for something, so he decided to calculate how much money he had left. The guy sat down on the sofa and took out the hidden box with his fortune in order to accurately count all the chips. As a result, the main character calculated that he had 50 chips in total, which was already a considerable amount, but it was still barely enough for the initial stages of building the shelter. Chu Hao immediately began to analyze that the first thing he needed to do was restore the area around the shelter, for which he needed to buy some tools. Also, in addition to tools for construction, food was needed to provide players with strength. Once a clone syncs with the player, it will become a living creature that needs to eat in order to replenish its energy and continue to work. The main character understood perfectly well that if the players had nothing to eat, they could resort to extreme measures, and then control over them would be lost. He calculated that 5 people would need 70 chips for a week, assuming they would only try twice a day and eat only 1 wheat pie at a time. The guy came to the conclusion that the players are just consumables for him, so there is no need to feed them good food, and you can give them green wheat from a neighboring farm, which can be bought for 3 chips. He decided to do just that, but first visit the recycling center and think about the rest at a more appropriate time. When the main character left his house, he immediately ran into some unfamiliar little girl. She immediately apologized to the young man, And, as it turned out, the main character knew Yu Xiaoyu, who seemed to be the youngest daughter of the Yu family. The girl became very embarrassed and explained that she heard that some strange sounds were coming from the main character's house. So she was afraid that someone was trying to rob him and came to look. Chugong was moved that Yu Xiaoyu was so worried and thanked the girl for checking his house all the time. It was not the girl herself who was happy that the main character appreciated her care. Yu Xiaoyu also added that she might look after the guy's house when he is away in the future. She laughed childishly and admitted that she still had no business to do. Chu Guang, with a serious expression on his face, emphasized that children should not get too close to strangers and warned the girl that if she met a bad person, everything could end badly. Zhao Yu immediately began to prove that she was no longer a child, because her brother said that she was old enough to get married, and she was sure that our hero was not a bad person. Now Chu Guang realized that the girl had been hanging around his house since he fed her soup. In the end, the young man decided to share the candy with Yu Xiaoyu and seriously asked her not to talk about the fact that it was he who shared this delicacy with her. The girl had never seen candy in her life, so she couldn't understand why she couldn't bite it. The main character immediately reached forward to help Xiaoyu quickly solve this problem and get to the candy. He deftly showed the girl that she just needed to remove the wrapper from this candy. In fact, Chu Guang felt sorry for this girl because in his world, a child her age would still be in school. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu's eyes lit up due to the pleasant and sweet taste of the candy. She smiled from the bottom of her heart and noticed that this delicacy was very sweet. The main character also smiled because he was glad that he could cheer up the girls, and explained that it was a lollipop. Yu Xiaoyu was even more happy when she saw that the young man was not so stern after all, and also knew how to smile. The girl couldn't get enough of how delicious the lollipop was, but she still didn't regret it, and wanted to share the sweetness with Chu Guang. Our hero was embarrassed by the girl's openness and generosity, but still refused the candy. In the end, the guy slapped Yu Xiaoyu on her straw hat and asked her not to fool around anymore, but instead to look after the house while he was gone. After that, the girl began to actively look around, but could not find where Chu Guang had gone. Then she decided to just shout loudly and ask her big brother not to worry, because she would definitely look after his house. Meanwhile, the main character had already returned to shelter number 404, where he was joyfully greeted by a robotic assistant and was heading towards B1. 3 days have already passed, so the recruited players should have already arrived at the base. All the young men had indeed already put on their helmets and prepared to be completely immersed in a new game for them. The first to arrive at the base was Ye Wei, who immediately received the ability, which was meta-sensitivity. Open your eyes. The guy didn't understand where he was because his clone was in a tank with liquid, which is why he simply couldn't breathe. The next second, this vessel opened and the newly arrived player could enter the base without any problems. All the guys began to actively look around and inspect their clothes, not understanding what was happening here. The player under the nickname White Horse, who had an ability in the form of physical strength, immediately pinched his cheek and felt pain, so now he was not sure that it was just a game. In turn, the There Is Ample Time player who received Dexterity did not expect that this game would automatically select the real gender because he wanted to select a female character. Level 8. Great Gale, who distinguished himself by intelligence, wiped his glasses and could not believe that this game of us would turn out to be so real, because there was a feeling that they were in a completely different world. Ye Wei was shocked because he could even feel his clothes gradually drying out. At that moment, the guys noticed that someone began to open the door in front of them, and immediately thought that it was Light's brother. Going inside, the main character declared that the Great War was over, but their world was now disfigured beyond recognition. He said that now this world needs the help of players to restore their homeland. The young man immediately introduced himself as the administrator of this place, under the codename Dawn. He also introduced his robot assistant 7 to the newly arrived players and explained that they could contact him if they had any questions. The main character immediately received a system notification that 4 players were shocked and in awe due to the appearance of the administrator. Our hero immediately grinned because he was glad that he now had a small group of helpers. In fact, all the players thought that he was just an NPC, and Level 8 Great Gale wondered where their friend Light was. They began to bombard our hero with many questions, but he said that they could simply return to the capsule to exit, and handed over instructions for the inhabitants of the shelter. Then the main character decided to take a group of players outside so that they could get acquainted with the local world. They carefully studied the manual and noticed that this NPC is similar to the Game Master because he even has the ability to prevent the player from logging in. Chu Kwang said that more than 200 years have passed since the end of the Great War, and the fact that the players are standing here means that they are luckier than 12 billion people. Now they all need to accept the new reality and fulfill the oath they took under the banner of the Union of Humanity. The protagonist explained that they were now on the northern outskirts of Qingquan City, far from the area affected by nuclear warheads, so players did not need to worry about being exposed to radiation. He said that first the guys should take an axe and collect firewood because winter is approaching and they need to stock up on enough fuel to survive it. The players happily accepted this task and were already determined to restore the wasteland and rebuild their home. Our hero also warned his charges that there might be monsters here, so he asked the players not to go far. The group immediately went deep into the forest, but Chu Guang was not going to stop watching them, so he asked Seven to climb to the third floor of the hospital and watch the players. In just a short time, the guys found suitable trees and dispersed to their points to begin active work. The guys' work was progressing quite successfully, so they were already able to fell several large trees. Level 8. Great Gale was already very tired and couldn't understand why Old White was so strong, as if he had trained before, and he lost all his strength while he was just wielding an axe. Night 10. Noticed that his body in the game had become much stronger than in real life, so he now dreamed that the eyes of all the beauties would be focused on him. There is ample time suggested that it is likely that all players have different characteristics, which, according to the game's background, may depend on two factors. The first version was that they were ancient people who were put into cryogenic sleep to wait out the war, and the second was that they were artificially created using technology. The guy's eyes immediately lit up because he hoped that the developers would add game mechanics like combining DNA and class systems so that players could develop in different ways. Night 10 decided to stop his friend so that he would finish this conversation about ear, and pointed out to his friends that it seems they should not go in the same direction. In his imagination, the young man immediately thought that in the forest they could meet some beautiful elves. Old White immediately started talking about the fact that he watched the film Return to Chernobyl, where he saw mutated monsters, so he assumed that now they were unlikely to be able to see any elves. Other team members recalled that the administrator warned about moving away from the hospital, so they began to threaten their friend because they did not want to be banned on the very first day of the game. Night 10 was not happy that his friends were so afraid of a simple NPC, but at the same time, he did not want to create problems for Light. Suddenly, the guy dropped the axe because he felt some strange sensations inside him. He couldn't understand why he suddenly felt uneasy, and meanwhile, an icon appeared above his head that signaled danger. At that moment, some huge creature flew near the young man, causing black feathers to fall in different directions. Night 10 was able to dodge the attack and now fell to the ground, looking somewhere in the sky with fear in his eyes. He saw that a huge bird was now flying over the forest, which had just nearly killed him. Eventually, the young man realized that it was a huge mutant, and now desperately tried to call his friends for help. He was unhappy that this blackbird decided to follow him again, and now froze in place, not knowing what to do. The seventh immediately ran into the building to inform the main character as quickly as possible that he, one of the players, was in trouble. He very quickly descended from his observation point and shouted that they had a serious problem. Chu Guang did not immediately pay attention to his assistant, because at this time he was carefully studying the operating manual of the active matter extractor. I noticed the robot's panic and simply wondered if this huge thing was an active matter extractor. The guy read in the manual that even the bodies of monsters can be used to obtain energy. Our hero decided to postpone this for now, because what was more important was that now he would be able to obtain materials to create new clones. The robot assistant desperately tried to shout to his master and tell him that they had a serious problem. Seven finally revealed that a huge bird had attacked all of their players north of the hospital. The main character did not at all expect that problems would begin so quickly, and now he finally became distracted from the extractor. Meanwhile, a huge bird did not stop circling menacingly around a team of players who had no weapons for defense at all. The guys were still in the forest and were now trying to save the wounded Night 10, who was seriously scared after the sudden attack. There is ample time immediately guessed that this must be one of the so-called mutants. His comrade could not understand how he came to such a conclusion. The guy explained that on the official website, it was written that creatures affected by gamma rays are called mutants, but Night 10 saw nothing like that. Level 8. Great Geel added that new sections were added to the site only yesterday, where a whole gallery of all mutants was presented. Night 10 decided to talk about this later, because now they needed to find a way to urgently deal with this huge raven. Old White was confident in his own abilities, so he asked all his friends not to be afraid of this bird. He informed his friends that they should not write first unless the enemy took the initiative. 8th-level Great Geel continued to bravely stand right in front of his opponent, but turned around and saw that his team had already run away somewhere a long time ago. He turned around and saw that all the guys had carelessly hidden in the bushes that were nearby and pretended that they had nothing to do with it. Meanwhile, a huge crow screamed furiously and was about to attack its defenseless victims because someone threw a stone at it. The guys couldn't figure out who it was because they were in the same place. But in the end, it turned out that it was the main character who came to the rescue. Chu Kuang decided not to stop at just one stone and continued to pester the mutant, which angered him even more. Meanwhile, our hero has already prepared an insidious plan to defeat the stupid animal without any problems. Then, the huge raven noticed that an ordinary person dared to swing a pipe at him. Chu Guang believed that even if the mutant's head became larger, it certainly did not make him smarter than a human. He had already swung his arm and took aim to throw that sharp pipe at his target and save his players. In the end, the huge raven was instantly pierced by the pipe, and its muffled cry echoed throughout the surrounding area. The entire team watched this from the bushes in shock and admiration, and now believed that this NPC was too powerful. After that, the whole team went to the shelter, and now for dinner today they had a huge carcass of a fried mutant falcon. The guys were not entirely sure that this bird could be eaten, but the main character reassured them, because if they cooked it, then everything should be fine. The administrator also explained that it was not a crow, as they called this mutant, but a falcon, which made the players even more surprised. Chu Guang once again emphasized that mutants were one of the possible threats that players would have to face, but in some cases, humans are more dangerous than monsters. For a second, our hero thought that it was a shame that they didn't have salt, because it would have been much tastier, but it would have been difficult to find it in such a distant city as Qingquan. He further informed the team that the meat would be ready soon and warned that in the wasteland they would not eat such hearty meals every day. So the guys immediately suggested putting the leftovers in the refrigerator. The administrator immediately explained that only the head of the survivor camp had something similar to a refrigerator in his castle. Night 10 imagined that the head had a whole luxurious castle and many beautiful maids who were ready to carry out any order. There is ample time decided to ask the administrator how much firewood they needed to collect, and all the other members and teams tried to calm Night 10, who now could not get out of his dreams. The main character did not give exact numbers and seriously said that as much firewood as possible was needed. Now, Chu Guang realized that all the guys are different from him and can leave at any time because soon they will have no motivation left to survive here, so he needs to reward them. He drew conclusions and suggested that if they find a stick as thick as their arms, then each meter will be worth 1 point. And if they find a stick as thick as their thigh, then 2 points. Players were immediately interested when they heard that they could exchange bonus points for some rewards. The main character decided that a fried mutant thigh would cost 50 points, and 2 wings would cost as much as 80. Chukyo immediately heard from his charges that they had a sudden surge of strength and a desire to work further. All the guys immediately jumped out of their seats and rushed forward, because they wanted to cut down a few more trees before lunch. After some time, all the players returned back and fell to the floor tiredly from such hard work. The main character thanked the guys for their hard work and said that in total, they earned 2,000 bonus points. The player under the nickname Old White earned more than 800 points, so now he could easily exchange them for a fried bird. And after that, he still had the same amount of bonuses left, ample time and night. 10 each earned more than 400 points, so now they also deserve a snack. In turn, the Gale player earned only 300 points, so this was not enough to take food for himself. And now, the guy was unhappy and believed that this game was too ruthless. All the players tried to cheer up their friend, and our hero watched this and thought that they did better than he expected. Chu Guang was also glad that this falcon fell into his hands, because if he had given the workers 2 candies after they cut down 100 trees, then they would have tried to cut down him next. He decided to stop thinking about this development of events, and informed the players that they would be able to view their current bonus points on the website, which they would not be able to exchange for items and resurrections. Old White was upset that so little could be purchased with bonus points, but his friends immediately calmed him down, because the game was only in private access, and Gale was even more upset. Chu Guang originally wanted to give chips as a reward, but he himself doesn't have many of them. And besides, the players are not hitchhikers, so they may understand the local language and will not be able to exchange. Meanwhile, Ample Time noticed that there was no electricity in their outpost, So he suggested to the administrator to install a generator, but he replied that there was only one device for generating electricity. The protagonist then asked if there was someone on the team who could understand electrical engineering, causing Gale to immediately activate. Knight 10 decided not to think about this issue for a long time and said that he could just take an extension cord. Our hero replied that they did not have such a long extension cord, and besides, the electricity in the shelter is not unlimited. So in the future, this is impossible and can lead to much bigger problems. When evening came and it began to gradually get dark, our team returned to base in full force. All players immediately entered their capsules to return home. So now, the main character planned to find people from a different time zone, or those who did not need to go to work in the morning. Meanwhile, Seven reported that the physical condition of the clones had been updated and suggested that the administrator take a look at the report. The robot explained that every time the player logs out using the capsule, it will automatically scan the clone and then extract several stem cells to record the genetic sequences. He also added that the biological information of the clones used by players is synthesized from different DNA sequences, so each of them has its own characteristics. The progress of genetic development depends on the dominance of special genes, and if it reaches 100%, the performance of the organism will approach the limit of development, which is almost impossible. At the moment, the development progress of the 4 clones activated by the main character is close to 0. According to research, players will be able to increase it by stimulating their survival instincts and exercising their bodies. Shukong No W realized that all players had innate talents, so he planned to train them in a certain area in the future. Events moved to the professor's dormitory, where one of the players, who was Professor Yan Feng, woke up. He got ready and went outside, thinking that he needed to ask Professor Wang about the electric generator during lunch. At the right time, he went to the cafeteria, where all the students were racing to get their food. Some girls stood to the side and admired Professor Wang as he calmly ate lunch and chatted with his friend. Eventually, the man noticed this and asked the students to go have lunch, because a hunger strike would not lead to anything good. The girls were very happy that the professor finally paid attention to them and immediately obeyed him. Meanwhile, Yan Feng was actively looking for information about generators, and his acquaintance asked why the professor was interested in this topic. The player did not confess and said that he had recently read a story about a post-apocalyptic world. Professor Wang still did not understand the reason for his interest in this topic and looked at his friend with a question in his eyes. Yan Feng explained that he wanted to find out if something like an apocalypse actually happened. How would the survivors generate electricity? The friend did not appreciate this hobby at all and now realized that the guy wanted to ask him exactly about this. Professor Wang stood up from his seat and, looking seriously into his friend's eyes, asked him not to take such stories seriously. But suddenly the professor added that a friend may not take this seriously until he visits this world, as if hinting at something. Yan Feng tried not to show his emotions and simply carefully adjusted his glasses. In fact, the guy started to panic inside because he couldn't understand how his comrade knew about this, because Yan Feng had previously thought that only their group was invited to the beta version of the game. In the end, Professor Wang laughed out loud and asked his companion not to be so serious because he was just joking. Now Yan Feng could calm down, but his acquaintance seriously scared him with his hints about Wasteland Online. The professor calmed down and admitted that he usually reads novels about cultivation, so he doesn't know much about the post-apocalyptic world, so he asked his friend to briefly tell the plot. Yan Feng began to tell the story that the administrator was telling, about the fact that events unfold 200 years after a nuclear disaster. Professor Wang was quick to admit that such a problem is not easy to solve, because any unprotected electrical equipment is likely to be damaged by electromagnetic pulses from nuclear explosions. The player immediately thought that private generators in restaurants and residential areas shouldn't be difficult to use, but his friend immediately warned that there was a fuel problem for such devices. In the end, the professor grinned and, thoughtfully holding his chin, said that perhaps there was a way after all. Yan Feng immediately grabbed a notepad and pen and asked his comrade to tell him about this method as quickly as possible. Professor Wang said that every car has a recyclable generator, and if repaired, it can produce a stable current of 12 volts. He also added that if you find an inverter, then there will be no problems with converting direct current into alternating current with a voltage of 240 volts, and noted that his friend takes this novel too seriously. After sharing all this information, Professor Wang said that he still had classes in the afternoon, and told his friend that he could come and ask him if anything was unclear. The loving students immediately surrounded the teacher and pretended that they also still had many questions. but he tried to transfer all of them to his friend Professor Yan Feng. The girls still weren't going to back down and asked Professor Wang to help them a little with their studies. Yan Feng watched this from the side and thought that later he needed to go into the game and ask the administrator where he could find the battery search machines. At that moment, the guy felt his phone vibrate and thought that some new information about the game had appeared. It turned out that Ample Time wrote his impressions about the game, and Yan Feng heard that this guy does not go to work and spends all his time on the computer and has already completed quite a few games. Now the events are transferred to Ample Tim's room, which was filled with various awards from sports competitions. And the young man indeed continued to sit at the computer. Eventually, the player wanted to start a stream to talk more about the game, and immediately told viewers that there were already 2 NPCs in the game. He said that the man's name is Dawn, and his robot assistant is Seven, and both have highly developed artificial intelligence, so it seems like you are talking to a real person. The guy also stated that there is a feeling of pain, but there is also a certain threshold that protects against excessive pain. But the audience did not believe in such realism of the game. Ample Time believed that the developers should give players more freedom and allow them to, for example, adjust the level of sensations. But he himself was satisfied with the current level. Then the audience asked what would happen if they died in the game, and the guy said that, according to the rules, they would simply lose points. But the most annoying thing was that they would have to wait 3 days to be reborn. At that moment, the streamer remembered his friend Light and asked him to tell the developers to add a gender selection feature in the game. Meanwhile, the main character was just at the computer in his shelter number 404 and considered the idea of one of the players too stupid. Then, Seventh asked the administrator to take a look at the fact that there were 14 more registered players, so he suggested increasing the number of players. But Chu Guang didn't want to be in such a hurry. Our hero noticed that this Ample Time was quite popular and was among the top 200 players in PUBG. So, thanks to its advertising, even those who were just watching from the sidelines were hooked. In addition, the guy decided to make Light the administrator of the group chat, which further helped recruit new players. Chu Guang apologized in the chat for his absence and confirmed everything the streamer said, adding that he will now give a little more information about the game. He said that registration for the beta test has begun, where players will be able to complete a questionnaire to select a priority characteristic, and emphasized that the game does not provide the opportunity to choose gender and appearance. Also in the game, there was a system of gratitude, that is, an assessment of the NPC player. The main feature of which was that the player's behavior affects the NPC's relationship with him. When a sufficient order is received, the player will be able to receive not only additional rewards, but also unlock hidden tasks and a hidden class. Players immediately became interested when they heard about hidden missions and a hidden class. Our hero asked everyone to look at the full information on the official website. While he himself went to work, the guy had finished his work with the players and now thought that the first synchronization with the clones had gone pretty well. Suddenly, the main character remembered that Ample Time had already informed willing players that they would need an official game helmet in order to sync with the clone within the game. Chukyu immediately asked Seven if he could also connect his consciousness to one of the clones, because somehow he still ended up in this world like the other players. The assistant would gladly like to help the administrator, but sadly said that he does not have the relevant information about the DNA sequence of our hero in the database, so he will not be able to use clones. Chu Guang reassured Seventh, asking him not to worry, and asked if the robot could use the results of his examination to calculate characteristics, like for other players. The assistant replied that this was possible, and immediately displayed information on the screen about the main characteristics of the main character. Then the guy asked the robot to display the characteristics of the players, and the Seventh immediately noticed with surprise that the administrator's characteristics were an order of magnitude higher than those of the clones. The main character also noticed this, and now could not understand why his genetic sequence was not in the database, suspecting that, in fact, he could be a mistake, and he was not in the plans of the first administrator. He looked again at the screen with the characteristics of all the players and noticed that this situation was quite interesting and mysterious. At this moment, Chu Guang received a system notification that he had unlocked the Beginner's Guide achievement for staying online for more than 8 hours on the day of entry, and earned another 10 bonus points. The assistant was immediately happy and told the administrator that he now had enough points to open the middle-level box. Then together they approached the device that gave out prizes, and the robot eagerly wanted to see what prize our hero received. This time, the guy was lucky and received a muscle-strengthening injection, which constantly increases strength in small quantities at 24-hour intervals. Chu Guang understood that this thing had been stored here for 200 years, so he was not sure whether it could be used safely. The robot asked his master not to worry, because everything in this shelter was of the highest quality. The main character decided to trust his assistant and immediately used this injection on himself, hoping that the problem would not arise. He immediately massaged the injection site and concentrated on the sensations to see if there was any difference. The guy started boxing to test his strength, but in the end, he didn't feel any difference, so he began to think that the medicine had expired. But the seventh asked to wait a little. Our hero looked at the syringe again and thought that no effect was better than a negative effect. Suddenly, he felt that his body was numb, and inside, he felt a wave of warmth that was gradually approaching his heart. The main character's eyes immediately lit up, because he thought that now he would receive a new influx of power. In the end, the guy calmed down because he felt that nothing had happened after all. Now he was sure that the medicine had expired due to such a long time. Chu Guang didn't think that there had been significant changes in his body, but he was glad that at least there was no bug in this spoiled medicine. Still, he asked the seventh to help the robot conduct a full examination of the body and thoroughly check what the situation was outside and inside. The robot reported that the strength had just increased by a point and reached level 9, while a normal person without training would normally have up to 5 points in strength and physique. The protagonist now realized that a point of physique strength corresponded to 20% of the physical strength of an ordinary adult male. Chu Guang decided to drop this topic for now and asked the assistant, who was now at 1 o'clock. The robot immediately displayed a clock on a small screen, which showed that it was now 4 p.m. Chu Guang, stroking his robot, said that the players would be online in an hour and a half, so now they could only wait. But the seventh decided that he would go get ready right now. Now the robot left this part of the shelter and this music rejoiced that he had such a good administrator. Meanwhile, the main character also began to get ready and noticed that his task had been updated right now. He noticed that there were already 20 tasks with a total reward of 150 bonus points, but it was unrealistic to complete them alone, so he decided to use the points to involve one of the players in this. But for now, our hero decided to ignore these daily missions because right now the task with the generator is a priority in order to stop living in a primitive way. At the same time, he understood that he could not live the life of a noble man in a shelter when everything outside remained at the initial level. Chu Guang realized that absolutely nothing would be resolved if he continued to sit still and do nothing. So for now, he decided to choose new players from among the registered players. Our hero saw that a new dozen players had already appeared on the site, which indicated that yesterday's discussion in the chat had worked as it should. Chu Guang knew that he needed to use new advertising strategies to attract more people, but it was impossible to advertise since Wasteland Online was not registered in the country. Moreover, with the increase in the number of users, there will definitely be those who will cause many problems and complain about every little thing. The main character decided to increase the requirements for beta testers and ask Seven to move the application form to the second page of the site, adding a line for the phone number and delivery address in order to weed out frivolous and unsuitable players. He immediately sent a link to the site into the chat with the players and said that through a questionnaire on the registration page, everyone would be able to choose which of the 5 characteristics would be a priority during the game. Players immediately began receiving notifications that there were new messages in the Bulls and Horses Club gamer chat. The girl who was a participant in this chat was glad that it was not a message from a client, because she had no ideas at all for completing the order. This was a creative director who was busy organizing a fashion show, so she didn't have time to play games right now. But she also noticed that lately there had been a lot of chatter about something in the chat. The girl started reading about the hyper-realistic game Wasteland Online, and thought that all these people were hired for advertising, because this does not happen. But she still understood that by trying, she had nothing to lose. After reading the chat further, she realized that the administrator with the nickname Light was probably the developer of the game, and even Will Be Ample Time worshipped him, which convinced her to try to enter the game. Having gathered her thoughts, the girl clicked through the parcels to find out more information about Wasteland Online. On the site, she was greeted by a notification that thanked players for registering for beta testing and informed them about setting up 5 player characteristics using a survey. It was explained to players that strength represents the strength of body tissue, that is, muscles and bones, and also includes the player's weight, melee damage, and throw range. Dexterity represents the player's reaction speed, the ability to coordinate movements, that is, players with higher agility scores are more agile in battles, and it is easier for them to dodge attacks. Physique determines the player's vitality and resilience. which mainly reflects the rate of recovery of lost health, resistance to certain abnormal conditions, and immunity. Intelligence-affected learning, mental health restoration, and compatibility with neural devices, allowing high-level characters to control multiple devices. Using intuition, characters sense danger and are more likely to spot hidden clues and traps. After reading all these characteristics, the girl concluded that there was nothing special in this game. What caught her attention was a notice that if she could consider plastic surgery or body transformation for her character, because this feature would be added to the game in the future, she immediately thought that she could embody all the new trends in the modern fashion industry with the help of plastic surgery and body transformation. The girl immediately jumped up from her seat with joy because she realized that she was finally able to find her inspiration for the fashion show. She was so happy with this surge of energy that she could not sit still and was shaking from being overwhelmed with new ideas. The creative director decided not to wait any longer and pressed the registration button as quickly as possible to order this game. Within minutes, she had already registered and was now eagerly waiting for the game to launch so that she could be inspired to create new costumes. Meanwhile, the main character observed that this time registration was much more active than last time, so now he was able to be sure that promotion was very important. In the end, the guy saw that the time had already come when the players had to enter the game. The first of the players to wake up was Knight 10, who had the ability in the form of intuition. The seventh immediately greeted all the participants and said that it was already 6 o'clock in the morning, and in the meantime they were looking at their characteristics. Suddenly, Knight 10 pounced on the robot and ordered him to tell him where the toilet was as quickly as possible. But 7 got scared and asked for forgiveness, because there was only a cultivation room and no amenities. Old White and Ample Time tried to restrain their comrade and immediately warned him that such actions could cause the NPC's gratitude to fall. Yi Wei knew that something incredible was coming, but he still tried with all his might to hold on. At that moment, the main character entered the room and ordered the players to stop all fighting and line up. All the guys immediately lined up, and Knight 10 did not stop shaking from the tension inside his body. Yesterday, Chu Guang told the players of gratitude, and today they are trying to please him. So he decided to continue this majestic image. The administrator said that they had little time. There was a lot to be done. Therefore, in order not to disrupt plans, it was necessary to complete the outpost before winter came. Chu Guang explained that they will need food, drinking water, fuel, as well as fortifications and ground shelter, and added that players can find out the details by checking the sign at the entrance to the hospital. Players were happy about the update to the quest system, although Gale did not understand where the generator quest had gone. And meanwhile, Knight 10 could hardly contain his patience. The main character fully explained how things were at the moment, so he invited the team to start completing the tasks. Knight 10 still couldn't stand it and asked the administrator to go to the toilet. But he only now remembered that he was so busy surviving that he forgot to take care of this problem. Chu Guang knew that this problem needed to be resolved as quickly as possible, so he turned around and asked the player to follow him. The guy desperately begged our hero to go slower, because otherwise he simply would not be able to restrain himself. And meanwhile, the other players realized that they too suddenly had the urge to use the toilet. In the end, Chu Guang took his charges to the nearest bushes to save the situation, and they could not believe that diarrhea in the game could be so realistic. The main character continued to watch this from the side when the poor players, holding their stomachs and barely moving their legs, finally came to him after such a disaster. It was even harder for the guys because there was no proper toilet here, so they had to use the gifts of nature to somehow improve the situation. Chu Guang was going to warn his charges that they could use the cloth after going to the toilet, but they gave in. So now they just used nettle leaves and only made things worse. At this moment, our hero noticed that one of the players came forward and seemed to want to offer him something. After such a serious and unpleasant situation, the players were serious, so they unanimously proposed to the administrator to build a toilet in their shelter. Old White also came up with the idea of mixing compost with plant ash and sawdust to allow aerobic bacteria and fungi to break down the organic matter while producing heat to kill pathogens. Thus, the player wanted to make sure that they had waste-free production in the toilet and could receive fertilizer. Chu Guang had already thought that feces and animal manure were collected on Bet Street to be sold to Brown's farm, because they might also produce fertilizer there. Meanwhile, Ample Time said that in his hometown, waste is mixed and sealed to create a biogas boiler, in which anaerobic bacteria convert the mixture into flammable methane. He explained that such biogas can be used for a methane-powered battery, and with its help they can build a power plant for the toilet. Our hero noticed that there was no biogas boiler on Bet Street, but there was one on Brown's farm, which immediately gave him the idea to build a power station. In the end, the administrator noticed that the players had some pretty good ideas, so he promised to think about this plan. Gale then chimed in, pointing out that the main problem with building the toilet and boiler was the need for large amounts of sealing materials and gas containers. The main character replied that the wasteland is full of plastic, especially bottles and garbage bags, as the survivors avoid burning it due to toxic substances and only use it as a last resort. He emphasized that players just need to look around carefully and then they can find a lot of things in the area. For example, he pointed to the notice board where tasks and rewards were listed. The guy explained that there were tasks for collecting wood, water storage containers, waste for recycling, and now he has added a task for finding plastic bags and bottles. Players were surprised that the game was so realistic that NPCs analyze the real situation and immediately give new tasks. Meanwhile, Gale still decided to remind about the generator and stated that he had a suitable way to repair it. The guy carefully adjusted his glasses and asked if he could find a car nearby, because any normal car should have a generator installed. Our hero said that not far from here, next to Wetland Park, there were a bunch of cars parked, but he had already checked them all and found nothing. But the player was not going to give up just like that and wanted to go there again. The administrator did not block the way for his ward, but also added that he had some conditions. He recalled that the players had already faced hordes of mutants, so he asked the guy to choose another person to go with him. All the players immediately tensed up because they were afraid to go into the wasteland and fight the mutants, and they were well aware that their comrade would need someone quite strong. Chuguang raised his finger up and said that he would now independently select another person to go with the player. In the end, our hero pointed at 10 Knight and asked the guy to follow him to get his map and equipment. The player wanted to improve relations with the administrator, so he saluted him and promised to obey orders. But Old White did not understand why his comrade was chosen, and not him, because he was better suited for battles. Knight 10 immediately became arrogant and quickly said goodbye to his friends because he was about to leave this newcomer village right now, and Gale noticed that this guy definitely likes to piss people off. Using the map, players were able to quickly get to the place where there was a parking lot with many cars. At that moment, the guys had a view of abandoned cars that were definitely no longer suitable for use. Knight 10 was now not surprised that the administrator said that there was nothing to catch here, because people had already cleaned everything up. He did not wait long and asked his friend to go back, because it was obvious that nothing could be found here. Gale had a different opinion and was not going to just give up, so he suggested looking for something so as not to return to base empty-handed. Then the guy went forward and approached the nearest car to search it. He tried to lift the hood of the car to find the necessary generator there, but unfortunately, he did not have enough strength for this, so he simply pushed, but in the end, did nothing at all. Gale turned to his partner and ordered him to come here and help with the car. Knight 10 asked his friend not to fuss and now thought that he still didn't know what the guy did in real life, although they had been playing together for many years. On the count of 3, the guys together made every effort to finally lift the hood and inspect the insides of the car. They peered together for a long time and could not understand whether they had found a generator or whether it was some other spare part. Gale had heard that Knight 10 could drive, so he asked him to help figure it out. But in reality, the guy only had hours of play and need for speed. The professor did not at all expect that he would get such a useless partner. So now he looked at the young man irritably. In turn, Knight 10 was sure that his friend had his own car, so he was surprised that he did not understand anything about this topic. Yanfeng explained that he only lived in the teacher's dormitory and had only a bicycle for transportation. But Yewei still couldn't believe it. Then Gale began to actively run around the car and look for something, and his partner continued to stand still and did not understand what was going on. The professor stopped and explained that the engine was there, but he could not find the power supply. Knight 10 emphasized that 200 years had passed and the survivors had stolen everything. So he asked his friend to finish and suggested rummaging through the trash can. Gale understood that his friend was right, but also believed that there was a chance, because the details on the car panel showed that the level of pre-war society was high, and perhaps the built-in power supply was replaced with a remote one. Finally, he looked around and concluded that it looked like it would be simply impossible to find a generator among this pile of rubbish. At this moment, the desperate player was called by his friend, who shouted that he had found something amazing. Gale thought that the guy was still able to find the generator and immediately began to quickly make his way to it. Unfortunately, this was not the case. But instead of the right thing, Knight 10 found a huge hole in the ground that definitely led somewhere. Knight 10 did not feel any danger, so he suggested that his partner go into this drain, but Gale was in no hurry to do this and stopped the guy and emphasized that even the administrator did not talk about this place. The young man was not going to give up and recalled that Gale himself did not want to return empty-handed, so he considered this entrance a chance to find items for hidden tasks or new NPCs. Plus, Nightingale was aware that many video games had beautiful ladies locked in dungeons that he wouldn't mind rescuing. In his imagination, he already imagined how he dealt with all the monsters. And then the beauties happily hugged him and thanked him for his help. In turn, Gale did not share the views of his partner, but he himself thought that the hidden dungeons in this game were worth exploring and finding a secret treasure chest and generator there. Then, Knight 10 decided not to waste time and find a bag where they could put all the items. But his friend was still in no hurry and reminded them of what the administrator told them before this trip. The guys remembered that the administrator warned them and asked them not to get into a fight if they met mutants, and also to never turn their backs. This still did not stop them, so they fearlessly entered the dark tunnel, where small blue mushrooms were barely noticeable. One of them went forward along the water-filled tunnel to take a closer look at these strange mushrooms. Knight 10 asked his partner what type of mushroom this was, but he didn't know because he had never seen one in real life. But the players still decided to take a couple of mushroom samples with them. The guy noticed that these mushrooms even had colored lights on them if you looked closely at the lines, and wondered what they tasted like. Gale stopped his friend and recommended that they go back and ask if they were edible or not, because he believed that there was no need to get into trouble, even if they were just playing a computer game. Then he suggested that his partner go back, because they had already collected everything here. But Knight 10 was sure that this place was quite safe, and they could go further into the darkness. He did not wait any longer and quickly rushed forward. But Gale did not have time to react and begged his friend to wait for him. Suddenly, the brave player froze in place and saw something that immediately made him seriously scared. Gale bumped into his partner and irritably asked why he stopped so suddenly. In fact, the guy felt the same bad feeling as had already happened during the recent mutant falcon attack. He immediately remembered that damned, oppressive feeling that signaled obvious danger. Now both players froze in place because they heard some threatening growl from the darkness, and immediately thought that it was a dangerous mutant. Knight 10 was not going to wait any longer and quickly rushed off, and Gale did not understand anything, so he asked his friend to first explain and then act. It turned out that a huge mutant worm was hiding in the drain, whose mouth was studded with sharp teeth. Meanwhile, Old White and Ample Time were already tired after successfully completing their task and building 2 toilets, for which the administrator gave them 200 points as a reward. The main character emphasized that the waste will need to be stored separately, because when mixed, the substance is too viscous. He also noticed that the players already smelled bad, so he said that there was a stream not far from here, and warned them to be extremely careful when they climbed there to wash themselves, because a lot of mutants live there. Then the guys got the idea to build a bathhouse and immediately thought that then female players would someday be able to join them. They pretended that they only cared about the girls because they could not allow them to wash on the street and in cold water, and did not think about any bad things. Chu Guang watched how his charges were now soaring in their dreams of beauties and thought that he had never seen such shameless people before. Meanwhile, Gale and Knight 10 had already managed to reach their allies and were now loudly shouting for help. Knight 10 was able to stop in time in front of the hole that the players had dug for waste, but his partner did not have time to react and still did not break. As a result, Gale was unable to do anything, so he flew at his comrade and accidentally pushed him in the back with all his might. Now they were flying helplessly into the pit, and Gale was screaming that he had already asked to warn him if Knight 10 was going to do something. Of course, they could not control their movements, so all the collected mushrooms from the bags simply scattered in different directions. Ample Time and Old White immediately moved closer to see what had become of their partners and hoped they were okay because there was a large pile of leaves in the hole to break their fall. Meanwhile, the main character noticed that some strange glowing mushrooms, which were brought by his charges, fell at his feet. He, picking up one of the mushrooms, decided to thank the players for the work done and allowed them to go get water and wash themselves in order to rest a little after the work done. When all the players gathered, they decided to cook soup over the fire to have a snack after the work done. The main character was surprised that the guys ate with such appetite a dish that tasted like bland green bean soup and thought it was because he could cook so well. Then he decided to ask Gale where they got these strange mushrooms from. The players said that they were unable to get the generator, but found a lot of mushrooms at the entrance to the drainage in the parking lot and collected them. And Night 10 intervened in the conversation, saying that he was the one who found this place. They eventually decided to inquire whether these mushrooms were edible, or if they could be used as an ingredient for enhancement potions. Our hero asked his charges to stop dreaming and explained that these mushrooms are called blue angels, because if you eat them, you can meet a real angel within an hour. But he also remembered that old Charlie had said that the blue angels were the main raw material for the production of radiation-reducing products. Chu Kwang emphasized that the guys were very lucky, because these mushrooms usually grow with nests of mutant leeches. He began to tell the players that the cubs are the size of a palm and are no different from ordinary leeches, with the exception of the mouth. However, as adults, they quickly grow to a meter or more. The largest individuals can reach 3 meters, and their feeding type also changes, so that they can devour a living person in just one bite. The players were seriously frightened after such stories, because now they realized that they were wandering near the gates to hell and heard the sounds made by a mutant leech. In the meantime, the administrator asked his wards to tell about the place where this drain is located, and Gale immediately provided a map on which he noted everything. The main character saw the mark and couldn't stop rejoicing that the players were becoming more and more useful, so he decided to give Gale and Night 10 another 200 points. The players thanked the administrator, who did not expect them to find such rare mushrooms, but understood that they could not give too generous a reward. Otherwise, they would start recklessly searching for blue angels for points. Chu Guang didn't think that there would be a mutant leech nest nearby, but in any case, he had better keep his eyes open until he found a generator for the active matter extractor. For now, he decided to deal with the mushrooms and calculated that there were about 2 kilograms of them. And at the market price for 50 grams, they give 1 chip, which meant that the total cost was 40 chips, which he had previously earned for 6 months. Our hero informed the players that he wants to replenish supplies. In turn, the others will remain here. And at 5 p.m., the 7th will open the elevator to return to the shelter and calculate the results of the work. When the administrator left, the guys immediately began discussing the blue angels, which were used to make anti-radiation agents. Ample Time could not understand why his friends received such a small number of points, which was equal to cutting down 2 trees for such an important find. He was sure that usually the reward for a task is equal to its complexity. And the guys not only discovered a new territory, but also collected valuable materials, that is, the reward should be much greater. In the end, Ample Time concluded that the problem was a priority because last time the administrator told them that the first priority was survival. The guys suggested that the list of tasks on the board was incomplete, since the game gives freedom of choice, and missions can be launched not only by NPCs, but also by players. And Gale immediately asked why his friend thought so. He explained that today's assignments were given to them by the administrator after they had already voiced their proposals. Ample Time realized that as long as their actions met the needs of the shelter, they could earn points, with the reward depending on the player's contribution. And Gale noted that tasks from the list also give a lot of points. The young man did not stop at all in his guesses, and reminded his partners that the developer had talked about the scale of gratitude. But none of the guys could understand what Ample Time was getting at. The guy's analysis ended with the fact that a reward for completing tasks from the board is guaranteed, and their active completion can better reveal their abilities, which should help win the recognition of the administrator. The players began to agree with their friend, but he suddenly realized that his assumptions were not correct enough. Ample Time was based on the fact that Wasteland Online was a hyper-realistic game with full immersion, and that the behavior of the administrator was not pre-programmed and was regulated by the logic of the game. He had long noticed that the administrator was much smarter than the 7th, as if there was a really living person in front of them. So perhaps these characters are controlled by the person. All the players were shocked by this discovery, because they could not believe that the administrator had been deceiving them all this time and simply exploiting them. The most shocked was Night 10, who did not at all expect such an act from the administrator, so he could not believe such a version from his friend. Old White asked what they should do in this case, and the guy replied that there was no point in worrying about it now, because it was just a guess. Then Ample Time invited all his comrades to unite so that they would have an advantage over other players from the very beginning. He stated that from now on they will be a team and should now share information to help each other. The guy suggested that his partners explore the shore of the lake and the park, constantly monitoring the mutants and their movements. If they find places that look like nests, they should definitely mark them on the map. Knight 10 watched this from the side and did not expect that Ample Time would so quickly appoint themselves as leader and give instructions to everyone. In the meantime, the guy decided that he and Old White would continue to cut down trees, and his partner happily agreed and promised to scour the internet after leaving the game to find a way to use the wood. Meanwhile, a merchant arrived at the survivors' camp, bringing with him a considerable amount of goods. Also, on a chain next to him, he was leading an incredibly beautiful girl who, unfortunately, was his slave and one of his main goods. The men who passed nearby immediately noticed such a beauty and were upset that some rich pig would get her. Old Walter stood aside and watched as the merchant's employees unloaded goods for Archivist Charlie. Charlie bowed before Mr. Lee and, after greeting him, introduced himself as the representative of the head of Bet Street. The merchant roughly pulled the girl on the chain towards him and explained that she was a product that the head of the camp had ordered, so Charlie must deliver her straight to him. The main character had just arrived on Bet Street and, in fact, this was not the first time he had witnessed a stranger named Lee enter the camp. He had already heard that rumors were going away that this merchant was growing his goods in the form of girls and tanks, which only the local leader could afford. What was more important for Chu Guang was that the caravan from Jushi had come here. So now he had the opportunity to find a good buyer for the Blue Angels. After unloading the goods, Mr. Lee tossed coins to the workers, who fell to their knees and began to thank him for his generosity. Meanwhile, our hero had already gone ahead and stood in the way of the caravan to try to sell the Blue Angels. He decided to immediately turn to Mr. Lee himself, which is why he was surprised because he had never met such daring daredevils here. Still, the merchant became interested, so he paid attention and, raising his weapon, asked the main character who he was. Chu Hyun immediately raised her hands and assured that he had no bad intentions, but only wanted to sell something. Mr. Lee's allies laughed, and the man himself asked if there was a new scavenger on Bet Street. Then our hero tried to introduce himself, but the merchant immediately interrupted him and firmly replied that they do not cooperate with small traders. So he sent the guy to sell his garbage to Old Charlie. Chu Guang did not retreat just like that. So he demonstrated to Mr. Lee that what he had in his bags was not garbage. Now the merchant was interested in such a product, so he asked the main character where he could get so much goods from. The guy replied that all this was found in the sewer next to the nest of a mutant leech, and invited the merchant to go and check it himself. And in the meantime, Mr. Lee asked what Chu Guang wanted for mushrooms. The main character was nervous when he named the price because he decided to take a chance and demand 200 chips for 2 kilograms of Blue Angels. Mr. Lee had no problem agreeing to such a deal, so Chu Guang now realized that he had sold a little on the cheap and could have made even more money. The young man was sure that the nasty head of the camp was definitely selling such goods for a much higher price. The merchant looked at the main character with a serious look and hinted that Old Charlie should not find out about this deal. Chu Guang grinned and assured that he definitely didn't need problems. And Mr. Lee noticed that our hero was quite smart. The merchant could give 200 chips right now, but he felt that the guy would exchange them for some things later. So the man offered our hero to immediately buy them on the spot with a 20% discount. Chu Hao immediately thought that there was no point in refusing if the merchant was really cheaper than on Bet Street. So he asked Mr. Lee for a firearm. The man immediately replied that there was no problem with that and clicked his fingers for the workers to bring him the goods. He gave the main character a 9mm rifle with a sliding bolt and an iron barrel, which would cost 200 chips, and he was ready to sell the bullets at 1 chip apiece. Chu Hyul immediately took the firearm in his hands and examined it carefully, because again the question was not small. He immediately asked if it was a discounted price, and the merchant replied that the young man could look for a cheaper pistol if the rifle was too expensive for him. In the end, our hero replied that he would take a rifle and 60 rounds of ammunition, and with 25 chips he would also buy food and other supplies, which is why the merchant immediately realized that the guy was trying to bargain with him. The main character, in order to strengthen his position, hinted that in the nest of the mutant leech, there were more than 2 kilograms of these mushrooms, which he would supply to Mr. Lee. Now the merchant realized that Chu Guang wanted him to invest in this business, and the guy immediately assured that he would bring 10 times more benefits for the merchant. Mr. Lee wondered if he could make enough radiation reducer to make a living, and agreed that it was a good idea. He stressed that he could buy at least 100 rifles after this, so he extended his hand to our hero to seal this agreement, although he rarely did business directly with scavengers. Chu Kun responded by reaching out to shake hands, and the merchant expressed his hopes that they would continue this cooperation. Now Mr. Lee agreed to give up not only the rifle and its ammunition, but also some additional ammunition. In fact, The merchant suspected from the very beginning that the best product was somewhere near the site of the nuclear bomb. Meanwhile, the main character was packing all his useful purchases and could not stop rejoicing at such a successful purchase. Also, in addition to all the supplies, the man did not spare himself and gave his new business partner a bunch of chips. He emphasized that few are worthy of receiving chips from his hands. But our hero was an exception. The guy smiled and replied that it looked like Lady Luck was on his side after all. Mr. Lee hoped that this would continue, because the mushrooms grew in a rather dangerous place next to the nest of huge creatures. The main character agreed that the man noticed this correctly because no one knows how many leeches are hiding in this new thing. But the worst thing was that firepower against mutant leeches was completely ineffective. Moreover, the mutants were incredibly resilient and already possessed the ability to regenerate. Even if a leech is cut in half, individuals are instantly formed from these parts, and small wounds do not threaten them. At the same time, the method of starting a fire was also not suitable, because everything valuable would burn along with these creatures, which would cause huge losses. At that moment, a merchant approached him and said that he would come here again at the end of the month, the last time this year. So he hoped that by then, he would see 20 kilograms of blue mushrooms. Mr. Lee promised to give 2,000 chips for this amount. So he suggested that the guy order something so that later he would not pick up what others had not bought. Then the main character asked what the merchant had. But at the same time, he understood that this man was again trying to rob him. Mr. Lee again clicked his fingers authoritatively so that his workers would quickly obey and bring the required item. It turned out that he had a special tablet with photos of all the products that our hero could view by swiping left and right. Chuao immediately noticed that this charlatan even had some good items at a good price. The merchant saw that the guy knew how to use this device without any problems, and guaranteed that the goods in real life were the same as in the photo, and were of excellent quality. Suddenly, among all the goods, our hero saw what he had been looking for so long, namely a generator that cost 200 chips. For the remaining 800 chips, he chose the KV-1-powered exoskeleton, which provides basic protection, increases the body's physical abilities, and also the ability to overcome difficult terrain. He finally gave the tablet to Mr. Lee, and said that he had already selected some items for himself. The man noted that the hero has a keen eye because the KV-1, although the basic model, is the most durable, and instead of a generator, he advised taking just batteries if the guy is worried about electricity. The merchant emphasized that he offers exchange for a modest fee. So, a suitable battery costs only 150 chips, and a replacement will cost no more than 1,000. He immediately asked why the main character needed a generator, because everyone can wear an exoskeleton under their clothes. But not every scavenger can afford a generator. Chu Guang asked Mr. Lee not to worry and assured that he was not going to take the generator to Bet Street. The young man continued to look carefully at her business partner, because she understood perfectly well that she needed to dispel all doubts from the very beginning. Then the merchant decided to end this conversation and replied that he absolutely did not care what the guy would do with the generator, because only Chu Guang himself would have problems. Mr. Lee was about to leave, but our hero stopped him and asked if there was a discount on the goods he had just ordered, and the merchant replied that all prices were already at a discount. The young man understood that he was being blatantly deceived again. So now he promised himself to squeeze all the juice out of this nasty merchant. It was already getting dark, so the main character decided that it was now dangerous for him to return to the base. In the end, he decided to wait it out and stay in his house on Bet Street. At that moment, he walked next to the crowd that had gathered near the garage of Old Man Charlie, who now had a lot of goods from Jushi. A considerable number of people wanted to get their hands on a variety of goods, so the old man was already tired and asked the buyers to choose what they wanted. Suddenly, a collection order was announced on the square from the head of the city, after which, by the end of the month, each house must provide 100 kilograms of wood and 2 square meters of fur. The men immediately began to discuss this and said that the order always falls in August and September. But now with such requirements, it will be much more difficult for them to survive this winter. Our hero now guessed that the chief intended to make a fortune before the last caravan of the year arrived, using bartered supplies to spend this year of luxury. But Chu Guang still believed that this had nothing to do with him, since he would leave here before winter came. Approaching his house, the main character witnessed how Yu Xiaoyu, who was still guarding his house, was fighting with some boy. It was the third son of the Wang family, named Wang Defu, who believed that there was no point in a girl guarding the house of some dead man. Yu Xiaoyu was very angry because she was devoted to the main character and did not intend to just leave here. She was sure that the guy was not dead and was still alive. But Wang Defu still insisted on his own, because that stranger had not come for 4 or 5 days. The young man thought that the Yu family just wanted their share, and immediately explained that he did not intend to take everything from this house. Then Wang Defu could not stand it, and swung his arms to forcefully deal with the girl who was standing in his way. Yu Xiaoyu still stood her ground and was unhappy that the young man allowed himself to beat other people. The boy replied that if he wants a comma, then he hits it. And besides, he was aware that Yu Xiaoyu's father and brothers had left here. Then the main character decided to intervene in this quarrel, who stopped Wang Defu and asked who was talking about the fact that he was already dead. Yu Xiaoyu's eyes immediately lit up with hope and joy when she finally saw a stranger who had not come to her home for such a long time. The girl said that Wang Defu came here yesterday and wanted to destroy Chu Guang's house, and the guy thanked her for guarding the house. Our hero hugged the defenseless girl to himself and promised that no one would dare to offend her while he was around. He was not going to leave Yu Xiaoyu to the offenders just like that, so he turned to him with a threat in his voice. Chu Guang looked at little Wang with rage in his eyes and asked if he would get out of here on his own, or if he needed help with this. The main character decided that he would definitely intimidate the bully and reached for his weapon, while Wang Defu continued to stand in place out of fear. Then the boy tried to say something, but was so frightened that he could not even utter a word. His gaze was drawn to the fact that behind the stranger's back there was a rather sharp pipe, towards which he had been reaching all this time. Little by little, Wang Defu began to step back, but still could not answer the main character. In the end, the boy simply ran away as a coward and shouted along the way that he would definitely complain about the stranger to his father. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu looked up at her savior and thanked him for his help. Chu Han immediately avoided her because he began to notice that there was something strange in the girl's gaze, and emphasized that they were only mutually helping each other. Our hero also thought that the girl had done a good job, so he gave her another lollipop as a reward. Yu Xiaoyu immediately said that it was not worth it, but she still happily accepted the sweetness and thanked the young man. She quickly unpacked the lollipop, looking forward to feeling that sweet taste again. The girl said that she had nothing to do, but the hero assumed that she was doing everything for the sake of candy. But he still considered her reliable, so he did not mind such cooperation. Suddenly, a group of men appeared on the horizon who seemed to know Yu Xiaoyu. It turned out that it was the brothers Yu Xiong and Yu Hu who returned, as well as the father of the girl herself. Suddenly, the girl took off and hid from her family as quickly as possible, and our hero could not understand why she was doing this. One of the brothers turned to the young man and also said that they already thought that the stranger was dead because of his absence for such a long time. Chu Guang suggested that Yu Hui's intuition had failed him, and he admitted his mistake and agreed with the guy. Brother Yu began to talk about the fact that the head of the city had just issued a collection order, so their family would have to provide 300 kilograms of wood and 6 squares of furs. Yu Hu asked our hero if he had already thought about how to get fur, and suggested that they go together to the forest to the north to try their luck. Chu Guang did not want to do this, so he refused, and now he hoped that they would not cross paths, because his base was located a little to the west of the forest area. Yu Hu then admitted that the guy was capable, but he was also sure that everything has its limit, explaining that the Wang family had the courage to bully an outsider because he was alone. At that moment, an idea appeared in his brother's head because he remembered that next year his sister would be able to get married. He suggested that the main character hold the wedding ceremony today if he was in a hurry. But Chu Guang did not count on such a turn of events. The guy immediately ran away from this conversation as quickly as possible and declared that he did not need a wedding. Yu Hu was upset about this because he believed that then his sister would have a son who could become as important a person as Old Man Charlie, because in his eyes, those who came from the shelter were very smart. Meanwhile, our hero was trying to catch his breath and couldn't believe that Yu Hu had just really asked him to marry Xiaoyu. Despite the young man's fears, images of Yu Xiaoyu sweetly waking up in the morning and greeting her husband began to pop up in his head. Chu Guang also imagined how his possible wife was preparing breakfast for him in the morning and waiting for her beloved with a smile, which made him even more embarrassed. All the same, our hero understood perfectly well that he could not agree to this, even though Yu Xiaoyu had already reached marriageable age. Meanwhile, on the second day of players' survival, a considerable number of felled trees were already lying near the hospital. Old White immediately warned that freshly cut wood would crack and warp if left untreated, and Ample-Time began to wonder what to do. The player explained that there are several ways, and they could start by simply drying the logs over a fire. The second method was to paint the logs on both sides and let them dry naturally. It was also possible to throw the wood into the water, but then it would be difficult to get it out. So Old White hoped that there would be no rain in the coming days. Eventually, the player thought that if they turned the collected logs into beams, they could repair the north and west walls of the hospital. But he also understood that untreated wood would immediately begin to thread if it rained for a long time. After such detailed explanations, Ample Time fell silent for a second and thought about the right decision. In the end, the guy simply suggested using cement as a building material to renovate the hospital. Ample Time explained that there is a lot of concrete waste in the wasteland, and even the hospital itself that can be used. Old White himself figured out that pieces of blocks cannot be used. But if you mix them with cement, it will not be difficult to build concrete walls reinforced with reinforcement. At the same time, he was well aware that in order to use the waste, they needed cement, which would require a sufficient amount of coal and a furnace capable of withstanding temperatures of up to 1450 degrees. At this moment, Gale and Night 10 returned to the base, declaring that they had made some kind of grand discovery during their exploration of the territory. They brought something in buckets and said that there was a river east of Lake Lingu. And although there were no other bodies of water on the map, it probably formed within the last 200 years. During their journey, the players managed to climb the entire lake shore from the eastern part to the southern part. It turned out that in buckets they brought with them some kind of dirt that they found near the lake. Night 10 also rummaged in his small bag to pull out a map and show his comrades all the finds. Gale explained that crosses mark mutant nests, and a circle marks a safe place where you can get water. Ample Time asked what kind of slurry was in the buckets, and immediately thought it was cement. His friend said that they discovered this substance near that very river. Night 10, on the other hand, thought they had stumbled upon a charming NPC, but in reality they only found dirt. Gale immediately thought that the mud could be useful as a building material, so he decided to bring it to the base. Then Old White asked Lower, in order to take a closer look at the interesting find of his partners. He noticed that this material was not strong enough, so it was unlikely to be suitable for building a base. At the same time, this material was quite well suited for making that very cement kiln. Ample Time immediately explained to the guys that they had just discussed ways to create cement, but Gale was still not entirely sure that the furnace could actually be built. Old White stood up and asked his friends not to forget that they are in the game, so almost anything is possible here. He was confident in the strength of his team because they were in an incredibly realistic sandbox where nothing was beyond their control. The player immediately ordered his comrades to collect a few more buckets, because this amount of dirt was not enough to build a stove. Night 10 immediately thought that his comrade was a foreman at a construction site, because it seemed that he was used to ordering people around, only to have them carry bricks. In turn, Ample Time and Old White decided that they would continue cutting down trees. The guys were determined because they wanted to give the administrator an incredible surprise. After a very short time, Gale and Night 10 flew out of the forest like a bullet, because a huge mutant bear was chasing them. The players who were cutting down trees immediately turned around when they heard their friends calling for help. At this moment, Night 10 noticed that his partner was unable to skyrence his actions, so he fell to the ground with a crash. The guy started screaming as loud as possible in order to quickly bring the player to his senses and make him run further. Unfortunately, Night 10 could only see that the mutant had already approached his comrade, and there was no longer any chance of salvation. As it turned out, it was just a dream of the main character, because of which he immediately woke up in a cold sweat. When Chu Guang woke up, he immediately checked with his hand whether his new rifle was lying next to him. Taking a breath, our hero got out of bed and now realized that it was just a nightmare. The guy also noticed that because of the 4 players, everything he had stored for 5 months was almost gone. He immediately wondered what his charges were doing because even though 7 was next to him, he was still worried. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoyu knocked on the door, which surprised the protagonist because he could not at all guess what she was doing here so early. Then Chu Guang immediately opened the door for her to ask what happened and saw a girl there smiling carefree. It turned out that the girl came to give our hero a small cookie, which looked rather bad, but was definitely a gift from a pure soul. Chu Guang didn't expect this at all, so he became embarrassed and asked again if it was true for him personally. In the end, the main character took this small gift from the girl's hands with shaking hands. Then the girl pointed with her finger for the young man to bend lower towards her, as if she was planning to tell some secret. Yu Xiaoyu whispered in our hero's ear that her second brother asked him to tell him that she personally prepared these cookies for him. Chu Guang was shocked by such insidiousness from Yu Hu and simply thanked the girl for the treat. He decided to ask why Yu Xiaoyu told this, and she laughed sweetly and explained that she simply did not want to lie. Then Wang Deifu and his brother appeared on their street, which is why the girl got scared. So the main character asked her to go into the house for now. Behind the boy stood the eldest son of the Wang family, who indeed looked quite menacing, and Deifu continued to bully our hero. Even the stocky man himself did not appreciate the behavior of his younger brother, so he took him by the shoulder and ordered him to stop chattering. The eldest son decided not to pay any more attention to the boy and silently walked forward next to the main character. Anyway, this silent guy was not going to just leave, so he threw a confident, but at the same time ominous, look towards Chu Guang. Our hero felt this gaze but continued to pretend that he did not care at all. Now Chu Guang realized that this big guy was definitely not an ordinary person, because his strength and aura were hiding something frightening. He told Yu Xiaoyu that everything was fine now and said goodbye to her, because it was time for him to go too. The frightened girl asked our hero to be careful and promised that she would take care of his house and would wait here. Chu Guang thanked her for her help and thought that Xiaoyu was undoubtedly a charming girl, but at the same time she was too young. He immediately thought that he could wait just a few years, but still decided to postpone this issue for now. Meanwhile, a considerable number of residents of Bet Street, in full equipment, were already going hunting. The main character went to Old Man Charlie to buy 7 kilograms of green wheat for 21 chips. The guy also decided to buy 4 chips worth of tobacco leaves to make jerky. He was aware that Brown's tobacco leaves were rich in aromatic components, so if the meat was smoked without salt, its shelf life could be extended by several months. After rummaging around in his warehouse, the old man brought 7 kilograms of green wheat for the main character and threw them on the ground. The seller immediately noticed that it seems a few days ago the young man had already bought 5 kilograms of wheat. Xu Huo immediately asked if the old man saw any problems in this, but he explained that it was not so bad to stock up. Suddenly, the guy realized that he had been too careless, because he had not brought back any useful scraps or valuable loot, but had made 2 large purchases in such a short period of time. The main character understood that if the head found out about this, he would decide that the guy was going to create a gang. And then, quite possibly, the man would hire people to finish off his enemy. Now he thought that he really envied the characters of ordinary survivalists because they could run and jump through the city ruins, simply carrying a huge inventory. The guy dreamed that this whole process would be so easy in real life. He said goodbye to old Charlie, and he noticed that our hero, it seems, already needs a bull to carry such supplies. The merchant also looked carefully towards the main character and asked him to be careful. Chu Guang wanted to get away as quickly as possible, because although the old man was kind to him, he still worked for the head of the city. Meanwhile, the protagonist's wards had already managed to build several furnaces and were surprised when they noticed that the administrator had returned. Chu Guang could not understand what was happening at his base because he could not remember that he was given the task of building a furnace. Ampletime turned around with a smile on his face when he heard that their mentor had returned to base. Our hero lied that he spent the night in the open air, and then asked how the players were doing and asked if they had met any mutants or other survivors. The team leader replied that they had not met anyone, but said that they were able to build a kiln for the elderly, with whom they would be able to make coarse cement. Ampletime explained that the first step is to burn tree bark to produce ash. Then you need to mix it with water to then filter the potassium water. The resulting paste must be dried in order to extract calcium hydroxide and calcium carbonate for making cement. All that remains is to place all the raw materials in the oven and burn them until they turn red-orange. Then mix them with water and river sand, finally obtaining cement. Previously, the main character also tried to make cement from this mixture, but everything he created immediately fell apart. Ampletime stated that they want to rebuild the walls of the hospital using cement and also added that they have retained potassium water. This material can be used for skin approval, which can definitely come in handy during survival. Shuking understood perfectly well that the guy had done an excellent job, so now he couldn't even think of how to reward them. Ampletime squeezed the bottle and with shining eyes expressed his joy that he was happy to share the burden of reviving this civilization with the administrator, to definitely increase his mentor's gratitude. The rest of the players were completely unhappy because the guy completely forgot about his team and took all the credit for himself. In the end, our hero decided to give an assistant to the team for their hard work. But in reality, he just wanted to find a strength-type player who could level up faster. Everyone except Gale dreamed that the administrator would finally invite some beautiful girl. Chu Guang promised that he would definitely learn everyone's wishes and asked the players to continue to work hard. The players swore an oath before the banner of the Federation of Humanity and promised that they would continue to serve the administrator. They raced to cut down trees, and our hero thought that for now, he could allow the players to develop freely, and decided to unload the supplies first. Next, Chu Guang dragged a huge bag, with which he could now feed a considerable number of players into his room. Then the main character noticed a notification that the players had helped him complete 2 daily tasks and receive bonus points. The guy decided to immediately exchange the new 7 points for some random boxes. As a result, Chu Guang received 5 lollipops in plastic packaging, which can be used to restore sugar levels in the body. He also received a chocolate bar that weighed 200 grams and could be used to restore energy. The next prize was a package of high-quality refined salt, which ordinary survivors cannot afford. The main character would like to have more salt, because the current amount is only enough to prepare several dishes, but certainly not for preserving meat. Then the guy had the idea that he could exchange it for unrefined salt from the city of Jushi and get 20 or even 30 times more salt. At the same time, Chu Guang believed that refined salt was second in value after weapons. For now, he decided to put all these problems on the back burner and concentrate on building the base. The administrator saw that many new participants had appeared in the chat, who, unfortunately, were nothing of themselves, although this 4 players advertised well. The players began to discuss some aspects of the game, and then a chemist under the nickname WC really has mosquitoes appeared in the chat, who immediately attracted the attention of the main character. Chu Guang believed that talk about the importance of obtaining ethanol and methanol was unnecessary, because acetone alone was quite valuable as a raw material for the manufacture of smokeless gunpowder. The main character still hovered over this guy's profile because he was immediately interested in this person. Based on the chemist's profile, Chu Guang realized that he was selling furniture because he had a considerable number of photographs in his gallery with the process of making his goods. The guy was sure that with his knowledge they would definitely be able to use all the collected wood wisely. At this moment, the chat participant just received a notification from the administrator with an offer to participate in closed testing of the game. The chemist interrupted his work, did not agree so easily, so he asked the stranger who he was. Chu Guang introduced himself as the developer of Wasteland Online, which made the man immediately surprised because he did not expect that a big shot from a gaming company would contact him directly. The administrator asked the potential player to follow the link to reserve a place and see that he was indeed now communicating directly with the developer. The furniture maker understood that the internet was full of scammers, but he also hoped that this game was indeed real, because the developer did not ask for any money. Chu Guang was still sitting at his computer, waiting for the potential player to agree to become a beta tester. In the end, the furniture maker wrote that he had sent the application and asked the developer if there was anything else that needed to be done. The main character asked the man to send his application number so that he could register a newcomer in the system and notify him in 3 days when he can already enter the game. He was sure that talents such as a carpenter would definitely be useful for the development of the base. Suddenly, Chu Guang noticed that the furniture maker immediately ran to show off the beta test in the gamer's chat, which made some participants unhappy because they applied first. The administrator realized that he could no longer remain silent, so he needed to find a way to calm the raging players. Now he thought about taking on more people to reassure potential beta test participants. Since there are more than 10 kilograms of food and a gun at the base, our hero can also start hunting, so the appearance of 2 more people should not be a problem. In the end, he realized that he needed a person who could prepare dishes from obvious products, so he decided to find a suitable cook. Those who wanted to play Wasteland Online immediately began writing that they knew how to cook some obvious dishes, but this did not suit our hero. Chu Guang didn't understand how he could choose a chef from such candidates, because he believed that preparing 1 or 2 dishes would only require hands and no knowledge. But as a result, in the stream of all these unspecialized chefs, the guy snagged a suitable candidate. One of the chat participants, who was a Western chef, posted a photo as proof of his skills. Without wasting any time, the main character immediately hovered over the profile of this player to contact him. Having finished recruiting new players, Chu Guang went to the 3rd floor of an abandoned hospital, where he met with Seven, who was in a hurry. The assistant was frightened by something, so now he was glad that Mr. Administrator had finally returned to him. The robot explained to its owner that it had only 1 compartment left on the battery charge scale. Our hero could now exhale calmly, because at first he thought that something serious had happened. After a few seconds, the guy realized that he didn't know where to look for a place to charge his assistant. Seven explained that he had a wireless charging port on his body, so he only needed to return to the shelter for a short while. Now Chu Guang understood why he still had not seen a single socket, and also found an explanation for the fact that the computer was without a system unit, but still never turned off. In the end, our hero picked up his assistant in his arms to carry him to recharge. The young man began to go down the stairs, and Seven wanted to discuss another topic. The robot said that he remembered that the power system of this shelter is powered by a thermonuclear reactor. The main character did not at all expect to hear such a non-obvious fact about the shelter in which he had been all this time. Seven also said that the reactor could generate energy for quite a long time, which made Chu Guang happy. So now he wanted to figure out a way to steal this electricity. But the robot also admitted that the thermonuclear reactor is not in the best condition right now. At that time, it was already 2340 years since the shelter was built. So a lot of time had passed and its condition had obviously worsened. This news shocked our hero even more. So he fearfully asked his assistant what would happen if the electricity ran out. The robot sadly replied that, unfortunately, he had no information about such a development of events. He explained that, according to the plan, this shelter should have been opened 100 years ago, but for some reason this event was postponed for a whole year. The assistant asked not to be pessimistic, because the energy room of Shelter 404 is located on the 3rd floor, and if you replace the fuel rods in time after unlocking, everything will be fine. Chu Guang understood that everything sounded easy in words, but the problem was that finding fuel rods for a nuclear reactor was definitely not an easy task. At this moment, our hero had already carried his assistant to the shelter and put him on the ground so that he could safely charge. The 7th waved in response to the main character and thanked him for his help. Meanwhile, our hero was thinking that in the short term there should not be any big problems, despite the fact that the opening of the shelter had been postponed for 100 years. During this time, it was not operating at full capacity and would have been in energy-saving mode. So perhaps the remaining electricity could be used for decades to come. At the moment, Chu Guang was more worried about the harsh winter ahead, wondering if he would have enough supplies to survive this difficult time. He understood that there was not much time left to prepare for this test. Next, the administrator decided to check how his players were doing. And when he went outside, he saw that they were still actively working. The result of the work of the wards doubled the main character, because he did not expect such productivity. It turned out that the guys had already built as many as 8 kilns for making cement in order to speed up construction and provide the construction with the necessary materials. The players paused the process of making cement for a second because they were happy when they saw the administrator. The main character asked if this was Old White's idea, and he said that all this became possible thanks to the hard work of all the players. Chu Guang asked his ward not to be modest and said that the organization will never forget the great contribution of this player. In addition, in the name of the organization, our hero decided to give each of the players 1,000 points as gratitude for the fact that they discovered cement, as well as other building materials. Also, from this point on, the administrator appointed Old White to be the agglomerate construction crew for Outpost Vault 404. Chu Guang explained that players can use their creativity to design and build an outpost, but they still cannot go beyond the plans. Old White immediately bowed his head to the administrator and promised to do everything in his power to build their house in the best possible way. At the same time, Knight 10 was jealous that his comrade had just received an additional reward. The main character decided to ask his ward what the idea was for the construction of the building. Old White said that yesterday, after leaving the game, he was exploring a cement factory where a worker told him that if he added iron powder to the cement, it made it stronger and more durable. Since the wasteland was full of rusty metal, he mixed it with coal to use it as a reducing agent to produce iron by calcination. They then burned the resulting iron slag together with wood ash cement to create a very strong cement. The player noted that earth furnaces are not capable of producing a lot of cement, so he will use all the material obtained at the initial stage for the construction of industrial facilities. Old White believed they needed a professional kiln that could withstand up to 1450 degrees to produce cement from limestone and clay with a high calcium carbonate content. Our hero listened to all this and realized that the player had thought everything through well, so he allowed him to continue following his plan. Now Chu Guang decided to inform the players that in a few days, 2 newcomers would wake up from their sleep and join their team of professionals. He also added that he wanted to hold a small banquet to welcome those new to the game. Because of this, the main character planned to get some game, because he could not treat the new players with regular porridge, and asked who wanted to go hunting with him. All the guys immediately raised their hands and expressed their desire to go with the administrator. Guang said that he did not need so many people, so he decided to take only Night Tenna, who had developed intuition. The young man was immediately happy that the mentor decided to choose him and promised to give his all. Before leaving the shelter and going hunting, the main character asked his partner to take him to the mutant's lair. Night 10 remembered the route perfectly, so he brought the administrator to that same parking lot. He led our hero to the drain, and Guang immediately praised the players for not moving further into this dangerous place. In the end, the main character asked the young man to leave here, because this was not the most important goal for today. Night 10 still couldn't understand why they were moving further and further away from the forest if they were going to go hunting. Guang had already grabbed his weapon and explained that there was also a forest ahead. The player was surprised when he saw what a terrifying place they were going to hunt. As it turned out, the administrator decided to transfer his ward to the northern district of Qingquan. Night 10 looked around in fear because now they were in a real and dense forest. The main character asked his partner to be extremely careful from now on. After the start of the apocalypse, the northern part of the city became a real paradise for mushrooms and plants. Gradually, wild animals began to fill the depopulated cities, turning them into their new hunting grounds and peacefully inhabiting the ruins that were once the homes of people. Under the influence of three factors, namely radiation, biological weapons, and time, they turned into various mutants, collectively called Others. Guang warned that the danger in this place was on a completely different level, which made Night 10 even more scared. At the same time, the player was happy that he would finally be able to meet new monsters in the game. Meanwhile, the administrator once again emphasized that his partner should stay close and not nod off. Suddenly, the main character heard a strange voice coming from the direction of the building and made him tense up. These unusual sounds forced Guang to stop and listen carefully. He immediately signaled for the player to stop, which in turn made Night 10 wary. The young man quickly pulled himself together and asked his mentor what had happened. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, explained that he felt traces and vital activity of the surviving coffee here. Night 10 was not at all afraid, but on the contrary, he was glad that he could finally meet new NPCs and interact with the natives of the wasteland. An absolutely serious Guang ordered his ward to put aside his impatience, because there was nothing to be happy about. He looked straight into the young man's eyes and explained that in such places, strangers can be more dangerous than any animal. They slowly approached the nearest car, carefully examining it, expecting to find at least some traces or clues that could help them unravel what was happening. Guang found high-sulfur gunpowder, thumbtacks, and pieces of iron there, and concluded that there were predators or mutants nearby. There are no other reasons for installing banners in populated areas. Because it is designed for text, no one will be able to notice it, so it does not pose any particular danger to humans. Judging by the smell, our hero was sure that not much time had passed since the explosion, so he asked if Night 10 had heard the sounds of an explosion when he got out. Suddenly, the main characters stood up from their place and went forward, asking the player to wait for him here. Guang explained that it was better to explore the territory alone, but Night 10 still asked to go with the administrator. Our hero once again cast a threatening glance towards his partner and firmly ordered him to wait here. Night 10 realized that he had better not contradict this guy because he could simply kick out any of his charges. Guang had previously planned to use the player as bait, but now the situation had changed a little. Our hero understood that bait in such situations was useless, because on the contrary, they could scare off a group of predators or mutants. He also realized that sooner or later the local inhabitants would notice smoke or sound coming from that building. Guang moved forward, knowing full well that there would always be a hidden danger. The main character planned to take action without hesitation if someone did decide to become a threat to him and the player. Just at that moment, he entered the building, where he met a considerable crowd of dangerous mutant rats. The guy promised himself to act without hesitation, so he immediately swung his arms to deal with all potential enemies. There were about 20 mutants, which was too few for a nest, but a few more, and it would be much more difficult to deal with the rats. In the end, the main character climbed onto the roof of the building to carefully examine the surrounding area from a high point. Still, Guang was able to see what he needed and confirm all his guesses. It turned out that among all these ruins, the survivors decided to set up a small camp. The young man was aware that some of the survivors settled in houses that were not badly damaged, while others lived in ruins or open space depending on the conditions around them. Mutants whose average height exceeds 2 meters and weigh 300 kilograms are usually built anew. These creatures eat everything, like mushrooms and plants, as well as the meat of mutated insects and mice. Of course, the most important delicacy for any of the mutants is human flesh. Next, the main character noticed that one of the representatives of the mutants was sitting on one of the buildings below. After carefully examining this individual, Chu Guang concluded that it was an armed mutant sentry. If they, along with Night 10, had continued on their way, they would have been ambushed before they even reached the crossroads. There were so many obstacles on the way that the main character, in a panic, could not even count them all. Judging by the size of this camp, our hero concluded that there must be from 20 to 30 mutants. With each passing second, Chu Guang became more and more desperate because mutants were not so easy to deal with. So he began to think that he needed to quickly find a way to overcome this place. It was at this second that the main character received a mission, which was that he had to destroy the mutants on 76th Street, for which he would receive 200 bonus points. After receiving such a mission, he could safely say that he was simply offended by this game, because it definitely wanted him dead. Also, the guy used to think that it was impossible to receive missions outside the shelter area. At the same time, he could not open the system. But still, it now became clear that the mission could be launched anywhere. 200 bonus points sounded too tempting for Chu Guang, so he went down and ran to complete his task as quickly as possible. He took his partner and walked, thinking that for the last mission he received only 100, but here they offer as many as 2. Meanwhile, Night 10, who was already tired, finally decided to ask what exactly the administrator saw. Our hero answered directly that there was a mutant camp here, which certainly did not correspond to the naive expectations of the player. This scared the young man a little, so he asked the administrator if they were really going to go there. He was not eager to fight monsters because he thought that mutants could simply devour them and not even blink an eye. Then the main character thought that they only had one gun, so only one person could fight. Until this moment, Night 10 thought that all the mutants in this game were ordinary NPCs, and now, having heard what the administrator said, he realized that the mutants were actually their opponents, who also ate people. Chu Guang pointed out that now is not the best time to provoke these creatures, so you need to prepare and focus your efforts on driving them away, and then getting rid of them once and for all. The administrator was also unhappy that the mutant camp on 76th Street was located directly opposite the east gate of the park. Our heroes went to explore the location further and saw a bunch of strange stones among the containers. Chu Guang came closer to examine this rock, and now realized that it was the limestone that they needed to rebuild the base. He was sure that if all this limestone was processed into cement, it would be enough to build 2 buildings. And as soon as Old Man Bai discovered the technology for burning cement, he would not have to worry about raw materials for it. In the end, our hero and his partner returned to the shelter with 2 killed hyenas, and all the other players met them and asked what happened during the hunt. Chu Guang explained that the mutant hyena carcasses were quite capable of feeding them for a while, but also announced that he had more important news than food, both good and bad. Old White, with hope in his voice, immediately asked what the good news was. The main character reported that the good news is that there is an abandoned construction site near the overpass leading out of the city. They found a pile of limestone there that appeared to have been desulfurized, and also a couple of wheelbarrows that could be used for some minor repairs. Old White. Now he could be calm, because before he was worried that he would not be able to find raw materials for cement, and did not think at all that the problem would be solved so quickly. Ample Time understood that everything could not be so smooth, so he immediately asked what the bad news was. Then, Chu Guang reported that, directly east of the park along 76th Street, there was a mutant camp with a little more than 20 individuals. Night 10 explained in detail to his friends that mutants were their enemies, and were also strong in battle and feasted on human flesh, so they needed to be careful. The main character suggested that now the entire team is not able to cope with the mutants, because the monsters are clearly not lower than level 10, and haste will not only not bring anything good, but will also give away their location. From now on, the administrator banned players from approaching 76th Street and going beyond the east gate of the park until the threat was eliminated. The guys were not going to contradict their mentor, so they unanimously obeyed his order. So far, our hero has dealt with this problem, so he decided to think about what to do with the hyena carcasses. He had tried egg meat before, but he bought it from a stall on Bay Street and had not handled meat himself before. The guy heard that the prey must be bled immediately, otherwise the meat will begin to rot. But it was not clear how to cook it afterwards. At this moment, his thoughts were interrupted by Gale, who raised his hand because he wanted to address Mr. Administrator. The player made a rather unusual request and asked to take some hyena blood, but our hero did not understand at all why this was needed. Gale explained that he wanted to test some of his guesses, so for this he would need some blood. Then Chu Guang, With one sharp movement, using a sharp knife, cut off an entire leg from one of the carcasses. With an absolutely calm face, he handed over part of the body to his ward so that he could still carry out his experiments. Inside, Gale was frightened by such composure of the administrator. But outside, he did not show any signs and thanked him for his help. Meanwhile, all the earthen kilns for making cement were working at full speed. So everything around was in smoke. In the evening, a breathless old white ran to the main character, who wanted to convey some important information. The player reported that thanks to the sensitive guidance of the administrator, the kiln is almost ready, and tomorrow, when it dries, the production of the first batch of improved cement can begin. Chu Guang smiled and thanked the players for the work they had done to repair the hospital. Now, thanks to the team of players, everyone was one step closer to the goal of reviving this world, so the administrator hoped that they would continue in the same spirit. Old White lit up when he heard so much praise from our hero and promised to try even harder. The sweet words had a positive effect on the player, so he was full of energy to continue working on the project. In turn, Chu Guang himself began to notice that lately, he had become an increasingly skilled flatterer. He noticed that the other players didn't care too much because they found joy in their current activities. Roughly speaking, the guys continued to play standard survival, and our hero was pleased to watch how their home was being transformed. But the problem is that their shelter was now too poor, so the administrator could not reward his charges in any way. Now the main character can only guide the players in every possible way and show them the right path of development. Chu Guang believed that the situation here had cleared up a lot, so he decided to see what was happening in the gamer group. It turned out that the players were already actively discussing the fact that they had encountered a colony of mutants on 76th Street, which is why ordinary participants were surprised and were already waiting for the official website to be updated. The participants asked Night 10 where the other players had disappeared, and he said that Old White was engaged in cement, and Gale had become somehow mysterious. Chugun noticed that the guy under the nickname "And I Still Believes in Online Games with Complete Immersion." He decided to look at this user's profile and saw that he had already begun to gain a large audience. The main character decided to skip this point for now and check the official forum. Chu Guang decided to write a new long post because the latest update post had already attracted a lot of people. The new post was about the closed beta testing experience and told fans about the success of the team of players. The administrator has read the comments and has now decided to give priority to users with good ideas in the next recruitment. Now our hero has finished his business on the internet and wanted to see the success of this hard day's work. Hu Guang warmed up and called the system to see the completed tasks for today. In the end, he saw that he only received a reward of 1 point for cutting down 10 trees and 3 bonus points for killing a mutant. The guy saw that he didn't have enough awards, so he just decided to open the box. As a result, our hero was able to get only a few candies. Because he opened the most ordinary box, Chu Guang was already starting to hate this system, because every time it would only give him candy. But still, something among the contents of this box was able to attract the attention of the main character. He suddenly noticed that one of the candies shimmered with a golden sheen. The young man thought that this particular candy looked simply amazing, so he quickly went to read its characteristics. Our hero was glad that fate had finally smiled on him, because it was an improved chocolate-flavored candy that increased strength for 10 hours. He was not familiar with such technologies, so now he could not understand whether it was candy or a boost. In any case, 10% to strength actually sounded good because at a critical moment it could turn the tide of the battle. In the end, the main character simply thanked the box for this candy and decided to eat this power-up during the battle. Chu Guang decided to finish with this issue because the candy could simply be hidden for a rainy day, because it is always nice to have an ace up your sleeve. The next morning, Gale and Old White had already managed to go to the point to collect limestone there. Gale immediately became exhausted and fell to the ground. But his partner was still full of strength and now wanted to start lighting the furnace. Old White quickly took to the sledgehammer because all the limestone had to be crushed first. Next came Ample Time and Night 10, who mixed limestone with iron filings and clay. Almost the final step in making cement was heating the furnace to 1450 degrees. Ample Time wasn't going to stand by, so he decided to help make the fire stronger. It seems that during this process, the guy remembered some important aspect. He turned around and asked his comrade how to determine the temperature in the furnace, but Old White had no idea how to do it. Ample Time was shocked by such a frivolous answer and could not believe that the old man could talk like that. Old White did not appreciate this attitude towards himself, so he shouted and ordered his comrade not to talk nonsense and to heat the stove harder. because there was no thermometer nearby anyway. Ample Time noticed that his friend began to look more like some kind of foreman since he became the chief of construction. Then, the young man turned around and noticed an even more amazing detail. It turned out that the other two team members had run away somewhere and were now not doing any work. Meanwhile, Gale and Night 10 were already near the hospital entrance to meet with the administrator. The main character watched this action from the side and could not understand what his charges were doing. Chu Guang asked where the players were, and they honestly answered that they were near the mutant camp. The mentor was very angry about this, so he reminded them with an ominous expression that he had forbidden the players to go to that area. The guys were very scared by this reaction, so they immediately explained that they didn't come close, they just set traps there. They also demonstrated that in the buckets they had bottles with baby-mutated leeches. The administrator did not at all expect that his charges would be able to bring such a disgusting find. Small slugs were collected, a few in each bottle, which was now covered in mucus. After examining the buckets, the main character asked the players how they managed to catch the cubs in the same way. He immediately thought that the mutated insects were rich in protein, but at the same time they contained many parasites that could not be completely eliminated. Night 10 explained that they were just using animal blood to lure the maggots into the bottle. Gale added that they also studied that the mutants forage for food at night and return to the nest at dawn. Initially, the guy did this for the sake of experimentation, but in the end it all really worked. After listening to his charges, the main character concluded that this was a pretty good idea. It also became completely clear to Chu Guang why the player yesterday asked him for meat and blood from the mutant hyena. In the end, he decided to ask what Gale was going to do with them. But he himself was not yet in the know. The guy came up with the idea that he could try using leeches as fishing bait. Our hero was surprised when he heard about this method, because it was a pretty good idea. Gale said that he was exploring near a lake and saw huge black birds fishing there. Chu Guang thought this was a great idea because he had tried fishing before, as it was a less risky activity compared to hunting. The only problem was that he was a mediocre fisherman, and besides, it was difficult to fish with a professional fishing rod and tackle, and even more so without them. In any case, our hero was sure that the problem was not with him, because if the fish were so easy to catch, the survivors would then settle near the reservoirs. Then the administrator decided to ask Gale if he knew how to fish. But he did not plan to do this, but wanted to do something smarter and install a couple of traps for fishing. He decided to rely on the player and leave this activity for him personally. The main character was able to find activities for his charges, so now he has decided to return to hyena meat. Yesterday, he tried to cook it in a familiar way and rolled the meat in crushed tobacco leaves and then fried it over a fire. The resin from the leaves penetrates the fatty layer of meat and kills parasites and other dangerous microorganisms there. But after cooking, our hero sniffed and realized that the meat shouldn't be so smelly. Under normal conditions, meat prepared in this way has a delicate aroma and is slightly shiny on the outside. At the same time, Chu Guang's piece was too dark, yet still raw inside, and also smelt rotten. The guy could not understand at all what he had done wrong during his culinary experiments. He sniffed his fornication again and could not determine where such a strong stench came from. The main character decided to simply throw away the spoiled leg, because he personally was not going to eat this rubbish. Now he thought that the problem was that they did not have a proper refrigerator to store food. Chu Hua immediately began to build a chain and came to the conclusion that he would need mushrooms for the generator and refrigerator. But now, it was only the second week of September, so we would have to wait for Mr. Lee's caravan until the end of the month. As a result, the guy concluded that there is no time to think about it now, because he does not have the opportunity to wait until the end of the month to start stocking up. And given the current state of the shelter, our hero would not be able to afford such a luxury as a refrigerator. Chu Guang was not going to give up. So for the next 3 days, he went hunting for hyenas from the very morning. Then the main character would return after lunch and cook meat for the players so they could have a snack after work. The guy himself continued to sit by the fire and thought about what to do next with the meat. He understood that his attempts to develop an effective method of preparing meat for the coming winter had not yet yielded results. But the good news was that thanks to hunting over the last 3 days, the guy was able to get 7 more bonus points. About 10 o'clock, the main character realized that he had already collected everything, so he decided to open another box. Fortunately, this time it was not those candies, but a bottle of soy sauce that could help in cooking the meat. Chu Guang didn't know what kind of company it was, but the sauce would definitely improve the taste of the food. Meanwhile, the players, not in the best mood, gathered around the fire and waited for the meat to be cooked. Night 10 was the first to say with fatigue in his voice that he was already sick of the taste of stew. He used to be so excited when he found out that you could eat in the game, but now he realized how useless it was. The guy was already crying because they were constantly stewing everything into a puree. Because this had its consequences when going to the toilet. Ample Time thought that the developers simply had not fully worked out the flavor system, because the taste certainly should not be so disgusting. The guy already wanted to eat regular wheat, because the meat was not salty, not fresh, but simply fatty and a little bitter. Old White felt the smell was too strong and wanted to use cooking wine, ginger and garlic to cut it down a bit. But still, he understood that they were in a wasteland, and this could not be obtained here. So he asked his friends to humble themselves and promised that in the future, they would definitely have delicious food. Ample Time. I have already noticed that, having become the head of construction, this guy constantly champions the game developers and also offers his own ideas for this. In the end, the young man came to terms with the fact that his comrade was right and thought that he would have to pay for even basic things in the future. Night 10 was very depressed and hoped that the next update would include a seasoning, because he was willing to fork out money for them. Only one Gale continued to chew the meat indifferently and began to talk about how he was thinking about improving the trap and asked if it would be possible to buy it for Yuan. Suddenly, all the guys fell silent and were now desperately trying to find a new topic of conversation to break the awkward silence. Night 10 was the first to ask Old White how things were going with the roasting, and he immediately became arrogant and began to brew that he felt that success was very close. This did not surprise the young man at all, so he simply clicked his tongue in displeasure and called his friend a braggart. This action did not particularly offend the man, so he continued to say that it was not just a matter of cement, because now they were trying to make bricks. The only problem was that without a mold it didn't turn out very well, but when fired it looked even worse. In this case, Night 10 asked if wood could be used to make a mold. Ample Time laughed at how naive the guy was and thought that everything was so simple. He explained that this was not just cutting down wood, because making the mold was a real painstaking craftsmanship. The guy was angry that now he would not become a master of survival who builds beautiful buildings in the forest, because he just got stuck on such a trivial problem. He simply accepted that it was the harsh OL wasteland settings that were to blame. The other players admitted that their friend was right, so now they didn't even know how to support him. Gale immediately remembered that all these days he had been doing research, setting traps, but never caught anything. He suggested that the huge blackbirds had long ago stolen all the fish, leaving them with empty nets and no hope of catch. In turn, the remaining fish simply healed all the bait, and it swam away from the traps without any problems. Gale could not contain his emotions when he saw that his attempts ended in complete failure, because after all the experiments there were almost no leeches left. The player decided that this did not matter, because first he needed to try to restore the fish population in the lake, and then catch it when it lets down its guard. Meanwhile, Old White told the team that he had heard that new players would be joining them soon, and Ample Time hoped that there would be girls there to calm things down. Night 10 was sure that the person who would join them one of these days would be a real beauty. It was at this moment that the players noticed that the administrator came to them with some new people. Old White also turned around and now realized that these were exactly the players he had just remembered. The main character asked for a little attention from his charges so that he could imagine the two guys behind him. The first was a chubby professional chef under the nickname Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes. The second administrator decided to introduce a carpenter whose nickname was Mosquito in the WC. Such newcomers did not meet the expectations of the players at all, because they wanted to see at least one girl. Chu Guang asked the guys to greet the new players, and he himself thought about how they could come up with such idiotic names. The players did not clap with much enthusiasm because they were upset that it was so rare to see women in this game. The newcomers looked at everything around in surprise, and now smelled the smell of food, which they immediately focused on. The aroma came from the cauldron, where the players were already preparing lunch for themselves from the hyena meat that bored them. Mosquito in the WC and Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes were still sniffing the smell, which did not seem to disgust them. The cook immediately felt the warmth from this food and the aroma that enveloped his soul. In turn, Mosquito in the WC could not believe that everything in the game was so realistic. The newcomers had not yet been beaten by the conditions of this game, so they looked at the stew with appetite. Old White decided to bring the new players to their senses and asked what their characteristics were. The first to respond was Mosquito in the WC, which I told him had developed agility. At the same time, Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes was surprised that the players did not care about his physique. Night 10 explained that the welcoming ceremony was originally supposed to be official, but something didn't go according to plan. So he offered the newcomers a snack first. He understood that the guys were just hooking up, so he quickly slipped them some stew so that they could fully feel the harshness of this world. Mosquito in the WC noted that this dregs looked like poison, and also already knew that you can often die in such games if you eat something wrong. But at the same time, he understood that this was the first chance to really eat in the game, which could not be missed. The player immediately felt that the taste was simply disgusting, and could not understand how the game could afford to feed them such disgusting stuff. Ample Time immediately warned newcomers that if they did not eat, they would develop glycemia. The guy himself also did not expect that the food in the game would be like this, because usually there is a beauty in the game who is ready to feed the player deliciously. Meanwhile, scrambled eggs with tomatoes still haven't tried the dish but only sniffed it. The fat man couldn't even recognize what was in this mud, so he asked the players what it was. Old White explained that it was just meat. But novices had no idea because of the dish's deceptive appearance. The man then continued to say that it was the meat of a mutated hyena, although they are still not entirely sure whether it was a dog or a wolf. In the end, the cook finally pulled himself together and decided to try this rather strange dish. He immediately noticed a rotten smell, so he asked the players if they bled the carcasses. The guys didn't know anything about this because the NPC administrator was dealing with this issue. Old White immediately suggested to the newcomer that he needed to discuss his skills with the administrator, if he still knew how to cook. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes appreciated the warm reception he received here and replied that he would be happy to try to use his skills. Then, Mosquito in the WC got into the conversation and asked if the survivors needed a carpenter, because he was good at this job. Old White was shocked when he heard about such skills of a newcomer, because their team needed exactly this. In a fit of emotion, he grabbed Mosquito in the WC by the clothes, and he fearfully explained that his family was making handmade furniture and suddenly offered the man a discount for subscribing to the account. Without asking for consent, Ample Time and Old White grabbed the carpenter by the arms because they needed a craftsman to make a mold for the bricks. Mosquito in the WC asked the guys to wait because he hadn't even finished his stew yet. The players were not going to listen to their new partner because they thought that he could eat later. And the food, in principle, was not so tasty that they would regret it. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes had a little more luck, so he just stood to the side and watched it. Scary pictures were looming in the fat man's head, so now he no longer considered this game too difficult. Gale and Night 10, who remained in place, only agreed that the chef was quite suitable for their team. Night 10 never stopped thinking that sooner or later he would be able to help some handsome woman who could not complete this game on her own. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes did not expect to hear such strange answers, so I decided to look around on my own, because it took him a lot of effort to get into this closed testing. Meanwhile, Mosquito in the WC was already working with wood and noted that the players did not know how to handle the material at all. Now Old White saw with his own eyes that this mosquito was indeed an artificial carpenter who knew how to make perfect shapes. The master was already tired, so he stopped and asked his partners if this batch of molds was enough. Old White said that this was more than enough, so now he allowed the newcomer to contact him for any reason. Now the carpenter also didn't mind helping, so the head of construction immediately remembered this and already planned to cooperate with the newcomer in the future. After making the molds, Ample Time and Old White immediately began making the bricks. Now the bricks turned out perfect, so players began building a new, improved oven without any problems. Old White had completed construction and was now confident that this stove was much better than the previous one. At the same time, Ample Time was not yet completely sure that they would be able to do everything according to plan. His partner was serious, so he said that there was no room for any questions or doubts in this matter. The players continued to stand near the newly built furnace and carefully watched its work. Old White still continued to assure his partner that they would definitely succeed. In the end, he invited Ample Time to leave here while the cement was calmly communicating in the kiln. Now Old White was confident that with the new furnace they were on the verge of a breakthrough. So now they needed to try hard and get as much done as possible before going offline. Chu Guang just watched from the side as his guys worked harder and harder, and the new ones did not allow themselves to be idle. Mosquito in the WC decided to improve the fish traps and redesigned its traditional shape. And in addition, it replaced the weak wooden slats with metal to make the main structure stronger. Gale and Night 10 were delighted and thanked their new partner for such significant help in catching fish. Night 10 continued to think only about beautiful girls, so now he was sure that not a single fish would escape from them, even if it was some kind of mermaid. He was full of energy, so he suggested that the whole team go to the lake right now to do a little fishing. The main character could not get enough of the productivity of his charges, but also understood that he himself could not sit idle. So he decided to return to cooking hyena meat. At that moment, one of the players decided to come to him and asked what Mr. Administrator was doing. As it turned out, it was scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which could just help with this problem. Our hero remembered that this guy was a certified chef, so he said that he was trying to figure out a way to cook meat. He decided not to hesitate and immediately appoint the newcomer as the cook of Outpost number 404. Chu Guang explained that the situation they are now facing is very serious, because in addition to construction, they need to prepare food for hundreds of comrades who will arrive before winter. The administrator tried to add motivation to the new chef, so he said that he simply had to help with this problem. The cook immediately remembered that he had already cooked a couple of times for his fellow chefs. In fact, even the guy himself did not expect that he would have to cook in the game. He became upset when he realized that even in the game he did not have the opportunity to change his profession, depriving him of the chance for change. In the end, Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes decided to ask the administrator what was required of him. Chu Guang said that he tried to store the meat but failed, so now he needs the chef to solve the problem with the passage of food. The cook agreed that he had some knowledge of the topic, but also doubted his experience because the game was completely different. Our hero just wanted some professional advice and asked for help to figure out what was wrong with the recipe he kept trying to reproduce. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It was difficult to say what exactly the administrator did wrong during cooking. It was much easier for him to say that the young man did the right thing than to look for mistakes. To begin with, the chef explained that the meat needed to be smoked indoors, and then asked if the meat had been seasoned with anything. The main character turned and replied that he used tobacco leaves, which surprised scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He explained that tobacco was a rare resource that survivors use because the leaves are rich in flavor and have a special resin, so they can replace salt. The fat man was not at all sure that tobacco leaves could be used as a seasoning for meat. He was aware that some aromatic compounds could indeed be used as food preservatives. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes was the first time I had heard of food being prepared this way, and I was sure that it must lead to poisoning. He said that you can smoke meat without salt, but the taste will be so-so, and also suggested that food prepared using the administrator's method is unlikely to be healthy. Chu Guang didn't expect at all that when cooking meat you could even do without salt. The chef said that microorganisms need moisture to survive, and during the smoking process, moisture leaves the meat, dehydrating it. At the same time, he believed that salt would be much better, because the meat was better stored and much tastier. Of course, if the meat is fatty, it will be much more difficult to process, but it all depends on the type of meat. In any case, no matter how things were, the administrator still failed to preserve the meat. The main character was sure that if they found a way to prepare food, it would definitely become a real goldmine. At the same time, he understood that no matter how stupid all the survivors were, they still somehow managed to survive until this moment. In the end, Chu Guang decided not to bother himself with this and simply put everything on his ward. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes didn't even have time to answer, and our hero was already happy that he had solved another problem. The main character decided to move on to other aspects of survival because the food problem, in theory, had already been solved. He thought about inviting more players, such as girls, to improve the team's performance. Chu Guang understood that only with the help of labor would he be able to complete the planned construction by the end of the month. Suddenly, he heard that some players from the team were surprised by something and were shouting because of their success. It turned out that it was Old White and Ample Time, who from all the new ones hurried to Mr. Administrator to report some good news. The players turned around and asked the main character to also look at their success. What the guys managed to do really surprised the administrator, so because of such suddenness, he still hasn't said anything. All this time, the players were looking for their mentor to demonstrate that they had silicate cement. Old White was very proud that he and his partner were still able to achieve such success and fulfill their goal. Ample Time explained that this was a test run, so they didn't make much material. The construction manager added that judging by the volume of the filling hole of the furnace, it would not be possible to make half a ton of cement on a labor day. He understood that the quality was far from what is made in production workshops, but the material could still be used for construction. The players complained that they had to work hard with their hands to get the oven temperature up to 1,450 degrees, and then had to throw shovel after shovel of coal, which made them very tired. After listening to all this, the main character smiled and praised his charges for such a good job. Chu Guang was confident that this silica cement would be a huge step in the development of their shelter. so he gave each player 1,000 contribution points. Ample Time and Old White were quite pleased with this reward from their mentor. The players were wholeheartedly happy that their hard work had indeed paid off. Meanwhile, our hero immediately thought that he had recently given his players too much currency, which could probably lead to inflation and affect game life. Chukwam mused that he could use exclusive packs and skins to reduce the amount of currency in the hands of players. He also admitted that it would be possible to introduce games where guys could pull out a ball with a random prize and could get themselves a virtual girlfriend. Meanwhile, Ample Time suddenly announced that he wanted to tell Mr. Administrator about something important. The guy believed that they would need additional labor to begin construction of the outpost, because the materials, in principle, were already ready. The main character listened to the players and asked how many people they would need. Old White was impatient to get to work, so he replied that at least 10 assistants were needed, and in general, the more, the better. He explained that their furnace was entirely manual, so it would take at least 2 people to work in shifts. I was planning to build a second oven, so then they would need as many as 4 people. To transport building materials from the construction company, at least 4 more people will be required. The rest will build houses, so at least 8 more workers will be needed. The main character did not at all expect that they needed at least 16 people, because the food they had was only enough for a week, and that was enough to feed 7 people, including the administrator himself. He wasn't at all sure whether they could last if the number of people doubled. Chukwang also noticed that it was already the 9th day, which meant that almost a third of September had passed. The guy understood that if his team didn't work harder, they definitely wouldn't finish construction before winter. So he decided to agree to their terms. He promised to contact support, and in 3 days they would definitely send new people to the group. They already imagined in their heads how a large number of recruits were staying in their shelter. Old White. You are confident that with new people it will be much easier to realize their ideas. He imagined that the construction of their outpost would take place directly, like at a real construction site. Meanwhile, Ample Time was able to confirm his assumptions that the authority of this NPC is completely serious. Now the guy was sure that the administrator was able to influence the set for closed testing. The player immediately noticed that this situation was similar to the setting of early online games. Ample Time concluded that their mentor was like a huge computing machine. He believed that all content within the game was dynamic and generated by artificial intelligence. Now that all the puzzles were in place, Ample Time could not stop rejoicing that his assumptions had come true. Old White watched this from the side and could not understand why his friend was behaving so strangely. Meanwhile, Mosquito in the WC wasn't going to stop with just brick molds and finished one more job. He had already managed to build a wooden toilet from a stump with an uncut end. Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes was incredibly happy about this improvement, because he no longer had to squat. Just at that moment, Gale, who could no longer hold on, ran to the toilet with all his might. Mosquito in the WC and Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes immediately happily presented their friend with a new wooden VIP toilet. Unfortunately, Gale could not accept the fact that this toilet was a public one, because in his opinion, it was too unhygienic. The fat man was surprised when he saw that the guy was running in a completely different direction and refused to test the new amenities. Gale was willing to sacrifice his comfort just to avoid touching an unhygienic toilet. Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes could not believe that his partner was so responsible for such a common action in a computer game. At that moment, someone called the cook, so he was distracted from the strange guy and quickly turned around to see what was happening. Then he saw that someone was running towards him with all his might, raising a cloud of dust behind him. It turned out that it was Night 10, who was happily shouting that they had managed to catch a fish and was carrying a huge mutant behind his back. Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes was stunned when a huge fish appeared in front of him, which seemed to rival the size of a boat. The fisherman asked to help him as quickly as possible, but the fat man was so shocked that he could not move. In the end, Night 10 managed to throw the huge fish over himself to finally put it on the ground. The giant mutant fell to the ground with a dull sound in front of Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes, who still could not come to his senses. The player had tears of happiness on his face because, for 3 whole days, they tried to finally manage to catch something. Then Gale came out of the bushes and asked his partner if he had really dealt with the mutant catfish alone. The guy immediately scolded his comrade because he was distracted by the toilet and ran all the way to the base for this. Gale became embarrassed, lowered his gaze and, quietly apologizing, admitted that he did not expect such a turn of events and felt guilty. Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes did not particularly appreciate the fact that during the 3 days of absence the young man caught only 1 fish, which, moreover, was already dead, An angry Knight 10 thought that this was more than enough, so he yelled at the newcomer, who also complained about the quality. The player said that he and his friends sat by the pond for 3 whole nights, which is why their legs almost gave out. The guys didn't sleep a wink because they were carefully watching the trap, hoping that it would work. Then, one of the ropes under their feet, which led to the trap, began to move, signaling a catch. This was exactly what the fishermen had been waiting for so long, so they immediately paid attention to this signal. Following the tightrope, Knight 10 and Gale quickly went to the place where this trap was hidden. In the guy's place, they saw a huge big guy who, due to his size, was able to bend their trap but was still now immobilized. Gale immediately grabbed the rope and asked his comrade to help him pull out the catch as quickly as possible. But the young man's intuition at that moment told him that there was some danger nearby. He quickly rushed at his comrade because a mutant bird was heading in their direction, which also wanted to take the prey. Knight 10 looked around and suggested that these birds of prey could very well also prey on local fish. As soon as the birds flew away, the players immediately crawled out of the bushes and quickly began to pull out the fish while there was no danger nearby. But the problem was that this little fish turned out to be surprisingly strong, which only made the task more difficult. It is for this reason that the guys had to calm the fish with the help of weapons, because otherwise the birds would simply spot them. After all these manipulations, the fishermen were able to drag the mutant to the base without any problems. Knight 10 put his arm around his friend's shoulder in a friendly manner and asked if this thing was edible. Meanwhile, the cook thought that he had been cooking most of his life. But this was the first time he had seen such a huge catfish. The guy started examining the fish and guessed it was at least 100 pounds because the head alone was the size of a trough. Knight 10 didn't particularly understand this topic, so he simply suggested that his partner smoke this fish. The cook did not appreciate this approach at all because this catfish was too fatty and slimy, which would only add to the hassle during smoking. Then Gale joined the conversation and asked what they should do to prepare this fish. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It was hard to plan anything because it would be difficult to cope with such a huge carcass. At the same time, the cook was sure that such a huge carcass would simply crush the smokehouse. Therefore, something had to be resolved with this issue. After much thought, only one dish came to the fat man's mind, namely catfish head soup. The guy was a true master of his craft, so his dish was not only appetizing but also aroused admiration from everyone present. He explained that since there was no tofu, as well as cooking wine, ginger, and garlic, he could not completely get rid of the fishy smell, so he used only salt and soy sauce. The players felt that the smell of this dish was quite good, but they were afraid that the taste would not be very good. Everyone was very hungry after a long and active work, so without hesitation they simultaneously pounced on the hot and aromatic soup. They were shocked by the taste of this dish, but it was not yet clear whether it was out of pleasure or disgust. The guys had tears of happiness welling up in their eyes because they couldn't believe that they were finally able to eat normal food. The main character was offended that his wards began to say that this food was much tastier than the administrators. At 6 p.m. when it was 6 a.m. in the real world, Chu Guang returned to the hideout and saw that the players were offline. He sat down at the computer and decided that it was time to recruit a couple of newcomers in order to quickly finish building the shelter. The administrator wrote on the site that a large-scale update had been released, and a new wave of closed beta testing was planned, so the number of players would be expanded to 30. The guy was sarcastically happy that, as expected, as soon as the news about the recruitment appeared, the game forum immediately perked up. Chu Hyo immediately noticed that a couple more new ones had appeared after the news about the game update. Actually, the guy couldn't figure out where they all came from because the forum online isn't that big. He thought that people could use 2 accounts, but this was not possible on the official website. Even changing the IP address will not help, because the system selects all applications very efficiently. The main character decided to check the game forum and saw that a player under the nickname Quit Smoking did not allow anyone to submit new applications and called everyone fakes. The administrator did not like this situation at all, because then fewer people would actually apply. He was very angry that this participant immediately began to suppress newcomers, although it was thanks to them that the forum was finally able to become active after a long time. In the end, Chu Guang exhaled calmly and decided to leave this problem for later. After surfing the game forum, the young man was able to roughly understand where so many new users came from. As it turned out, someone took and transferred a screenshot from the official chat on the forum to other groups, which is why the information quickly spread. Then, Wasteland Online, which only had an official website, gained rapid popularity in various circles of players. Many new users were just fooling around and asking stupid questions, and only a few were discussing the really interesting features of the game. Now Chu Guang thought that it would be nice for him to hire a couple of moderators. He noticed that the forum was quite busy today, so he decided to see what the participants were discussing, and saw that Quit Smoking was still begging for a place to test. Our hero was forced to observe such inappropriate behavior of this participant, who could not calm down. At that moment, the guy saw that he had received an unexpected notification from Ample Time. The player was happy when he saw that the game developer still took the time to read his message. It turned out that he wanted to inquire whether the administrator's NPC was a real person or an artificial intelligence. At the end, the guy added understandingly that his friend Light might not talk about it if it was a trade secret of the game. Our hero wrote to the player that this was not confidential information, so he said that the administrator was someone special. Such information piqued Ample Time's interest, so now he residually believed that the NPC was indeed not as simple as it seemed. Then the guy asked for a little more specifics, and the main character continued to build his insidious plan. Under the name of the developer, Chu Guang said that the administrator allegedly represents the first generation of full-fledged artificial intelligence developed by his company. Ample Time was shocked to learn that full-fledged artificial intelligence had been introduced into Wasteland Online. Although such technologies were beyond the guy's knowledge, in any case he thought it was very cool. The hero continued to lie about the fact that he was an artificial intelligence, as close as possible to a person who had his own personality, memory, way of thinking, and behavior. Ample Time became more and more delighted with the game and was glad that he was a genius and had guessed it from the very beginning. He answered his friend that he understood everything, and now had no doubt why the administrator's decision affected testing. Also, the delighted player decided to write that he noticed that the game's lore is quite well developed. So during the game, he feels like he is in some kind of real world. Ample Time was not going to stop, so he wrote to the developer that even such a picky person like him could not find bugs in the game. He considered the only drawback of the game to be that there were not enough NPCs in it. Now the guy figured that there was a high probability that the test was related not to the game itself, but to artificial intelligence. He suggested that even the Winter is Coming event, which will appear in the new Alpha 2 Koinoneo update, was created for this. Ample Time was glad that he was a born genius and immediately saw the whole point, which helped him unravel the developer's intentions, not realizing that he had been blatantly deceived. He believed that players' speculations about why the company decided to release a new patch during closed testing were too superficial. In the end, the young man was able to put all his guesses together and write it all to the developer, under whom the administrator himself was hiding. Chu Guang couldn't believe that his ward was so naive and stupid, so he even decided to save these messages in a folder called Rookie's Ramblings. Meanwhile, Ample Time thought that everything was going according to plan, because Light did not respond to him for a long time. In fact, the main character continued to play along with the player and agreed with all his explanations. Chu Guang also confirmed that the success of artificial intelligence testing affects the development of the game's plot. Ample Time did not stop typing new messages, but still decided to apologize to the developer for being so annoying, and thanked him for the information. He promised not to tell confidential information to anyone, but our hero didn't really believe in it. After this conversation, Chu Guang thought that maybe he shouldn't have talked like that, so he decided to take this situation as a lesson. At the same time, the main character understood that in any case, he would need smart players. His next step was to welcome new players to Vault 404. So he checked the clone tanks. Meanwhile, in the wasteland, the leaves were already turning yellow and the temperature was dropping, so it was obvious that a crisis was just around the corner. Chu Guang warned his charges that winter this year would be much harsher than last year, and would also come earlier, so there was not much time left for preparation. He announced that from now on they must use every minute to prepare for the harsh times. The team listened carefully to the administrator's instructions that they needed to complete all preparations before it was too late. Our hero reported that the mission panel has been updated, so it now lists the list of essential items, objects that need to be completed, and a list of rewards. He ended his explanation with a reminder that only together they can overcome all difficulties. He has already emphasized twice that winter, which will become a real test for everyone, is already close. Faced with the enthusiastic gaze of the players, the main character gave a passionate speech, thereby officially launching the first closed testing expansion called Winter is Coming. With the opening of a new chapter in Wasteland Online, the atmosphere both in the game and on the forum has changed a lot. Chu Guang was sure that it was not just the players, because there is something unusual about this cool air with which winter is approaching. At the same time, the supplies that they had from the very beginning were not particularly generous, and the population would soon grow from 6 to 30, that is, 5 times. To feed the 30 devils who were about to arrive, the administrator was busy from early morning until late at night. Night 10, distinguished by his particular dexterity, hunted so that they could stock up on as much food as possible. Fortunately, the results were very encouraging, and in 3 days, they could not kill more than 10 mutant hyenas and a large number of hares and whites that fell into the trap. In addition, Night 10, who is responsible for guarding and searching for enemies, was finally able to increase the first level. The player himself was incredibly happy when he saw that he was finally able to achieve success. The main character also began to feel that his personal breakthrough was just around the corner. But leveling up administrators has its own characteristics. He still had not figured out the secrets of promotion, so he could only rely on inspection equipment. After the analysis, the 7th displayed information on the screen from which it could be understood that progress had actually increased slightly. On the other hand, the rest of the players had very exceptional skills, which helped him improve much faster. Chukon even noticed that you guys have already managed to use charcoal as the main raw material for the furnace. They were able to extract shellac from iron-containing waste such as rusty rods of car parts. Next, it was necessary to add this slag to the prepared furnace and mix it with limestone. After all these manipulations, the players managed to achieve a more or less durable form of cement. All this was hard work, because working the stove and carrying materials on carts required great physical effort. But it was precisely because of physical exertion that Old White was able to raise his level to the 2nd and increase his characteristics. Ample Time, who also worked with him, was also able to break through to the 1st level, which is why his agility increased. Upgrading player characteristics is very different from using genetic upgrades on a use-it-or-lose-it basis. But one of their comrades is perhaps the saddest example, because among the 4 players he is the only one who was never able to rise above level 0. These days, with the help of an improved trap, he has caught a lot of fish, but he still does not have enough points to be promoted. The experience points gained from hunting with traps are not as high as those obtained from direct combat, which is a big concern for Gale. But unfortunately, there is no solution to this problem yet. The new players are also very motivated, so they worked tirelessly these few days. For example, Mosquito in the WC continues to improve its carpentry skills. From time to time, he helps the guys fix something or create a new trap for hunting and fishing. In addition to standard skill development, the carpenter had his own personal mission in the game. It looks like he was going to build a simple house made of wood to use as a warehouse and laboratory. These days, he managed to collect a lot of different bottles, which he displayed next to the house. Our hero doubted the safety of this building, but considering how much the player liked this matter, he decided simply not to interfere. Compared to the carpenter, scrambled eggs with tomatoes sometimes really shows off a lot. The cook was not only responsible for cooking and food supplies, but also periodically helped the administrator. Due to the fact that they simply did not have salt because it was a real luxury, the cook was forced to resort to other methods. This is why scrambled eggs with tomatoes is forced to use the most primitive method of smoking. Otherwise, there would be no food. The cook now cooked the meat by hanging it and putting it in one of the small ovens made of clay and bricks. He also uses charcoal for smoke, and then slowly cooks the meat over the fire, drying out the moisture, first closing the hole with pine branches, so this meat is very similar to jerky and can be stored even without salt. When winter comes, the meat can be wrapped in cellophane or bark and buried so it can be stored until next spring. But what Chu Guang prepared in a similar way tastes very difficult. By the way, in addition to meat, scrambled eggs with tomatoes also accept skins, cutting up each animal carcass. Tanning leather was a much more troublesome process than making knitted meat. But the team didn't need the perfect treatment because they only needed something that could protect them from the cold. After working with cement, Old White has a lot of viburnum water left over, which he stores in plastic barrels. At the same time, scrambled eggs with tomatoes uses it to tan the skin, which is removed from the animals and washed thoroughly beforehand. After impregnation, the guy stretches the leather to dry, so he gets a piece of leather of very good quality. Once again, when the main character again brought the hair for processing, the cook decided to turn to his mentor. Incredibly tired, scrambled eggs with tomatoes reported that he could no longer work like that, because he needed at least one pair of hands to help. Also at this moment, he looked with contempt at Night 10, who had been simply helping Chu Guang all this time. The cook thought this guy was a lazy guy who pretended to help the administrator with the loot, But in reality, he was just messing around, so he could easily become an assistant in cooking and tanning leather. Knight 10 immediately felt the tension, so he asked his comrade not to look at him with that look, and stated that he was also very busy. He was completely unsuccessful in this preparation, because nowhere else would he be able to find an NPC with whom he could level up so quickly. The tired scrambled eggs with tomatoes was very angry at such carefree behavior of his ally. The main character came to the defense of his partner and explained that he helps with the search for prey and has very important skills that help not get into trouble. The administrator immediately promised that he would soon solve the player's problem and said that the new players were already on their way. In the end, the fat man realized that his problem would not be solved, so he exhaled and simply thanked the mentor for such a promise. The guy remembered that he wanted to say that he only knows how to process leather in a basic way because he doesn't have the slightest idea how to make clothes out of it. Chu Guang smiled and asked not to worry about it, because among the new ones there was someone who could help them in this matter. Our hero planned to entrust this particular person to make clothes. He took the player by the shoulder soothingly and asked him not to think about these problems. Chu Guang planned that they would not only have a tailor because among the new testing players there are talents in various fields. Although not all of them are professionals, there are also students among them. But in any case, they will be useful. The administrator placed big bets on energetic new recruits who would work hard enough to help him sooner or later build himself a huge house. One of the new guys was happy that the day of the server opening had finally arrived, so he quickly lay down on the bed and put on his diving helmet. It was a player under the nickname Knife Thrower, who could not wait to get into this new hyper-realistic game. Lying on the bed, he waited for a long time for the game to start. And in the end, he felt some changes. The newcomer opened his eyes and saw a bright flash in front of him, which transported him to the extent of the wasteland. Arriving at the scene, Knife Thrower, like everyone else, moved into his clone and emerged from the water. Having got out of the capsule, the player looked around and realized that this is exactly what the game world looked like. He was stunned that the sensations were so realistic that he could feel the coldness of the room. Knife Thrower also noticed that there was some strange smell, but did not see that a creature unlike a human was standing next to him. He turned his head and saw that standing nearby was some unidentified mixture of reptiles, humans, and something horned. The player immediately fell silent and simply looked at the monster for several seconds, not understanding what to do next. The creature also carefully examined the newcomer and did not seem to be hostile. Knife Thrower finally broke down and screamed because he couldn't figure out what the thing was. The reptilian did not appreciate being called that, and the frightened player thought that it was just an NPC standing in front of him. Surprisingly, it was also a player under the nickname Garbage Collector, who was already level 99 and asked who Knife Thrower was. It turned out that the players knew each other from the general chat, so Knife Thrower tried to explain who he was. He was glad that his friend had also joined the game a couple of days ago and wondered why he was so scary. Finally, Garbage Collector noticed that there was something wrong with his body after all, so he began to spin around in place to look at himself. He was dissatisfied with such a strange appearance and regretted that he had not been made into some beautiful lizard girl. Knife Thrower didn't see anything like that here, so he invited his friend to exchange if he didn't want to be a lizard so much. The lizard refused such an offer and rudely told his friend to get lost from here. Garbage Collector remembered that the official website says that the sleep capsule connects to a body scanning device, and that you can see your own characteristics. The lizard saw his characteristics and was immediately surprised because there was obviously something wrong with them. He remembered very well that they wrote on the website that the minimum value of an adult male's indicator is 5, with deviations of plus or minus 2 points. The player was also an adult male, so with the exception of a low IQ, the rest were extremely good and above average. To be honest, Garbage Collector himself did not consider himself a smart person, so he did not see a problem with intelligence indicators. Knife Thrower stood nearby and watched the lizard all the time, so he could not understand why his friend suddenly laughed out loud. The half-man happily replied that everything was cool and suggested that they get out of this room in order to meet other players and not force the administrator to give birth. They walked forward, but Knife Thrower suddenly noticed that something was stuck to the lizard from behind. Garbage Collector took it in his hands and realized that it was not just a piece of paper but something waterproof. The lizard looked more closely and saw that some symbols were written on this piece of paper. Unfortunately, due to his low intelligence, the half-human simply could not read this message. At this point, Garbage Collector and Knife Thrower noticed that new players began to arrive at the shelter. The newly arrived guys immediately noticed that, among them, there was also a half-human who instantly attracted attention. They thought that this was too much and did not even know that in this game you could choose your race. The newcomers immediately surrounded the lizard to take a closer look, and thought that some hidden achievement was connected with it. In turn, Knife Thrower behaved tensely, because he could not even think that his friend would be so popular. Opening his stinking mouth, Garbage Collector promised his comrade that he would not let them be offended, and asked him not to be upset about this. The player immediately pushed the lizard away because the stench from it was simply unbearable. Knife Thrower decided to look around and noticed that, judging by their physiques, everyone had roughly the same basic stats, including strength, agility, and intelligence. In fact, everyone had developed different characteristics, which were assigned according to the test passed. Then the player turned his gaze to the only two girls, who for some reason were already quarreling. Knife Thrower. I was immediately fascinated by the beauty, because I didn't expect to meet such beauties in this game. The tall girl behaved quite calmly, but the other testers seemed to not like something. By this time, all the guys had already noticed that there were girls here and noticed that they were having some kind of conflict. In the end, the taller girl could no longer contain her emotions and called her opponent a minor brat. The fragile girl did not stand aside and simply used her head to hit her opponent with all her might. Events now move forward 10 minutes earlier, when all players had just begun to arrive in the shelter. The girl quickly came to her senses after being immersed in the world and crawled out of the capsule with liquid. It turned out that this gamer was an intelligence player named 1010. She actively looked at everything around her and could not understand whether it was really a game. The girl was shocked because everything felt too realistic to be a regular game. 1010 couldn't wait to try out the transformation that the developers wrote about on the website. She immediately realized that there were several capsules here, so she wanted to look around. The girl ran to the center of the room, where she was met by a considerable number of newly arrived players. She carefully scanned the crowd and saw that there was also another girl among them. 1010 rarely met girl gamers, so she couldn't take the charge away from the stranger, who was also about 6 feet tall. She decided not to waste time and immediately meet the girl who stood out from the crowd. Coming closer, 1010 noticed that they were the only girls here, and explained that she saw the stranger from afar. She smiled sweetly and invited the girl to meet her, immediately introducing herself by her name. As it turned out, the tall girl was a player in the perception system and introduced herself as Ya. Meanwhile, Tenten looked carefully at her new acquaintance and seemed to notice something. I immediately noticed the girl's reaction, and for some reason she began to actively look around. The girl, having analyzed all the players, I emphasized that they were all dressed in the same clothes. I noticed this too, and assumed that it must be some kind of clothing for beginners or something like that. 1010 was sure that everything was not so simple, because based on her experience in sewing clothes, she could confidently say that the material here was unusual. The girl felt that this fabric was much more perfect than anything she had ever worked with, and this material also protected from cold and wind. She further noticed that the belt on the jacket was made of a different material, and could not understand whether this was a deliberate step in the tailoring of the suit. Tenten thought that this might be some kind of clue, so she pulled this strap hard. Her suit instantly changed and now began to fit her body more tightly. The girl did not at all expect such an outcome of her actions, so she looked at her new image with fear. She was so embarrassed by such an unexpected situation that she began to shake, so she could not understand how it happened. Meanwhile, Ya saw that her new friend had almost no curves, so she tried to hold back her laughter. Tenten immediately noticed the change in the tall girl's expression, and instantly guessed what caused such a reaction. She realized that Ya was mocking her figure, although the girl really hated it when people allowed themselves to do this. Tenten asked with rage in her voice why the girl was laughing and began to insult her in response. I did not tolerate insults and called my rival a poor child because of her thinness. In the end, the girl also decided to pull the belt to change her costume and show off her gorgeous figure. Now the girls locked eyes with each other and started throwing insults at each other. Ya started teasing that her opponent was probably in elementary school, and Teng said that she was the director of a fashion design agency, so at least she would be useful in this game. Knife Thrower had been watching the quarrel all this time and did not at all expect that girls were capable of such insults. The player also watched as other players engaged in obscenities, banged their heads against the wall and gave each other bream, without thinking at all about the important aspects of the game. Now the man, who was the calmest here, could not understand whether he was in a madhouse or in a game. Then the main character entered the room along with his assistant, and in an authoritative voice ordered everyone to be silent. Players immediately noticed him and were happy because they finally saw the first NPC in this game. Knife Thrower thought that the opening scene was about to begin, and guessed that it was the administrator who entered the room. It was his first time playing, but he had been following the news on the official website for a long time, so he was already familiar with the game's lore for a long time. Chu Guang looked at his new recruits and welcomed them to Vault 404. Next, our hero introduced himself as an administrator, and all the players did not dare to utter even a word and listened attentively. The guy also added with a stern voice that his code name was Dawn. The main character wanted to tell initial information for new players, but something prevented him from doing so. Of course, from the whole crowd he was attracted by Garbage Collector, who looked far from all the players. Chu Guang was shocked and could not understand how a representative of another race could end up in his shelter. But from the stupid expression on his face, the guy concluded that this must be a player after all. The main character was afraid of those who might be hiding in the shadows, but he certainly didn't suspect this half-human guy. To kick out any players, Chu Guang only needed a few seconds thanks to his administrator rights, so he was basically safe. In the end, the young man decided to deal with this lizard later. But for now, he wanted to return to history and informed the players that the war was already over. Chu Guang also reported the bad news that their world had changed beyond recognition, and the seventh showed a picture using a projector. The girls tensed when they heard that it was already 200 years since the end of the world. Although the main character reassured the players that the most difficult years were already behind them. The administrator announced that he needed everyone present to realize the situation in which they found themselves as soon as possible. Then the robot displayed a picture of an entire hospital, and our hero emphasized that all of them had a great mission, namely to restore their home. Next, Chu Guang introduced the players to his assistant and explained that they could ask the robot any questions if any appeared. The main character was happy with his standard introduction and planned to repeat it again when the next batch of players arrived, if no bugs or errors popped up before then. He further revealed that the Shelter Resident Handbook had been updated to version 2 to include the rule, public order requirements, and prohibitions. Garbage Collector and Knife Thrower were surprised to hear that this game had such thoughtful details. Also, the administrator, with the utmost seriousness in his voice, said that residents who violated the rules would definitely be put in jail, and if the crime was more serious, they would be expelled and banned. The other players were even more shocked when they heard that this game had such harsh rules. I immediately thought that an ordinary NPC seemed to have too many powers. In turn, the main character was sure that the players had already become familiar with the rules, since they had already been tested. In general, the rules were not strict and were associated with fights between players and harassment of other players. Restrictions on malicious sabotage and destruction of gaming objects were also imposed. Chu Guang believed that most normal players would consider these rules reasonable, but at the same time, he picked up some points from the discussion of the players themselves, just added a little. Their ideas were pretty good, especially for sandbox games, such as prohibiting players from destroying the work of their allies. The main character sat up at night in order to, as was said earlier, not only accept the players' proposals but also compliment them. For example, malicious damage to objects will be punished by forced labor, which will not be paid. After explaining all the details, Chu Guang left the shelter with 24 players and took the elevator to the surface. Garbage Collector and Knife Thrower looked around with their eyes wide open because they did not expect to see such a detailed world. Our hero watched with a grin on his face as the players continued to admire the world around them. The guy held within himself an incredible desire to tell the newcomers that they began to rejoice too early. Next, the administrator introduced the players to the main objects of the outpost, especially emphasizing that defecation near it is prohibited, after which he handed them all over to Old White and his friends, because the construction site was a place where people were always needed, and there was no point in worrying about not having work for someone. Experienced players had been waiting for help for themselves for a long time, so they quickly forced some to carry bricks to build walls. Another part of the newcomers was taken to the site to transport various raw materials for cement. For every hour of work, the players received 10 contribution points, and although they did not yet know what these points were for, they were very motivated, so without wasting any time, everyone got to work. Of course, they were not all involved in construction, because there was still the preparation of supplies, tanning of fur, and fishing, where extra hands were also needed. For example, a player with the nickname Karkar was immediately assigned as a collector because she belonged to the perception system and had the base talent of toxin intuition. These players instinctively feel poisons without having any special knowledge, and when immunity is developed, the effect of poisons on the body will gradually decrease. Additionally, perception increases the effectiveness of this talent, making Karkar an ideal gatherer. In addition to the players, the main character now has a real half-lizard in his team. Chu Kuang decided to ask the strange creature if he was a player under the nickname Garbage Collector. The lizard made a gesture with his hands and confirmed with satisfaction that it was indeed him. The half-man immediately thought that that piece of paper could be a hidden mission that he now could not understand. He handed the administrator the note he found after waking up and asked what was written there. Chu Guang struggled to open this stinking scroll to see what was written there. He noticed that the paper was a little damp, as if it had been lying in water, but at the same time it was not completely soaked, as if made from its material. The text was written in the language of this world. Our hero was still able to understand some information from this text, so he asked where the player got this sheet of paper, and Garbage Collector replied that he got it from his butt. Chu Guang froze in place when he heard where this small note came from. Garbage Collector realized he said something wrong and explained that he noticed the piece of paper stuck there when he woke up in the game. The young man reassured the lizard and explained that he was just interested in this issue, so there were no problems with it. It turned out that it was a note from the first administrator, who accidentally left a keeper of special genes among the clones. So Garbage Collector was just lucky. Now our hero thought that his predecessor was really just crazy. Chu Guang didn't want to say bad words about the dead man, so he decided to look at the player characteristics, which could surprise him. He saw that the lizard's strength and physique were incredible, and he also had regeneration and composure, which were very practical talents. Even if the half-human had debuffs like slower pumping, this was still not a critical drawback. In fact, Garbage Collector was afraid and looked attentively at the administrator, expecting at least some words from him. In the end, Chu Guang decided that from that day on, they would hunt together with the lizard. The player immediately shouted at the top of his voice that he would gladly serve as Mr. Administrator. The main character appreciated such devotion from the newcomer, because it would only play into his hands. The administrator asked his new assistant to wait because he still had some things to sort out. Garbage Collector did not dare to contradict his mentor, so with a stupid expression on his face, he obeyed all his instructions. When the lizard finally disappeared from sight, the main character froze. Hearing a quiet voice behind him calling him, our hero immediately turned around to see who it was, and was surprised when he saw the man's clothes. It was Tenten who didn't understand why the receptionist was looking at her like that, but he just couldn't understand why the girls had such tight clothes. Chuho immediately asked why the girl had such clothes that were different from the others. Tenten explained that her costume was the same as the others, but then something happened. She pointed to the yellow belt on the main character's costume, which was the reason for this modification of her clothes. The main character did not think long and decided to pull this belt on his own to check the words of his ward. Then he himself witnessed that clothes quickly change and become so tight-fitting, the young man had not even suspected before that his clothes had such a hidden function. Our hero also noticed that such a transformation makes clothes lighter and more comfortable. This news made Chu Guang happy, so he wanted to inform the others as soon as possible. The administrator was so distracted by the suit that he almost forgot to give the task to Tenten, who came for this purpose. He remembered that the girl in real life was a fashion designer, so she was ideal for the role of a tailor. Tengtung confirmed this fact and stated that she could look for tools and materials for this. Although the girl developed the design mainly on the computer, she is able to do more with her own hands than an ordinary person. The main character explained that they already had the materials, but there might be problems with the tools, so he asked Tenten to follow him. Chu Kang decided to lead the girl straight to the place where all their skin was drying, and asked if such a quantity of materials would be enough. The new dressmaker wasn't sure what animal these skins were, but from their texture she could tell at first glance that they definitely weren't cheap. Tenten asked again if these skins were now hers, because she couldn't quite believe that they would trust such expensive materials. He confirmed this and invited the girl to handle the processing of skins herself, if she was strong enough, explaining that previously this had been done by a cook who had little knowledge of this. After what she saw, Tenten was full of energy, so she agreed to help in processing the materials without any problems. She, like a real clothing designer, asked if the administrator had any special preferences, but he replied that the main thing for him was that the clothes retain heat. Chu Guang asked if the girl needed certain tools, because the base already had needles and scissors, but it would be difficult to get a sewing machine. Of course, with a sewing machine it would be much easier. But since the clothes were only supposed to keep warm, the girl would be able to create something necessary. The main character appreciated this answer because he always liked straightforward and helpful players. Then he said that they were going to go hunting for game in the next few days, Chu Guang walked north on the elevated road outside the city to check for migrating deer. After giving out the Teng Teng quest, the main character told everyone about the new function of the jacket, so now everyone was using it. Over time, the morale of the people increased and they did not continue construction with renewed vigor. Chu Guang, being a man of principle, decided not to shift the labor of the players to himself, but began to pay them with resurrection coins to keep them motivated. For the creation of each item of clothing, 50 donations will be paid, because so far our hero has not had high requirements for costumes. When the store system starts online, the administrator will set the price for clothes depending on the quality from 100 to 500 points and will allow players to buy them. He came to the conclusion that he would then need to find an NPC who would agree to become a seller. The guy heard that on the Brown Farm they sell weak slaves for the winter, in order to thus reduce the number of hungry mouths. Chu Guang thought that he could go there and try his luck, but his flow of thought was interrupted by Garbage Collector, who already wanted to go hunting. Our hero asked the recruit not to rush, because first he needed to find a suitable weapon. Outside the walls of the sanatorium, there was a small hut made of wood, which was built by Mosquito in the WC, and it was now used as a woodworking shop. The administrator brought his new assistant to this very place to find a suitable weapon. Currently, the shop is desperately short of tools, especially steel ones, to produce more different products. Because of this, you have to resort to tricks, combining industrial waste from the wasteland with wood in order to produce at least something. Mosquito in the WC is well versed in everything and has already created many useful tools, such as, for example, a fairly high-quality crossbow. A wooden stock coupled with a simple mechanical design and a hinge made of stainless steel gives a good result, and the bowstring is made of impregnated hyena tendon. Chu Guang has little ammunition left, only a little over 20, so he needs to try to use it as little as possible and use a crossbow if he can still shoot up to. Garbage Collector immediately reached out to take this crossbow, but the administrator quickly hit his hand because he was not going to give up his weapon. Our hero pointed in the other direction and explained that the lizard's weapon lay there. It turned out that the administrator was planning to give his assistant some sharp spears. He explained that a half-man's strength is 8, so he should master the art of throwing to kill prey at once from 10 meters. But the lizard still offered long-range weapons. Our hero looked at his charge with rage in his eyes, because he saw no point in hiding in the thickets and shooting from afar if the Garbage Collector was perfect for the role of a tank. He explained that throwing a spear is a basic skill in hunting and can protect against the need to defend yourself at close to mid-range. The administrator planned today to teach the lizard the skills of hunting with a spear, and in the future, he would leave the choice of weapons to the player himself. This approach to hunting and weapon selection immediately intrigued Garbage Collector, so he was not against the plan. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Mosquito in the WC, who for some reason called the administrator. It seems that the chemist was able to make some kind of breakthrough, so from all the new ones he ran to his mentor to demonstrate this. Mosquito in the WC was actually successful and was able to obtain acetone, with which they could make smokeless gunpowder using it as a solvent. Garbage Collector and Chu Guang were shocked when they heard that they would now be able to produce real gunpowder. The chemist laughed like a mad scientist and said that everything would be fine until the gunpowder came into contact with the fire. Eventually, the man finally noticed that there were new guests in his hut. Chu Guang explained to the chemist that this half-human was a new player under Garbage Collector. Mosquito in the WC was very attracted to this player's form, so he couldn't take his eyes off the new guy. He was even a little jealous that this guy started the game with a hidden profession. Meanwhile, the main character decided to inquire in more detail about how the chemist was able to create acetone. Mosquito in the WC said it was created using a very simple process which involved dry distilling wood. The resulting condensate can then be easily separated into a liquid solution and a thick resin-like precipitate using fractional distillation. The solution, in turn, consists of wood vinegar, and its main components are acetic acid, acetone, and methanol. So with the help of simple manipulations, you can separate it into its components. Acetic acid can react with alkali metal compounds to produce a multi-purpose salt, and acetone, which the chemist had in his hands, has a very cool feature. He dreamed of making sulfuric acid because it could be used to make hydrogen peroxide, which would then create an entropic explosive. Garbage Collector couldn't figure out what this guy does in real life because it all sounds like some kind of specific taboo. In turn, the main character thought that only players could create such crazy things. Chu Guang promised to look at the chemical plants nearby, but asked if this meant that the player would not be able to create explosives at the moment. Mosquito in the WC explained that he could not yet make effective explosives, but black powder was quite easy to create. So he asked for some time to think about some ways. He said with a crazy grin on his face that sometimes you don't even need explosives to cause destruction. The man testified that in his other hand he had a mixture of pine oil, acetone, and some vegetable fiber. If you set fire to a rag in the neck of this vessel and throw it, you can get an excellent flammable mixture. Chuguang was shocked by the talents of his ward and believed that a Molotov cocktail would be quite helpful in survival. Then he asked if the chemist had tested this mixture, but he explained that there were many trees around, so he was afraid that the fire would spread. Our hero now believed that maybe the player was not so crazy after all, and agreed to conduct the test himself. The administrator gave the ward a reward for this discovery, but forbade him from expanding the production of this mixture because they did not have space for testing and storing flammable substances. He advised them to start developing chemicals that would simplify the construction of their base in order to establish industrial-scale production. Mosquito in the WC immediately wondered how it could expand its production to such a scale. Our hero asked him to think about such a decision, and recommended that he talk with other players because they could suggest something useful. He was sure that after the conversations, the chemist would most likely receive extremely interesting proposals. In addition, there is a very wide range of material uses, and if they want to reach the level of industrialization in the near future, they will need a large number of chemicals. Although they are not directly needed right now, the administrator still publicly expressed his gratitude to the chemist for his outstanding contribution to the successful production. Our hero thought that this could be called a large-scale server event. And seeing how other players looked with envy at the proud face of Mosquito in the WC, Chuguang felt that this event should be held as a tradition. The administrator also thought it was worth putting this on the site in the Hall of Fame section to attract more players. All these achievements will reflect the solution to the problems of the whole team, or the completion of some difficult task, which will be an easy reward system and will give players motivation. Further, having agreed at the base, Chuguang took Garbage Collector and Night 10 with him on a sortie to go along the land road outside of Wetland Park to explore the northern zone. Spring City's industrial clusters are primarily concentrated in the southeastern part of the city, forming a fan-shaped distribution along the outer and middle rings. But on the other hand, Leaner Park in the northern region is mostly surrounded by residential areas, and you can even see unfinished buildings along the roads leading out of the city. This area, in addition to education and healthcare, has not yet managed to form into an industrial cluster, like in the south of the city. There were only a few light industrial shops scattered in the suburbs away from residential areas, next to the incineration plant. Now, after so many years, most of them are simply covered with forests. During the outbreak of nuclear war, the northern regions, due to their huge population and low strategic value, suffered the least from nuclear weapons, but were later destroyed by refugees. Supermarkets, convenience stores, farmers' markets, and commercial markets were quickly looted. They were followed by schools, hospitals, office buildings, even every closet in empty houses. No shelter would risk the safety of its people by opening its gates to refugees. And besides, it was impossible. Lack of fuel and a large number of abandoned cars made life very difficult for all people. Even 200 years later, you can observe the full scale of the tragedy, looking at the broken glass and bullet holes in the wall. Until now, skeletons that had not yet fully decomposed could be seen hanging from windows, lying next to shelves or in trash cans. Night 10 simply got goosebumps when he saw all these horrors with his own eyes. They passed next to a garbage can, where they saw two skeletons that looked like a mother and a child. Garbage Collector neatly closed that tank, and Night 10 admitted that the game's scenes look as realistic as possible, and the world truly feels post-made. The main character took out a map and emphasized that this is the world of the post-apocalypse. That's when they came to the point where there should be a clothing store, but there was very little clothing left, because a long time ago not a single group of scavengers had cleaned out this place. In turn, Night 10 believed that they were simply wasting their energy, because it was clear that this place had been cleared clean. Our hero was sure that something valuable could definitely be found here, and he had already found something suitable. Chuguang had already found an unused sewing kit containing all the necessary tools. He tossed this small bag to his charges because the team needed such things now more than ever, and he was sure that Tenten would like it. But overall, the administrator agreed that the player was right, because there was nothing left here anymore. Suddenly, the main character heard a sharp sound which immediately made him wary. Chuhyo immediately hid behind the wall, because the sound was like a 5mm caliber. He carefully looked out to see what was happening there. and the players were hiding behind him. Our hero saw the lifeless body and immediately thought that it was the work of scavengers. The next moment, two armed men approached this body, who also had a mutated dog on a leash. Taking a closer look at the strangers, the guy instantly realized that now they had to hide from dangerous robbers. At this turn of events, Chu Guang immediately began to panic and broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Knight 10 approached the administrator and asked what was happening behind the wall. The main character understood that they could not reveal their location, so he covered the guy's mouth with his hand and ordered everyone to be silent. Then the robber's dog immediately looked in their direction and began to bark aggressively. Sensing strangers, Chu Guang felt that the situation was heating up and thought that this creature had invested all its skill points into perception and intuition. The robbers were wary because the dog's behavior indicated that they were alone here. They didn't think twice and started shooting towards the store, where the dog was barking. Our heroes continued to sit behind the wall, which, fortunately, was able to save them from the bullets. At this moment, Chu Guang put together some puzzles and came up with a plan for how they could get out of this difficult situation. He noticed that their weapons had too short a range because the bullets didn't even reach the wall, and most likely their homemade rifles were smoothbore. Garbage Collector, due to his low intelligence, did not really understand what was happening, so he asked his friends how things were going for them. Knight 10 grabbed the spear from the lizard's hands and asked his partners not to panic. The guy was confident in his abilities, so he planned to go on his own right now and see what was happening there. The main character understood perfectly well that this was a very bad act, so he tried to stop his ward. He hit the player on the head and explained that these were real robbers who also had weapons and a hyena. Chu Guang ordered his partners to retreat and promised to meet at a bus stop 300 meters to the south. The players still didn't understand why they should retreat, because they were definitely the priority in terms of numbers. They were not afraid of anything and also wanted to join the fight just to crush their rivals. Knight 10 believed that a crossbow and a Molotov cocktail would be enough for them, because these were not all their aces up their sleeves. He recalled that they also had a 2-meter lizard with them, which would definitely be able to defeat some small hyena. The main character was surprised by his ward's speech and simply looked at him for several seconds. In the end, the guy agreed with the player and now understood that, in principle, there was no reason to escape. Previously, while Chu Guang was alone, he had to hide all the time in cases of danger. But now our hero has weapons and loyal comrades, so he had no need to run somewhere. The administrator immediately reloaded the weapon so as not to waste time and quickly deal with the bandits. Next, he asked his partner to take a Molotov cocktail and throw it diagonally at the corner of the street. Chu Guang emphasized that the guy should listen carefully to his commands and throw a cocktail when he opens fire on his opponents. Knight 10 began to panic from such responsibility because he could not understand how he was supposed to get to this place. The main character did not explain anything to the young man and simply pushed him out from behind the wall because he was not going to do everything alone. He explained that there was no need to worry because the bandits had smoothbore weapons, which is why the bullet would not reach the wall. The player understood that the main thing was not to panic because this was too good an opportunity to prove himself to the administrator. He decided to go all in because there was nothing to be afraid of. Because, after all, this is just an ordinary game where taking risks is sometimes necessary. The bandits immediately reacted to the guy and ordered him to surrender because they were sure that he simply could not escape from them. Knight 10 was not afraid at all and continued to run confidently according to the instructions given to him by the administrator. He was able to quickly hide behind the nearest wall and was now all cowardly after such an adrenaline rush. The robbers saw that their victim was unarmed and thought it must have been another scavenger. Then one of them decided to release the chain from his hands so that the hyena could deal with the guy. Their pet was just waiting for this, so it immediately rushed to the side where Knight 10 had been hiding all this time. The young man did not expect such a turn of events, so he could not react and looked at the angry hyena with frightened eyes. Right at that moment, a bullet hit the animal, causing it to fly far away from the place where the player was hiding. Just one bullet was enough to neutralize the mutant and make it easier to deal with the robbers. At the same time, the main character confidently held his rifle and was glad that he got a clear shot in the head. This made one of the bandits very angry, so he immediately rushed forward to avenge the killed hyena. But everything was not so simple, because the bandits saw that right at that moment, a burning Molotov cocktail flew towards them. The next second, the bottle fell to the floor, so the mixture caught fire and surrounded the bandits with fire. The robbers understood that now they could not escape and did not notice at all that a 2-meter-long lizard was heading in their direction. one of them still felt something was wrong, so he turned around to see what was happening behind him. Garbage Collector didn't wait long and swung his weapon to finish off his target right away. The robber could not do anything because he froze in place and began to cower in fear when he saw a huge monster in front of him. Events are transferred to the construction site of the former sanatorium, where active work was in full swing after the arrival of new players. You worked smoothly because each construction sector was distributed among all players. Some carried materials, while others actively worked near the furnaces and made cement. Old White was discussing the whole process with other players when the main character appeared on the horizon and decided to see the progress of his players. The players immediately noticed their mentor, so they turned around and greeted him. Our hero noticed that everyone around was busy with business, and for some reason Old White and Ample Time were standing here and chilling. The guy explained that they were studying the process of traditional steel production, and Knife Thrower was left in charge of the construction site. Then the administrator asked with interest how Gale was progressing and whether he managed to achieve his goals. The guys said that a friend upgraded fishing traps, and now, using mutant larvae, he was able to catch much more fish in a day, without any conditions. Old White noted that you need to remember that you can't put too many larvae in the traps and don't throw them too deep because otherwise a healthy fish might swim in and break everything. Chu Guang appreciated these results and believed that all these small shortcomings could be corrected over time. In the end, he ordered the guys to continue studying traditional steel production, and he decided to go further. As for new players, they don't have to sit around for long, figuring out what to do, so development happens so quickly that it's hard to imagine what knowledge they have about modern society. Many people spend almost their entire lives sitting in an office, doing repetitive tasks day after day, losing themselves in all this routine. But in the game, everything was completely different. Because the difference is not only external but also subconsciously, it becomes visible through the pleasure received from completing tasks. Urban engineers, who in real life spend years on the same construction site, begin to loudly proclaim their skills, which is why they quickly become recognized experts. Most of the players were ordinary people, whose work in real life may not be so in demand. So here, as long as you have the necessary skills, recognition among others will be received. Moreover, thanks to the efforts of each player, their shelter becomes much better protected. At the same time, safety was the highest level in Maslow's hierarchy of needs. However, these things have nothing to do with our hero, as the general director. And in principle, he himself did not care about it. Guachuan also began to think that the next newcomers would also have to be provided with work. At this moment, he had already reached the hut, where Garbage Collector and Night 10 were waiting for him. The administrator immediately invited his partners to check all their loot from the recent expedition. The guy was sure that the results were very impressive because they were able to get 2 rifles, 60 rounds of ammunition for them, and 3 backpacks, which they had not yet had time to study in detail. Chu Guang also didn't like wasting things, so he brought the killed hyena to his chef. Night 10 began listing that the backpacks contained matches, a compass, a map, some jerky, and some plastic chips. Garbage Collector noticed that the thing looked like casino chips, and the guy saw that there was something written on them. The main character asked to give the chips to him, because they are very necessary for purchases. The guy handed them over without any problems, because he had already turned his attention to the jerky, which looked quite appetizing to him. Chu Guang asked the player to forget about meat because it is better not to eat it, but he could not understand what the problem was. The administrator ominously explained that robbers usually don't care what they eat, so you can easily run into something inedible. Night 10 was shocked by such explanations, so his appetite immediately disappeared. The mentor also decided to ask his students, who were already shaking with fear, what it was like to kill people. Garbage Collector did not feel any emotion during the murder, so he replied that he somehow did not pay attention to it. The player couldn't understand if there was something serious going on because he had played more violent games before. But when the lizard threw a spear at the robber and the blood got on him, he suddenly wanted to eat something, as if it was a biological need. The main character noticed that this player had good mental toughness, so it may be that this place somewhat changed his attitude towards death. After all, Chu Guang didn't design the helmet, so he couldn't even say whether his helmet was different from the players' helmets or not. He realized that he would probably have to use his NPC identity to somehow ask people about this in the future. At 5 p.m., the northern wall was almost restored, which is why the administrator admitted that his players were real geniuses. Now, our hero felt like a useless NPC, an appendage to the game. Since hidden talents are inherent in players from the very beginning, and, for example, Having received a plot, they will create a field tomorrow. Meanwhile, the treasures at construction sites are not limited to simple gray stones, but there are also huge piles of cement blocks wrapped in bags. Although cement has a high density, being hardened, and in this state cannot be mixed with sand, but if you look at it from a different perspective, you can build a wall from these bags. Under the leadership of Knife Thrower, players will drive 4 to 5 meter-long pine eyebrows into the ground. In the middle, they will lay cement blocks taken from construction sites and insert rebar found there. And finally, pour a mixture of calcium carbonate cement on top. When the cement dries, a simple but reliable concrete structure will be ready. On the inside of the wall, Knife Thrower plans to use bags of cement and concrete blocks to create a slope. This way, if they are attacked, players will be able to climb onto the wall and shoot the attackers from there. Considering that their outpost will be expanded in the future, defensive structures may appear outside of it, which will be coordinated with guard posts and a watchtower for observation. Knife Thrower understood that the area around the park was fairly flat, and the environment around the sanatorium was also flat but mostly forested. He believed that they could simply cut down the trees in the circle to increase their chances of spotting the enemy before attacking. Old White saw such knowledge of his partner, so with a smile he asked what he did in real life. Knife Thrower said that he was an ordinary engineer and a typical company employee about whom no one cared. The man supported the newcomer because not everyone could build such a huge wall in just 24 hours. In the evening, all the players gathered for dinner, which I prepared from the fish that Gale managed to catch. All the workers looked carefully at the soup, which was not yet cooked, but emitted a very appetizing smell. Within a second, they had all pounced on their portions and could not stop being amazed at how realistic the taste was. Only Tenton did not have such an appetite because, in fact, she simply hated fish. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes explained that he couldn't do anything with the fish because he didn't even have normal spices. Then Night 10 suddenly appeared and explained to the girl that if she didn't eat, she would sit hungry, just like in real life. Meanwhile, our hero and Gale were heading towards Old White and Ample Time, who were actively discussing something while eating. They just wanted to find an administrator, so they immediately paid attention when they saw the person they needed. The guys quickly ran up to the main character and asked him to come with them. Suddenly, they noticed that there was definitely something wrong with their mentor and their comrades. Chuguang and Gale had 2 depressed expressions and simply looked at the floor without saying a word. Then the players decided to ask their friend what had happened so seriously. Gale, gathering all his strength into a fist, nervously adjusted his glasses and said that while fishing he heard that someone had died. Ample Time and Old White did not expect to hear such sad and unexpected news. The head of construction did not expect this turn of events at all, because he was sure that it is quite difficult to die in this game if you do not want to do it on purpose or by some stupid accident. Our hero also did not expect that he would face non-combat losses so soon immediately after the 3rd wave of players joined, because he expected that losses would occur in at least 2 weeks. He reported that a player named Karkar, who had a talent for sensing toxins, had died. Chu Guang sent the girl in the morning to pick berries and edible mushrooms, but somehow she wandered into a lair of mutant leeches. Using the list of players, he could determine their approximate location. When the administrator saw that the girl's last activity location was a leech den, he realized there was no point in trying to resurrect her. Leech larvae with degenerated mouthparts feed only on rot, sometimes becoming prey for cockroaches or rats, so they are easy to handle. In turn, adult leeches instantly deal with their prey thanks to the digestive fluid with an analgesic effect, which relaxes the muscles within a minute and causes the victim to lose consciousness. Chuguang was sure that there were not even bones left of his ward after the clash with the mutant leech. The administrator said that it was time for all players to log out and asked them to return to the cryosleep chambers. He planned to take the players in small groups to a safe house, then tell them to climb into the cells of the cross to log out of the system. When everyone leaves, he will go to the active substance extractor, because he has never used it yet due to lack of power. The guy was also annoyed by the fact that the training modules had wireless charging ports that were compatible with the shelter. But this reward for completing the task did not come with any chargers, just a plug. Obviously, the creator of this device did not want our hero to steal electricity from the shelter. Chu Guang stood near the device for a while and then decided to turn to his assistant 7. He asked the robot how he could introduce the substance synthesized by this thing into training capsules. The assistant explained that the containers for storing active substances can be removed, and everything will work if you pour the active substance directly into this container for training. The main character immediately began to grin, because he had already come up with a brilliant plan on how to do everything without electricity. The seventh doubted that containers with active substances could be simply decorated. Chu Guang emphasized that he only wants to borrow them, because he will not be able to get the generator before the end of the month. But one of the players still needs to be resurrected somehow. In any case, the remaining 70 capsules will remain untouched and no one will break them. So our hero will pour the active substance into only one of the containers. The assistant was still afraid that Mr. Administrator would suddenly decide to use all the capsules. The main character assured that he would not do this because now they had an emergency that could not be delayed. In the end, Chu Guang decided that increasing the fines for death and introducing penalties for premeditated murder would force players to take a more responsible approach to their safety. When there are even more players, he will have to create a starting village, which no one can leave until they reach the 5th level, which can protect newcomers from death. Also, the problem was that our hero was still unable to understand what was on Karkar's mind, because she also had a heightened perception of toxins, which should have helped in this situation. The main problem is not that she died, but that she is completely new and has no points at all, so, in other words, she cannot even be penalized for death. The administrator understood that he couldn't just write out a fine, but at the same time he was afraid that other players would take it the wrong way and chaos would begin. He thought it might be worthwhile to assign forced labor or extra tasks if the players couldn't pay the fine. It would also be possible to reduce the attachment level and increase the resurrection time for intentional deaths. The main character decided to postpone this question for later, but for now, he wanted to sum up today. This was a useful habit that the guy developed quite recently, because as players increase, the amount of resources they own also increases. As an administrator, he must monitor the consumption of each resource, so he analyzed everything using his computer. Our hero noticed that the consumption of building materials was much greater than their production. As for the food set, there was now enough food at the base, but today alone the players had already eaten 10 kilograms of dried meat. After such calculations, the administrator thought that he should hire a warehouse manager and somehow get more accurate scales and measuring instruments. Also, based on the statistics carried out by the 7th, it will be necessary to distribute points between the players based on their contribution. New players received points mainly for manual labor, and based on calculations of 10 points per hour, each of them accounts for between 90 and 100 points. Only one Tenten had 0 points, but making clothes was quite a difficult process. And even more so, she sews clothes from a material that she has not used before, so it will take time. But as soon as she became familiar with all the local tools and materials, our hero believed that her contribution to the common cause would quickly grow like a snowball. Finally, Chu Guang finished with the distribution and was able to calmly exhale after such hard work. Now the guy decided to open the administrator window and collect rewards for daily tasks, for which he received 6 bonus points. If you add this up with past awards, he has a total of 17 points. Our hero decided to try his luck, because now he had enough to open the boxes. I chose to open an unusual system box for 10 points and a regular one, which cost 7 points. It seems that something cool fell out of the unusual box, because after that the whole room was filled with pink light. In fact, there were candies there as always, but besides them, there was also canned food and some kind of injection. This nanotherapy needle was used to treat minor injuries, temporarily improving tissue regeneration and speeding up wound healing, but was not effective in cases of fatal injuries. The main character was sure that such a useful thing definitely fell out of an unusual box. Its therapeutic effects are not mentioned. The consequences of its use are also not disclosed, and it is unknown what it is made of. And also, like the previous enhancement injection, it was not a branded product. Chu Guang still didn't have anything to treat yet, so he put the injection in the box and was going to check the rest of the rewards. As expected, out of 7 awards there were 5 ordinary and useless lollipops. The guy noticed that the orange candy was the same as the chocolate candy, with a stat buff for 10 hours. But instead of strength, it improved physique. The rest of the rewards from the boxes were chocolate and stewed meat, which also did not have much meaning. Chu Guang was sure that the chocolate was still edible, but the stew didn't look like it. He remembered that the stew was invented during a war in the 19th century, and perhaps this jar would be older than some of the exhibits in the Antiques Museum on his homeworld. In the end, the main character decided not to experiment on himself and find a player who would try this canned food. Now the young man had completely finished his daily routine and decided to look for Karkar on the game forum. He thought that he would have to scour the entire forum in search of her. But in the end, the girl ended up on the main page, and there were already more than 100 comments under her post. Our hero saw that a female gamer was writing about some kind of ban on the Yes So My device, but he still had not heard of such situations, so he decided to look for more information about it. The girl admitted her carelessness, but also blamed her talent for perceiving toxins. Everything that contained toxins was highlighted in green, which caused the girl to have obsessive-compulsive disorder. The guy immediately wondered what exactly the content of toxins in the object was highlighted in green, because he believed that there should have been some kind of minimum threshold. The girl said that, while fulfilling an assignment from the administrator, she went into the forest to pick berries and mushrooms, and thanks to her talent, she quickly collected several buckets. Realizing that she had collected almost everything from the sanatorium, the girl went further into the forest, where she came across a place that looked like a parking lot. There were a lot of mushrooms growing there, so she was able to fill a couple more buckets. But as soon as she was about to go back, her attention was drawn to a huge concrete pipe that looked like a sewer entrance and had a bright green glow. The girl, realizing that inhaling air does not cause damage, decided to go further because there were many mushrooms inside. And thanks to her talent, she immediately realized which ones were dangerous even when touched. She didn't notice any dangerous monsters, so she decided to go a little further and look inside. It was there that the most terrible moment occurred when she was attacked by a mutant leech. Karkar only felt a piece of flesh because she didn't know what exactly it was. But this creature attacked her right in the face. Although the girl did not feel any pain, her sensations were still terrible, because she felt herself losing consciousness in the game and suddenly woke up in the real world. At first, she saw that she was disconnected from the server, but then she quickly put her helmet back on to re-enter the game, and saw that the message "No Entry" appeared. The main character could not believe that the girl seriously entered an unexplored area and did not even think that it could be dangerous. Many forum members wrote rather negative comments due to the fact that they still have not received an invitation to beta testing. In the end, Chu Guang decided to personally write to the girl and said that, based on the rules of the game, if a player dies, she receives a temporary ban on entering the game for 72 hours. Karkar did not appreciate such a period, so she begged for it to be shortened and was ready to pay for it. Our hero replied that it was far from a matter of money, but the girl did not back down and begged to make an exception for her. Both comrades continued to type aggressively because they had no intention of moving away from their position. In the end, Chu Guang decided to immediately announce that, in addition to being banned from entering, players would receive a fine of 500 points for their first in-game death. The girl was even more upset because her account didn't even have enough points to cover this fine. Chu Guang said that in this case, due to the lack of balance, the player's affection level would drop. The main character decided to put all the pressure on the girl so that she would clearly understand the seriousness of the problem. He was very upset that Karkar had not even earned 500 points but had already spent a whole bottle of the active substance. The girl could not understand why everything was so serious if it was just a regular game. And our hero asked if she had ever played detective games with murders. Chu Guang explained that this is similar to the 30-person scenario, where 29 play seriously and 1 acts recklessly despite having a special role to play. In the end, our hero came to the conclusion that this was not surprising at all, because the girl was just a newcomer whose death was expected. The guy began to suspect that he was now gaslighting this girl, so he finally decided to stop. As a result, he simply asked Karkar to go to a new section of the forum and explain the rules of the game to other players. The administrator also indicated that the game is meant to be hardcore, which was the concept of the game. He recommended that the gamers switch to other projects in the next 3 days or wait for the release of the beta version, when more mechanics will be available. The girl agreed with the punishment for death, but asked how to restore the level of affection in the future because she wanted to continue playing in this particular project. Chu Guang explained that the personality of the artificial intelligence administrator and his logic of behavior are neutral in the game setting, and the evaluation is based on the compliance of the player's actions with the interests of the shelter. Suddenly, the girl asked permission to give some advice to the game developer, saying that it could significantly improve the gameplay. Karkar asked to add a premium store in the future and add a feature that when purchasing items from this store, the level of affection will increase. The main character could not believe that the girl was so naive, so he could no longer restrain his emotions. He furiously wrote to tell the female gamer to stop thinking about solving problems with money, because they were a serious company. Chu Guang would be willing to agree to such an idea if there was an opportunity to receive in-game money. The girl once again carefully read the notice that Wasteland Online was too serious a company. She believed that this was cheating on the part of the developers, because any company would like to make more profit. The main character had already spent all his energy, so he decided to end this conversation so that the girl could talk with others in other sections of the forum. Chu Guang entered the gamers' chat and saw that they were also discussing today's post on the site. Ample Time already wrote that after death players are prohibited from entering, and also noted that stimulants were removed. The main character was pleased to see that the players were actively discussing what rules were present in Wasteland Online. At this point, a garbage collector player appeared in the chat, so other participants asked if he felt something when he took off his helmet and returned to the real world after his lizard persona. The player replied that everything was fine and said that in the game he had super cool physical abilities and fast reflexes. The guy also shared the news that they managed to deal with 2 mutant hyena robbers who were hunting for some collector. Knight 10 joined the conversation and suggested that those enemies were randomly generated and did not count as NPCs. Chu Guang continued to sit at the computer and closely followed the conversation of his charges. Previously, the administrator also noticed that players looked at the game world from a different angle. But now it seems that this looks like an opportunity. It was like using a pain stimulant that increases the pain threshold by blocking a specific area of the brain. Sensory stimulants operating outside the acceptable range must follow the process of emotional blocking. Otherwise, people will return to reality as if awakening from a nightmare. Chu Guang was even a little jealous of these newcomers because when he first came to this world, he had to go through a lot of psychological problems. Meanwhile, the robbers began to discuss how the robber's speech sounded very strange and was similar to Lundarian, but not exactly. So Garbage Collector could not understand a word. Players have speculated that timing also plays a role in the game, because the fact that the robbers attacked on the same day that the newcomers arrived makes it seem like it was done deliberately. Ample Time assumed that as players progressed, conflicts between Lightning and Wasteland mutants would inevitably intensify, and the main theme of the next stage of the game would be the struggle for resources, replacing simple survival. Our hero was shocked that this guy was a real talent, because even he himself did not guess everything that he noticed. He decided to save this analysis somewhere, so that if someone later starts asking him about such things, he would simply answer in the same way. In the end, Chu Guang simply could not stand the amount of work and fell asleep right at the computer. Suddenly, the main character woke up from hearing a notification sound on his computer. The young man was very dissatisfied that someone had thought of writing at such a late time and waking him up. It turned out that it was Garbage Collector, who was impatient to get back into the game, so he decided to write to the developer directly. Our hero explained that he was actually sleeping now and asked if the player needed to go to work tomorrow. But the guy didn't care about this question at all, because he was only thinking about leveling up in the game. Garbage Collector believed that he shouldn't worry if the company itself didn't even think that it might go bankrupt. And Chu Guang didn't expect that the player didn't worry so much about anything. If we compare our hero's project with other games on the market, then they don't have a chance to compete with him, because they were complete garbage. There was no need to prove it, because just the fact that the game can be played in your sleep makes it invincible. Garbage Collector begged to be allowed into the game, but the main character explained that in this case no one would be able to control his actions, which was the main reason for the ban on players working at night. Also, the reason was that even Chu Guang himself did not have the courage to spend the night outside the shelter. Now the player tried to explain his entry into the game by the fact that he belonged to the race of lizard beasts. Therefore, he was a nocturnal creature and had to sleep during the day. In the end, Chu Guang decided to send the guy a request because he had never seen such an annoying player. In addition, our hero agreed that the player's words still have some meaning, and the night really was a time of activity for mutants. Lizards were nocturnal animals, so darkness can actually serve as camouflage for Garbage Collector. Our hero quickly went into the administrator command line and activated access for this player. The next second, Garbage Collector's character opened his eyes and began to move in his capsule. Chu Guang turned around sharply because he didn't expect the player to connect to the world so quickly. He immediately accepted his role as an administrator and said that he just had a new task for the awakened player. Garbage Collector was surprised because he immediately thought that in this way, he had just activated the task. He saluted and faithfully declared that he was ready for new orders from his mentor. The main character said that on 76th Street, which goes directly to the eastern gate of the park, a tribe of mutant people and traces of robbers were discovered. He needs the lizard to travel north along the land road, looking for any signs of survivors within a 3-kilometer radius in order to expose the robber's base. If Garbage Collector nevertheless discovers a robber's base, then he must mark it on the map and immediately return to the administrator with a report. The guy also reminded that the player should remember to hide and avoid any unnecessary battles. In addition, if there are vulnerable targets, Garbage Collector can perform an additional hunting task, the rewards for which are available at any time. The next day, the players arrived and were actively discussing their next steps in the game. All players appeared in their capsules without any problems, except Karkar, whose clone is still recovering from her senseless death yesterday. As for Garbage Collector, who joined the game earlier, he still has not returned. But judging by the list of players, the administrator could say that he was still alive and was not far from the park. At this moment, Old White approached our hero and carefully asked what plans they had for today. It turned out that the man asked this every day to open up a new storyline. Although so far, he had only received the same answer. Chu Guan replied that the tasks were posted on the notice board. But other than that, the players had the right to do whatever they wanted, because at the moment the camp needed food, materials, and defensive structures. He thought that one of the walls of the camp had already been built, and the remaining 2 would be erected within 2 days. Right now, the administrator was worried that the noise from the camp was getting louder and louder, which could provoke the mutant people to attack. At the same time, they had only 3 weapons for the entire camp, 2 of which were small 0.5 caliber machine guns. Even if they are able to give some kind of rebuff to these green-skinned muscular mutants, their camp will suffer greatly and most likely only our hero will remain alive. God forbid someone gets captured by mutants, because then their fate will be worse than ordinary death. These poor people's psyches will definitely be broken much sooner than their bodies. Of course, the player will most likely be forcibly disconnected from the game if he is caught. But if this does not happen, the consequences can be dire. Our hero decided to leave these dark thoughts for later and went out into the courtyard of the shelter to chat with the players. Night 10 began to look around and noticed that his new lizard partner was not nearby. Zhu Guang explained to his charges that this player had connected earlier, so he gave him a special task. The guys did not at all appreciate the fact that Garbage Collector was trying to get ahead and doing some additional tasks. The administrator said that Night 10 would go on a sortie with him and also invited ample time with him. The guy was only happy to serve his mentor, and Old White became even more angry because he was not being paid attention to. It turned out that before entering the game, Ample Time promised his partner that today they would definitely study traditional steel production. But right now, he broke this promise. At the same time, the young man believed that steel production was not as fun as completing tasks with the administrator. And this is not to mention the generous rewards, the mere thought of which and receiving first-hand information already tempted Ample Time. He simply asked his friend to wait for his return, but Old White was so offended that he wished his friend not to return from the expedition. Next, the team that was preparing to go on a sortie went into the hut to take the necessary tools. As it turned out, our hero decided to give his assistants a firearm and immediately said that the safety was located on the right side of the trigger to the hand. Chu Guang reported that they were going to the nearest survivor base to exchange some supplies that the camp needed. He emphasized as seriously as possible that no matter what happened, the players needed to obey only his orders in any case, so they did not dare to move their ears without his permission. The administrator also reminded that they represented Shelter 404, so they had to behave appropriately. Ample Time wanted to earn as much respect as possible from the administrator, so he jumped forward and took all the orders. Night 10 understood that he could not stand aside, so he stood in front of his comrade and also declared that they were ready to carry out any order. Our hero absolutely did not understand why the guys were screaming so loudly, and thought that they had read it in some kind of novel. However, as an administrator, he even likes to see such devotion among the players. In addition, Chu Guang's dominance over the players has a positive effect on their immersion in the game. In the end, the main character decided to play along with the guys and said that they had excellent fighting spirit. He explained that they needed to bring 50 kilograms of smoked meat, 20 kilograms of smoked fish, and 10 pieces of mutant hyena fur, as well as a cart for transporting goods. The administrator entrusted his subordinates with preparing for the sortie because they were already leaving in 10 minutes. The boys saluted their mentor again and accepted all his orders. In the end, they dressed warmly and already set off towards the desired place. Chu Kuang understood that they would need a considerable amount of tools to build the camp. For example, they needed screwdrivers, screws, nails, wrenches, and other small tools, and from large ones he would also need tongs and hammers for forging. axes for felling trees and saws. For example, the plaster spatula that players use to build walls at the base exit is made by Mosquito in the WC, because without it the process would be completely ineffective. Now, more than 200 years after the beginning of the Wasteland era, resources have become extremely scarce, but nothing is absolute, because there will always be new things discovered by people. Usually these things are sold from merchants in nearby settlements or from ordinary survivors. They are displayed on shelves as junk to be selected from passing caravans, and it's just our hero and other players who pretend to be such a caravan while they head to the Brown Farm to exchange supplies needed for the outpost. The guys set off from the south gate of the park and, avoiding 76th Street, they take the south trail straight to the farms. The reason why Chu Guang chose the Brown Farm is that they don't know about him and his past yet. And another reason is that there were relatively fewer ruins on the way to it. But at the same time, this increased the distance, which was now significantly more than 2 kilometers. All along the way, they made small stops, while they tried to get around the impenetrable ruins. You also need to be extremely careful not to stumble upon not only mutants but also hostile survivors. And finally, by 9 o'clock in the morning, the protagonist's team arrived at their destination. Unlike Burt Street, the owner of Brown Farm is the owner of this territory, so there are significantly fewer free people in this place. There were only 2 types of people living here, namely hired farm workers or agricultural slaves. However, the main character was not too worried about the fact that they might have bad intentions towards his team, since local forces rarely attack beggars like them. However, the next second someone was already pointing a gun at them, so the administrator ordered his assistants to stop. There was a watchman sitting on one of the towers, who immediately asked what the strangers had forgotten here. The security guard wasn't going to let strangers through just like that, so she started asking who they were. Our hero was not going to aggressively do anything, so he replied that they came in peace and just wanted to trade. The guard noticed that he had never seen this group of traders, so he asked where they were from. Chu Guang lied that they came from wild places and only recently moved to this area. Then the watchman realized that the group of traders were ordinary nomads who roamed these lands in search of a better life. The main character threw up his hands and calmly replied that, in principle, they could be called that. In fact, nomads did not often appear in places like Brown's Farm. They do not like to go deep into cities, so they only stay on their outskirts and constantly move from place to place. And they do not engage in farming, obtaining food by gathering or hunting. Sometimes they engage in trade, exchanging the treasure they find for basic necessities. They also commit looting because there are no exclusively good or bad people in the wasteland, due to the fact that the environment and circumstances of anyone can make them looters. The guard noticed that all 3 of the named nomads had weapons, and besides, he did not know how many people there were in their time. Finally, he inquired about what the group of traders could offer in exchange. Chu Guang replied that they had 50 kilograms of smoked meat, 20 kilograms of smoked fish, and 10 pieces of mutant hyena fur. They wanted to get tools and crops from the farm fields. He also promised that after the exchange they would immediately leave, not staying here a second longer. The guard looked carefully at the strangers for several seconds, but still believed that they had come here simply to trade. He asked the nomads to wait near the entrance while he went to fetch the elders. Meanwhile, Knight 10 was whispering to his friend that the architecture of this camp was pretty cool, because it really felt like a post-apocalyptic atmosphere. Ample Time immediately assumed that this was introduced during some new update for the game. Unfortunately, the guys did not understand at all what the new NPC was talking about, but they were sure that they would get a lot of punishment for any offense. At that moment, the farm gates opened and a cart with goods came out to exchange with our hero's team. The cart contained several bags of food and a bucket containing a variety of construction tools. As a result, the guard decided to carry out the exchange on his own and came closer to the guys. The guard shook the main character's hand as a sign of respect and introduced himself as Liu Zhenyue. He was in no particular hurry to agree to the exchange, so he asked the traders to show the meat they had brought. Chu Guang said that the smoked meat was from a mutant hyena, and the smoked fish was from catfish and white crucian carp, and invited the guard to look at the goods himself. Liu Zhengyu immediately walked to the cart and unpacked 1 bag of smoked meats. He took out his sharp knife and carefully cut off a piece of meat to ensure the freshness and quality. The guard, not wanting to take risks, threw the cut piece of meat to his slave, ordering him to check its quality. The man tried the meat and reported that it came from a mutant hyena, did not contain salt, and was completely dried. After 10 minutes, nothing happened to the slave, so it could be concluded that there was nothing wrong with the meat, Now, Liu Zhenyue was sure of the quality of the products and did not mind making an exchange. He was ready to exchange 2 kilograms of green wheat or sweet potatoes with horns for a kilogram of fish or meat, and fur could be exchanged for tools. Then, Chu Guang stated that they wanted a minimum of 5 kilograms of wheat and sweet potato with horns for every kilogram of meat, and emphasized that their fur was of excellent quality. So for one part, they would have to give at least 3 tools. Our hero decided to play on the fact that he had already been to Burt Street, where they offered a better price for these goods. Liu Zhenyue did not respond to such demands and simply remained silent for a few seconds, which immediately made Chu Guang tense. The guy immediately thought that he had just accidentally raised the price, but this would still allow them to haggle a little. But in the end, there was nothing to worry about, because Liu Zhenyue already agreed to such a deal. The young man was shocked by such a quick decision, and thought that the company did not negotiate at all during trading. Now he realized that, in fact, all this time MER had been greatly reducing the prices for the purchase of most things and raising them during the sale. Meanwhile, the guy still didn't understand anything. But they noticed that the guard nodded his head, so they concluded that the transaction was successful. As a result, meat and fish were exchanged for 350 kilograms of green wheat and sweet potatoes with horns, and all the fur was exchanged for 30 tools. Chu Guang specially selected the best tools that were made before the war, because these high-quality antiques should not be underestimated. After a successful transaction, our hero and Liu Zhenyue exchanged thanks and once again firmly shook each other's hands as a sign of mutual respect. In the end, the guard said that they were against bargaining with the nomads again. Chu Guang promised with a tight smile on his face that they would definitely return to Brown's farm. The man also stated that they have some mutated tobacco leaves that help relieve fatigue, and that wrapping foods in it improves their taste. The main character carefully refused and explained that he would take it another time, because they no longer had anything to trade. In fact, if the guy had something to trade, he would have bought himself 1 or 2 slaves. But, unfortunately, there was no such opportunity. It turned out that Chu Guang simply misunderstood everything, because Liu Zhengyue wanted to give him this pouch as a small gift as a token of trade. The young man gladly accepted such a gift because, although he did not smoke, he could get some money by selling tobacco. Having collected the necessary goods, the protagonist team went to their shelter with a completely filled cart. Night 10 was finally able to talk freely and asked if they had just been to the Browns' farm. Ample-Time agreed with his friend's guesses and thought that today's session was dedicated to testing the trading system, and a new base of neutrals had been added to this. The guy was sure that the next update would add a little more gameplay to trading. Because the developer had talked about it earlier, the idea was that the Wasteland's economic system would be created with an emphasis on a realistic system of supply and demand. So, the exchange of supplies between settlements was a vital aspect. After Night 10 heard about these features, he was immediately eager to see the game's open beta. Ample-Time was sure that it was too early to talk about this, because the developers have considerable ambitions, so it will take a lot of time to develop the content. At the same time, he felt that these features would be introduced before the official beta test. So, even in the closed beta, gameplay in the future would be extremely intense. Night 10 jokingly suggested to his friend that he call Guan a sloppy developer. Unaware that he had heard everything perfectly well, the young man did not appreciate the joke at all, because he was not going to lose the administrator's gratitude. Ample-Time immediately loudly declared that he was wrong and said that he was ready to die for the administrator. But this attitude was already beginning to bother our hero. The team was slowly heading towards the shelter and was already walking among the abandoned high-rise buildings of the city. When the guys passed by the next building, they did not notice that someone's blood was flowing down its wall. Only the main character became wary and felt that there was danger somewhere nearby. Chu Guang quickly hid behind the wall and began to look around to see where the source of the threat was. He looked up and as a result saw that an incredibly scary mutant was sitting on the wall, leaving a bloody trail behind him. The main character could not understand at all how this dangerous creeper ended up in the city during the day. He decided to take the entire blow upon himself and opened fire on the mutant and ordered his charges to run away. Due to the fact that Chu Guang was too far away, he simply could not hit the slider, and he had already noticed that there were people nearby. The main character began to panic again because he realized that the situation was too dangerous and difficult. Meanwhile, the creeper growled ominously and rushed forward to quickly deal with its next victim. The guys did not have time to run far, so now they froze in place and watched the monster's attack. In fact, The players were not scared at all, but on the contrary, they were glad that they had met a new monster, which was much more frightening than some robbers. The administrator did not at all appreciate this behavior of his charges, because he did not want to put them in danger. The crawler was still able to dodge all the fast bullets and quickly jump into one of the windows of the building on which he was sitting. Night 10 and Ample Time joined our hero and stated that they would under no circumstances abandon their mentor, and as a last resort would sacrifice themselves to save him. Chu Guang knew that even though the crawlers were ordinary zombies, they still had some semblance of intelligence like humans. It was also known that they are all afraid of sunlight, but for some reason this individual did not appear. Meanwhile, the creeper decided to stop hiding and jumped out of the window, so our hero decided that this was the perfect opportunity to finish him off. The mutant was too fast, so none of the bullets damaged his body and he could move on without any problems. Chu Guang tried his best to keep track of the nimble monster, but its location changed every second. In the end, the creeper quickly covered the distance between him and his victims and was about to pounce on the main character. The guy was not afraid and managed to react in time to shoot at the monster. As a result, the bullet hit the mutant directly in the shoulder, causing him to stop and scream loudly in pain. Now the shaking crawler simply lay on the ground and tried to recover from such a sudden attack. The players immediately realized that this was their chance and quickly pointed their weapons towards the immobilized mutant. Meanwhile, the monster was already able to come to his senses and ran forward to finally achieve his goal. Despite all the bullets that were flying in his direction, Night 10 eventually noticed that they had never hit the monster, which is why it was still standing quietly on its feet. Ample Time continued to stand in place and noticed that the crawler did not care about them at all. So he assumed that he had come specifically for the administrator. Everything was exactly like that. So the creeper didn't stop when he saw his main goal in the form of the main character. The mutant did not wait long and quickly rushed towards Chu Guang, who was a little confused after such a sudden turn of events. In the end, the guy decided to throw away his machine gun and take up another weapon. Behind his back, he had a sharp pipe, which now could be of great help during a close battle. The young man managed to quickly put this pipe in front of him, so the monsters simply grabbed onto it. He tried his best to resist the incredible forces or the creeper, but unfortunately his energy was almost running out. Of course, the main character had 9 power points, which exceeded that of an ordinary person, but this was still not enough. As a result, he simply could not withstand such mutant power and flew several meters away after letting go of the pipe. Chu Guang slammed into an abandoned bus with all his might, resulting in severe injuries and coughing up blood. Now the guy was trying to catch his breath and was well aware that his strength was too small to resist such a creature. The monster was so fast that within a second, it ran up to the main character and looked at him with its burning eyes. He did not immediately attack Chu Guang, but only breathed his hot breath on him and watched the fear in the eyes of his victim. But our hero was not going to give up so easily, so he grabbed the pipe that was still lying near him. Meanwhile, the huge mutant opened its mouth, preparing to devour Chu Guang in one powerful thrust. The guy was not so easy to defeat, so the monster once again encountered an obstacle. The main character again tried his best to hold this pipe and fought with the mutant for his life. Suddenly, the young man felt a strange sensation inside himself that gradually filled him all. Chu Guang didn't understand why some kind of huge power burst out within him and assumed that it was some kind of hidden gene sequence. After this incomprehensible help from his body, the main character was able to easily throw the slider away from him. The mutant became even more angry because his victim began to resist and was not given to him just like that. Then the monster swung its huge paw with claws to finally finish off the guy. The crawler's movements were too sudden, so the main character was unable to react to it, and watched as the sharp claw flew straight into his face. Luckily, the players woke up at the last moment and started shooting at the monster to save their mentor. In the end, one of the bullets did hit the crawler's back, so he roared again from the damage he received. Night 10 realized that he could not aim properly, so he decided to shoot at close range. Because the guy changed their strategy, they were able to shoot the crawler straight in the back without any problems. The main character immediately realized that this was his chance to get out of the clutches of the monster. Chu Guang put all his strength into throwing that very sharp pipe straight at the slider and finally ending this fight. The guy was able to get right into the mutant's neck, which is why the crawler wheezed for the last time and stopped breathing. As a result, the mutant simply fell to the ground, and the guys for several seconds could not take the isolate away from the defeated monster. The main character, breathing heavily, thanked his partners for their help, which saved his life. He struggled to get up, but due to his injuries, his legs treacherously gave way, not allowing him to hold on. Ample Time quickly ran over and caught the weakened administrator to prevent him from falling to the ground. The player suggested that the main character take him to the nearest store so that he could get some rest after such a skirmish. Night 10 noted that a fight with this mutant could cause a big commotion, so other monsters might come to the sound of shooting. Chu Guang agreed with his charge's thoughts, so he asked them to take their things and quickly leave. The players quickly followed all the administrator's instructions and went further towards the shelter. This event did not end for the guys, so they saw something else that quite surprised them. It turned out that it was an unfamiliar red-haired beauty who was also injured after the battle. This girl also received a serious leg injury, so our hero concluded that it was she who attracted that creeper. Meanwhile, the players were happy that they had met a new NPC who was also so cute. The girl got scared and thought that our heroes were a danger to her, so she quickly reached for the gun. Chukin reacted to this faster and pointed his rifle at the stranger. He ordered the girl to sit up straight and not rock the boat, because his team was not wounded as badly as she was. Then the girl exhaled and realized that she really was not in a position to threaten the guys. Ample Time didn't fully understand the whole situation, so he asked the administrator if this stranger was an enemy. Even the main character himself had no idea, although he didn't care about this aspect in principle. Suddenly, he turned and asked the players to find a chair nearby. The guys quickly carried out this order, so now Chu Guang could sit down and talk to the injured girl without any problems. The wounded woman was not afraid and looked the main character straight in the eyes, asking what he needed. Chu Guang politely introduced himself to the girl and asked her name, hoping to start a conversation in this way. The girl, with difficulty overcoming the pain, quietly said that her name was Xiaoyan, trying not to show her weakness. Then the guy asked what she was doing, and the girl said that she was a mercenary soldier from Rocktown. So now Chu Guang asked where the rest of her squad were. After the last question, Xiaoyan looked even more depressed and replied that all her partners were dead. Our hero did not expect such an answer, so he carefully asked how many people died. The girl reported that, besides her, there were 3 more soldiers who could not survive the clashes with the monster. Then Chu Guang ordered a search of the surrounding area for corpses in the same uniform as this girl. He looked at the guys with the most serious look and added that if they did find the bodies, they should bring their uniforms here. Night 10 understood everything perfectly and quickly ran to carry out the administrator's order. Xiaoyan couldn't understand what was happening at all, because she didn't know the language the guys were speaking. Meanwhile, Chu Guang decided to ask if the girl knew something about the reptile that attacked her, and how the soldiers were able to awaken this monster. The girl answered briefly that this mutant was hunting her team. In fact, the soldiers simply went in search of shelter number 117. But on the way through the ruins of the city, they came across this aggressive creature, which killed almost all the warriors. It turned out that the creeper began to follow them from the moment they were in the subway, waiting for the right moment to attack. The monster was too strong, so in the end, only Xiaoyan herself was able to survive. The main character had not heard about Shelter 117, so she decided to ask the girl about this place. Even Xiaoyan herself didn't know, because she only knew its approximate location near the New Century Mall on the 7th line of the northern suburbs of Spring City, where their employer sent them. Marie immediately thought that there might be cool materials in this shelter, but the risk was not justified at all. The guy thought that it would be possible to present this shelter as a dungeon for the players when they become stronger, because he saw no point in risking his life for exploration. At that moment, our hero noticed that the girl was somehow too serious and was looking at him carefully. Xiaoyan guessed that the young man was not at all interested in this, but he could not understand why the shelter should be of interest to him. It turned out that the girl had information that there was real fur inside this shelter. Then Chu Guang asked her if she had seen the robot with her own eyes, or at least had some photographs, but unfortunately, she had no other arguments other than information. The guy asked Xiaoyan to first find evidence that the fur was there, and then show it to him. Suddenly, the main character decided to ask whether the girl's bright hair was dyed or natural. Xiaoyan couldn't understand what the strange guy was getting at, but she still answered that it was her natural hair. Chu Guang smiled and said that they looked very beautiful, but also required care and washing. The girl became embarrassed and blushed because she thought that the main character was openly flirting with her. Suddenly, someone screamed and began to demand that the guys immediately let go of this girl. Some man took Night 10 hostage and, holding him with one hand, presented a gun to the guy's head. Chu Guang and his assistant immediately reacted to this and pointed their rifles at the intruder. The man ordered the guys not to move anymore, because then he would definitely shoot his hostage. Xiaoyan was very happy when she saw that one of her brothers-in-arms was still alive. Chen Yang, with a grin on his face, said that he was not so easy to kill. and asked his friend not to twitch and promised that he could see her from here. Night 10 screamed and asked to be killed quickly and turned to his comrades to open fire. It turned out that the guy didn't like the smell of the stranger so much that it would have been easier for him to die. And everyone around fell silent when they heard such outrage. Chen Yang couldn't understand what kind of nonsense his hostage was talking about, so he pressed the gun even more into his head. In the end, the man could not stand it and hit Night 10 with a pistol to make him stand still. The guy continued to beg his comrades to shoot and promised that he would not die from the bullets. Our hero agreed that the player would indeed not die completely, but at the same time he was not particularly eager to spend money on his resurrection. Then he warned that he did not like being threatened, so he asked the soldier to remove the gun, put his hand behind his head, and lean against the wall to earn mercy. Chen Yang stated that he was not joking at all and promised to shoot his hostage straight in the head for real. This did not frighten Chu Guang at all, because he warned that in this case he would also shoot the man. He seriously suggested that his opponent check it out and shoot at the same time on the count of 3. Now Xiaoyan begged her comrade to leave, leaving the girl here, and not to worry about her. Meanwhile, our hero had already started the report, which is why the man began to panic because he couldn't believe that the guy didn't care so much about his companion. In addition, Chen Yang noticed that the hostage was also good. He only said to be lined up for him. As a result, the man could not withstand this moral pressure from the protagonist and allowed Chu Guang to keep the girl, saying that he only needed one thing. Chen Yang pointed at his partner and demanded that she hand over the key, and then he would immediately free the guy. The main character turned to Xiaoyan and asked in bewilderment what key he was talking about and why it was so important. The man shouted that he was talking about the key card and explained that the girl herself understood perfectly well what he was talking about. Now Xiaoyan understood perfectly well that her partner had not come to save her, but only to provide a shoulder. Chen Yan didn't care what the girl said, because he believed that instead of just dying here, she could help their cause. Initially, the man wanted to examine the bodies of the guys from his squad when the reptile left. But then he decided to pretend to be dead and wait for the moment when he could save his partner. In the end, Chen Yang offered to exchange the girl and our hero's partner in exchange for a key card, which the guy had no use for anyway. The main character was silent for several seconds because he was thinking about this situation. Xiaoyan also fell silent because she did not expect that her surviving partner would turn out to be such a selfish person. After thinking for a while, Chu Guang replied with an ominous grin on his face that he agreed to such a deal. Chen Yang also smiled and promised that after the exchange they would peacefully go their separate ways. Then the main character turned to his hostage and asked her to give up that same keycard. Meanwhile, Night 10 couldn't understand why the manager was negotiating with the man instead of just shooting him. The guy thought that if he died here, he would become a great hero, causing his relationship level with NPCs to skyrocket. The player again began to scream madly, wanting the administrator to simply not spare him and finally shoot him. Ample Time is annoyed that his friend still couldn't calm down and was spinning in different directions, making it difficult for him to aim. He knew he had better not act selflessly until the administrator did anything. Xiaoyan had already taken out the required magnetic key that the team leader gave her before his death, and looked at it for several seconds. In theory, Chen Yang should not have known that it was the girl who had the key if he did not search the leader's body. Xiaoyan was overwhelmed with emotion and pain after such a loss, so she clenched her teeth and began to shake from the whole situation. In the end, she threw the keycard right at her partner's feet and wished him to choke on the key. Chen Yang immediately reached out with his foot to take the card, without letting go of his hostage. Suddenly, the man realized that Night 10 had deftly twisted and slipped out of his hands. The young man quickly ducked down, and the main character did not waste time and opened fire on Chen Yang. As a result, one of the bullets accurately hit the target, piercing the man's skull and instantly ending his life. Everyone watched silently as Chen Yang's lifeless body fell to the ground with a thud. Ample Time was not at all upset by the man's death and was glad that he was able to get into his head. The administrator immediately corrected the player and pointed out that he was the one who got hit, and the guy's bullet flew off into the ceiling, so he needed to practice more. It turned out that our hero used administrator rights to forcibly disable Night 10. Although he had never thought that this would be so useful, Ya Yan looked at this picture with horror in her eyes and could not believe that the guys really killed her partner. Our hero recalled that he warned that he did not like to tolerate threats from other people, and initially gave the man the opportunity to leave. Meanwhile, Night 10, who had been disconnected from the game, began to move again and show signs of life. The guy looked around and couldn't understand why he had just suddenly passed out. Then he turned around and saw that Chen Yang was already lying on the ground, so he asked how the man managed to die. Suddenly, the player thought that he had somehow accidentally missed the entire cutscene. Ample Time began to taunt his partner and recommended that he check the internet, boasting that they coolly killed this soldier with a direct hit to the head. At the same time, Chu Guang approached the corpse, intending to search it for useful things. He decided that they wouldn't need the magnetic keycard right now, but the gun might come in handy. Also, the main character informed Xia Yan that they were leaving, so now the girl was on her own. The girl was too helpless with her leg injury, so she was scared when Chu Guang told her such news, because she expected the boys to take her with them. The main character didn't care, because he didn't say that he was going to take Xia Yan with him. Xi Yan understood that this guy definitely did not intend to joke and really intended to leave her. She guessed that the protagonist's team were not robbers, but decided to ask the guys directly. Chu Guang looked at the girl with a slight smile and asked if this unexpected fact upset her. The girl became embarrassed and turned away because she didn't know what to answer to the main character. Xia Yan explained that she meant that the team looked like survivors of the area, so she asked them to take her to their settlement. Meanwhile, the players were discussing that this girl was apparently a new NPC, but Ample Time noticed that the administrator did not want to take her with him. In turn, Night 10 believed that they should still save the stranger, and his comrade, in principle, agreed with this idea. The guy suggested that even though the girl had lost her leg, it wouldn't stop her from creating a firearm. The main character overheard the conversation of his charges and thought that they were talking about quite reasonable things. He decided to return to Xia Yan, who was a little frightened by such sudden movements. The guy decided to say straight out that Xia Yan was definitely a dead man, even if she could crawl to the nearest settlement of survivors. Chu Guang looked the girl straight in the eyes and emphasized that she would encounter nothing but death. At the same time, our hero promised to take the girl with him if she promised to be useful for their shelter. Now he really hoped that Xia Yan would be willing to work for him. The girl understood perfectly well that with one leg, it would be difficult for her to reach the end of the street, not to mention Rocktown. She couldn't even imagine what she could do when she returned to her homeland, because whether it was a bionic prosthesis or a transmission one, the price for both would be cosmic. That is why Xia Yan had no choice but to follow Chu Guang or stay and accept his death. So the choice was obvious. In the end, the guys put their new partner on the cart and headed towards Shelter 404 again. Xia Yan suggested that this journey might be her last hope for freedom. The girl was pulled out of her stream of thoughts by the fact that our hero reported that they had already arrived at the place. Then she looked around and saw that a considerable number of people were actively working at the construction site. After what she saw, the girl realized that, in fact, the people who saved her were residents of the shelter. She was already aware that there were quite a few shelters in this city, some of which had opened many years ago. At the same time, there were shelters that were still closed and would not be unlocked anytime soon. Also, the girl was not entirely sure whether there was any point in building this wall, because bullets, of course, would not penetrate it. But still, what was the point if you could hide behind a solid entrance to the shelter? She decided not to wait any longer and asked the guys directly if they were from the shelter. The main character calmly confirmed her guesses and asked with slight irony whether she had yet died. Xia Yan was slightly offended and dryly noted that the young man clearly underestimated her endurance. At this moment, Chu Guang noticed that the wound on the girl's leg was healing faster than that of a normal person. He was sure that if the girl were an ordinary person, she would already be lying around from a fever, even from a small loss of blood. But she was holding up well. Only profuse sweating was visible. Next, the administrator turned to the guys and asked them to take the supplies to the warehouse and carefully arrange them. In turn, Night 10 and Ample Time were only too glad to once again serve their mentor. A couple of days ago, the main character gave an order to the Fat Man to build a warehouse for storing supplies and meat. Therefore, if there were no incidents, then the warehouse should already be built. Chu Guang believed in the player and believed that he would choose the absolutely correct way to store supplies. The main character walked to the cart and also took some supplies, but Xia Yan couldn't understand what was happening. The guy, without further ado, roughly grabbed her by the waist to move her to another place from the cart. Chu Guang was easily able to throw the girl onto his shoulder, and she was incredibly embarrassed because of this method of transportation. Night 10 and Ample Time stood aside and watched this tensely, not understanding what was happening. In the end, both guys noticed that the administrator was incredibly strong and could carry supplies and the girl at the same time. Meanwhile, Old White ran up to them, who immediately asked what happened during their expedition. Night 10 recommended asking his partner everything, because the guy himself did not have the opportunity to watch the entire cutscene. Time asked not to look at him so closely because the game didn't have subtitles anyway, so he didn't understand a word of those cutscenes. He advised his comrade to simply treat the unfamiliar girl as another new NPC. Then the man decided to ask where the girl got such serious injuries, and the guy said that the injury was just nothing compared to what she had experienced. Knight 10 emphasized in a terrifying voice that their friend could not even imagine what they went through on the way back. Old White asked what had happened so seriously, and the guy with eyes full of horror replied that they had met a huge reptile. From such news, the player's eyes immediately lit up, so he asked his friends with interest what it looked like as a mutant. Knight 10 began to describe the reptile as a creature that was quite disgusting, walked on all fours, and was approximately 2 meters tall. In addition to enormous strength, the monster had incredible speed, so all three guys lined up a magazine at it, but no one hit it. The young man completed this story by saying that at the end, the administrator took out a metal pipe and beat the mutant to death in a couple of blows. Time confirmed that this was approximately what happened, and once again emphasized that this reptile was incredibly strong. Now the guy is sure that not only the in-game activities received an update in the new edition, because the developers added more mutants, factions, and additional quests. He suggested discussing all this after leaving, because the administrator asked him to take the cart to scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Old White agreed with his friend, and he himself planned to continue experiments with steel smelting. Meanwhile, the main character took the girl to the shelter, which is why other players immediately drew attention to this. Everyone immediately became interested in who the administrator carried on his shoulders, and thought that it was a new NPC. Taking a closer look, the players realized that it was a girl, and were happy that they had some new character, which meant that they were getting closer to the open beta. Jiayan herself felt that it was too humiliating, so she didn't know how to look others in the eyes after something like that. Although she did not know the language of the players, she understood everything perfectly well from their looks and felt their intentions. They looked like hyenas in the wasteland, trying to butter up the alpha male, hoping to get bones or a piece of meat after he had eaten. It is obvious that in this society the girl was a small defenseless lamb. Now the girl thought that instead of being thrown to the wolves, it was better to escape from here and die with dignity. She burst into tears because at the moment she simply could not control her body and escape. The main character decided to take the girl away from prying eyes, straight to his workplace. Chu Kuang decided not to stand on ceremony and, without further ado, seated Jiayan in his work chair. Still, she was seriously injured, so she asked our hero to be a little more gentle. Yaowen decided to ask what the young man was going to do with her, and he asked her to just sit still. As it turned out, Chu Guang had just remembered the injection that had recently fallen out of an unusual box for him. The girl continued to shake with fear and pain, because she could not understand at all what was about to happen to her. The main character gently assured Xiaoyan that everything would pass quickly and without pain, asking her to just be patient for a little while. The nanotherapy needle was specifically used for non-fatal injuries, so it could temporarily improve the tissue's ability to recover and speed up the rate of wound healing. Chu Guang was glad that he had not used it before, because he believed that its restorative properties were too strong to waste such a medicine. The guy also noticed that Xiaoyan's wound was starting to fester, so it was necessary to treat it right away. Unfortunately, there was no surgeon in the shelter yet, and there were no antiseptics or anesthetics, not to mention sterile rooms for operations. Chukwun realized that this problem could be solved by asking Mosquito in the WC to make alcohol to use as an antiseptic. Xiaoyan was still afraid, so she started screaming when our hero came up to give the injection. The young man did not pay attention to the girl's fears and simply injected her right near the wound site. The girl screamed, surprised by Chu Guang's abruptness, not expecting him to take action so quickly. Suddenly, Xiaoyan noticed that there was no reason to scream because she simply couldn't feel her leg. She realized that nothing bad was happening, so she decided to ask what our hero injected into her. Chu Guang calmly stated that he had just saved the girl's life and asked not to thank him for this. In fact, the main character did this only for his own benefit, because working hands will never be superfluous in his shelter. At that moment, Chu Guang noticed that after the injection, the girl simply fell asleep right on his chair. The guy had not at all expected that there would be a hypnotic side effect, and now considered himself lucky because he did not use this medicine during the fight. He decided it would be best to write down the side effects of the nanotherapy needle in his notebook. There were still unactivated cultivation containers in the other room, so the protagonist carried it to Xiaoyan so that she could rest. In addition, the temperature and air quality in the shelter are quite stable and can ensure a long, comfortable stay for a person inside. Although the floor was slightly cool, it was still better than leaving the girl on the street. After the main character dealt with the wounded girl, he decided to go back to his workplace. Chuko remembered that he could test his combat characteristics, which could have improved after the fight with the mutant. As a result, he saw that he had gained 2 levels today, which was quite surprising. It should be noted that no changes in characteristics are visible, despite the fact that the guy had the administrator gene sequence. Other players, unlike Chu Guang, have a basic stat, and the points seem to be distributed randomly. After improvement, the main character's strength is 10 points, which is approximately twice that of an ordinary man. In turn, the improvement in physique meant that his body would be more prepared for any stress and would have greater resistance to debuffs. In addition, the guy noticed that, in addition to improving his skills, he had an additional talent. It was a wild instinct that could only be awakened in extreme situations and temporarily increased all stats by 10 to 15% and fatigue accumulation by 20-30%. The main part of this talent, in theory, should be the ability to improve the metabolic efficiency of all cells in the body or stimulate the secretion of adrenaline for a longer period than in a normal person. Also, the guy was not sure that this panel did not show all the accuracy of the information because, for example, based on the data of the panel, the reptile he met today could easily defeat him. But even with such characteristics, the mutant still could not defeat the main character. Having finished studying the characteristics, the young man decided to check all the bags of equipment that they had returned. He took one of the backpacks and began to sort through all the things that were in it. As a result, Chu Guang was able to find a considerable number of useful items that pleased him. Among the finds were a variety of weapons, as well as a considerable amount of ammunition for them. Now our hero could not stop rejoicing at his find because he was looking for copper, but found real gold. The young man laid out all his treasure on the floor and now began to examine it carefully. It was obvious that Knight 10 was very careful about collecting resources and did not leave anything behind, even taking any magazines for weapons with him. However, the materials contained in them are quite ordinary, made mainly of steel, and only a part of them have a copper insert. But a few rounds have red paint on the top, and the material they're made from looks unusual, so it must be special ammunition. Although these mercenaries did not look too powerful, their firepower was quite high. So do not underestimate the strength of Rocktown. The main character also understood that, given the growth of their camp, trade with other settlements was simply necessary. Chu Guang concluded that he would definitely have to look into this town when winter ends, because it would be cool to set up trade communications with such a strong partner. But still, you shouldn't always rely on the surrounding merchants who will deliver goods to the shelter. So you need to create your own permanent caravans that will run between settlements. Meanwhile, thanks to the fact that the shelter team went to the farm for new supplies, the players had a new dish for lunch, namely with Elena, sweet potatoes and horns, and smoked meat. The players looked at the food with appetite because they could finally try more than just fish. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes was also grateful to the administrator for being able to get sweet potatoes in the horns, because now the cook can prepare something other than fish soup, and the sweet potato tasted good. So by boiling it in salted water and adding a little soy sauce on top, you get the equivalent of country-style potatoes from fast food. But the problem was the lack of sauce, because 28 servings of potatoes require a fifth of a bottle of soy sauce, which was in short supply at the shelter. They were also low on salt, so there was little more than a packet left, which made the cook afraid that, at this rate, he would be eating bland food in a few days. At that moment, Tenton approached the fat man, admiring his amazing potatoes and asking for an additional portion. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes answered in a stern voice that there was only 1 serving per person. The girl turned on all her charm and sweetly asked if tomorrow they would be content with just 1 mashed potato. The cook replied that this would not happen because the recipe required soy sauce, which they had little left. So he advised 1010 to just order country potatoes in real life. In so many years of working as a chef, the guy had never had to ask his boss to buy more food, even if the salt was running out. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes continued to stand aside from all the players while Knight 10 actively talked about his adventures. The guy was just talking about the moment when he was walking down the street, and suddenly a shiver ran down his spine, which is why he realized that this was a sign that the body's warning was activated. He lied about the fact that in a matter of seconds he took out a rifle and fired a conventional laser. Ample time was nearby and listened through force to all this nonsense that his partner was talking about. Then the young man decided to quickly hush up all the lies that his friend had just told and move on to another topic. The players were still so delighted with this story that they eagerly asked Knight 10 what happened next. The guy still decided to continue his story, and Ample Time simply left this place because he could no longer listen to it. Night fell, and all the players returned to the capsules and left the game. But Garbage Collector still had not returned. Through the list of players, the administrator saw that he was still alive, but left the network 2 hours ago. You can exit the game not only using the capsule, because any action that will lead to the player losing consciousness will cause him to disconnect from the game, so you can simply fall asleep. Once unconscious, the player's in-game bodies cannot be awakened in any way, leaving them vulnerable. The guy hoped that Garbage Collector most likely found a safe place where he could hide so well that he was now safe. Shu Guang decided to sit down at his desk to once again take stock of today's achievements. At the end of the day, one of the main goals was accomplished, namely the construction of the Eastern Wall. From the resources they had 110 logs, 1 ton of charcoal, 1 ton of cement, 2 piles of yellow clay bricks, several hundred dense bags of cement. At the same time, 240 logs and 800 kilo of cement were consumed. So for the second day in a row, there were fewer and fewer logs, but surprisingly, there was only more cement. Our hero began to suspect that he needed to add more woodcutters or increase the amount of wood received to complete the daily task. Meanwhile, the food supply grew, because 350 kilograms of wheat and sweet potatoes and horns, as well as 2.5 kilograms of smoked meat and berries and mushrooms, arrived at the warehouse. During the day, the players consumed 5 kilograms of meat and 20 kilograms of sweet potatoes, and some of the smoked meats were also sold. Next, Shu Guang went to the fur inventory and noticed that, excluding trade, 5 parts were used. The guy guessed that Tenten was able to make 5 items of clothing in a day, so he was thinking of giving 250 points for it. He remembered that today they still had additional weapons, so in the future, they would need to create an arsenal to store them. In addition, Shu Guang received 7 reward points, so he could open bonus boxes again. At that moment, an excited 7th ran into the room, looking for Mr. Administrator. The main character turned around in his chair and could not understand why the assistant was running towards him so quickly. It turned out that the robot was incredibly dissatisfied that the owner dared to bring a stranger into their shelter. Shu Guang silently looked at his assistant for several seconds, who was behaving rather strangely. In the end, our hero asked the 7th what was such a serious problem that was bothering him. The robot saw everything with his own eyes and noticed that the administrator was carrying some stranger on his shoulder. But Shu Guang did not see any problem. In general, there were no violations in this. The 7th simply wanted to remind that, unlike clones, which the administrator can control almost completely, local residents are quite difficult to control. The guy thought that his assistant was exaggerating, because he himself never trusted anyone 100%, like the players or the locals. After such an explanation, the robot calmed down, because now he saw no reason to worry, and emphasized that the owner could trust him completely. Chukin reacted indifferently to this, causing the 7th to call him too callous a person. The young man did not want to continue this conversation, because now it was time to enjoy the participants in his forum. Meanwhile, the number of pre-registrations for Wasteland Online has doubled to almost 300. Now, the conditions for the registration project have changed. So you need to not only fill out the form on the website, but also answer some questions. Although the questions are simple, using this form, the administrator will be able to filter the players and select those who are really interested in the game. In addition, the traffic of the site T2025 5th level is also quite good, so there were already about 1,000 visits per day. It can be seen that the site was sketched out on the knees, even without the possibility of registration. But still it attracted a large number of people. Apparently, people were so bored that they were ready to join the game and start working for the administrator without any problems. I'll check all the statistics. The main characters decided to look in and check how things were on the forum. He saw that Garbage Collector wrote that 1.5 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site, he found a car tire factory, where he also met a patrol with dogs. Shu Guang went to the comments under this post and saw that the forum was blooming and smelling. The main character also noticed that Ample Time had written another new post about his experience playing Wasteland Online. The guy wrote about the Alpha 0.2 update, which he was able to try on himself, and Shu Guang laughed because players still think that this game was made by one independent gaming company. Ample Time wasn't going to stop, so they also mentioned the combat system and the fight with the reptile. The young man also told the readers that they had met a new NPC, and our hero decided to mark this extensive post as important. Meanwhile, the 7th returned to the room and again addressed his master. The assistant came to the main character to report that the girl he brought had already woken up. It turned out that Xiaoyan had actually already woken up and began tossing and turning, looking around with slight bewilderment. The first thing the girl said was her desire to drink, because after sleep she was tormented by thirst. The girl turned her head and saw that next to her there was a small bag with clean water and a small snack. She immediately grabbed a bottle of water because the thirst after a long sleep was incredibly strong. Xiaoyan quickly drank all the liquid in one gulp, leaving not a drop of water in the bottle. Out of joy and pleasure after quenching her thirst, she squeezed the empty bottle with all her might. The girl noticed that in addition to the bottle, there was also a packaged chocolate bar in the bag. She picked up this package and could not understand what it was. But it was at that moment that her empty stomach made a sound and announced hunger. Xiaoyan Tori opened the packaging and saw that the contents looked like food. Although the smell was a little strange, it was not disgusting. Historian. The girl was too hungry, so without hesitation she bit into food unknown to her. She ended up enjoying the snack because it was very tasty and sweet. While the girl was enjoying this incredible delicacy, our hero entered the room and immediately wanted to check Xiaoyan's condition. She looked tensely towards the open door because she still did not trust her savior. The main character approached the girl and asked how she felt after treatment and a little rest. Also, the young man, with a smile on his face, asked if it was tasty for her to try the chocolate. The girl was embarrassed and looked away from Chu Guang, but agreed that she really enjoyed it. The administrator understood that in this way he could conquer Xiaoyan, so he asked if she still wanted to receive sweets. She looked at the main character and, with her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, answered his question positively. Then Chu Guang explained that what the girl just ate is called chocolate, and from now on she will work for him and do whatever he says. In exchange for work, our hero guaranteed safety and delicious food for the girl, and if she worked hard, she would receive additional chocolates. Having finished his story about the working conditions, the guy asked if Xiaoyan agreed to join their shelter. The girl became even more embarrassed, but forcefully said that she agreed to work for Chu Guang. Xiaoyan stared at the floor because now she didn't know where to start. She understood that without half of her right leg, even if she returned to Rocktown, no one would look after her there, so she would simply be in the slums. It is unlikely that anyone will choose death if there is an opportunity to live on, and Xiaoyan herself was very close to the end of her life. In fact, the girl thought that our hero had bad intentions and did not mean physical work at all. Chu Guang absolutely didn't even have such thoughts in his head, so he was surprised when Xiaoyan started talking about such things. The guy asked the young lady to maintain restraint because they were discussing serious work issues. Xiaoyan was surprised when she realized that Chu Guang had brought her to the shelter simply to make her an ordinary worker. The girl blushed deeply after realizing that she had completely misinterpreted the protagonist's intention. In the end, she simply fell to the ground due to the fact that she had just realized how disgraced she had just been. Xiaoyan continued to lie there and begged him to finish her off so that she would no longer see her shame. Meanwhile, our hero decided to briefly explain that he was going to establish a new camp for survivors, get rid of the resurrection mutants, accept refugees and restore order. Xiaoyan was surprised that the guy was so confident that he could restore order by simply building a wall. She advised our hero to visit Rocktown, where an unlimited number of people live, stronger than the inhabitants of the shelter, and they may also want to expand their territories by simply absorbing this place. This still did not frighten the main character, because he had a clearly structured plan for the development of the shelter. The guy wasn't going to complete all the goals in just a couple of months, so he was sure that this would be a fairly long battle. Xiaoyan was surprised when he said that he would have to sacrifice several generations of people for development, and thought that she would still have to bear children. Chu Guang decided to return to the topic and asked if the girl knew how to assemble a firearm and carry out its maintenance. She immediately responded that she had such skills because it was basic training for a soldier. Then our hero said that from now on, the girl would monitor the weapons store and become something like its owner. It was hard for Xiaoyan to understand what Chu Guang wanted from her, because she did not expect to see good conditions for herself here. The guy added that the work would not seem to be difficult for the girl, because she would simply sell weapons and carry out its maintenance. Now Xiaoyan, with bewilderment in her voice, asked who she would sell the weapons to. The main character obviously answered that all residents of the shelter would become customers of this store. The girl thought that the residents were Chu Guang's subordinates, so she could not understand why the store was needed here. The young man confirmed her guesses, but also added that they had a slightly different form of government here. He explained, without going into detail, that all the inhabitants were foreigners, so their ambitions were quite large, but supplies were scarce, so they temporarily introduced a planned economy. where everyone worked and ate together. Once the crisis is resolved and they have a wide variety of resources, the plan can finally be fully implemented. So food, medicine, weapons, and other resources will no longer be free. Our hero recalled that the girl mentioned Rocktown, so he decided to ask if she was familiar with the lords. The girl continued to look at Chu Guang with a look that reflected a complete lack of understanding of the entire situation. The main character began to get angry because he spent so much time talking to Xiaoyan, but she still didn't understand anything. He was sure that any survivor of the Heath with some education could become a farmer's lackey, just like old Charlie, who hobbled down Burt Street day after day. Only someone who was poor and uneducated would be willing to give their life for money, just like Miss Xia, sitting in front of Chu Guang. But all this was unimportant for the guy, because he only needed a tool to carry out his orders. He further decided to explain to Xiaoyan that the language of the shelter residents was slightly different from the language of the survivors. But this was not critical because he was going to teach the girl some basic phrases. The girl continued to remain silent because it was hard for her to analyze all the information that Chu Guang had just told. Meanwhile, the main character decided not to waste time and asked his new ward to repeat all the phrases after him. Chu Guang did not consider it a problem that Xiaoyan did not understand the language and could not communicate with the locals. As a tool, Xiaoyan only needs to learn a couple of phrases that are needed to interact with players. For example, the simplest expressions for buying and selling. Chu Guang handed the girl a piece of paper and asked her to learn the words and phrases that were written there. Xiaoyan had to make a lot of effort to read all the phrases on the sheet, but in the end, she still didn't understand anything. Even though every word was written with a transcription, the pronunciation was still very strange for an unaccustomed girl. After a few minutes, she raised her gaze and looked pitifully at the main character. Tired Chu Young immediately thought that the girl had already learned all the necessary phrases for selling weapons. Xiaoyan sadly replied that, unfortunately, she still could not understand all these expressions. Then the main character yelled at his ward and ordered her to continue teaching and not sit and look at him. The girl was scared, and now thought that giving birth to children would be much easier than following such strict orders from Chu Guang. She was also upset because she now realized that our hero did not show any interest in her, although even the team leader himself proposed to her. Xiaoyan began to think that the life of a mercenary was too difficult because she had to face the threat to her life every day. In fact, her dream had always been to marry someone from the inner Rocktown region and live a rich life as a kept woman. The girl hoped that one day she would receive a task to accompany some important person, and it would happen that she would have to save him. But now, Xiaoyan's dream will never come true because her leg injury was too serious, which did not allow her to stay at her previous job. At that moment, the main character noticed that the girl was definitely thinking about something else, so he ordered her not to make such a sad expression on her face. From the girl's reaction, Chu Guang immediately realized that her thoughts were somewhere far away, and she was clearly in the clouds, immersed in her thoughts. In the end, the guy decided to give his ward 2 hours for her to learn all the phrases from the sheet. Before leaving, he began to threaten Xiaoyan that she would become one of the slaves on Brown's farm if she did not complete her first task. Also, Chu Guang was not against getting money in this way with the girl whose life he saved, but in fact, the farm doesn't need slaves now because it was winter. And besides, no one needs a crippled mercenary, even for free. And even if the girl is so stupid that she cannot learn a couple of phrases, then our hero will still not sell her. He will simply kick her out of the shelter. The next morning came, and Ample Time asked the administrator where the girl they had saved yesterday was. Chu Guang explained that Xiaoyan had a pretty bad wound, so it would take a couple of days for her to recover. He also said that he talked to the girl last night, and as a result, she agreed to join the shelter team. It turned out that she could only learn all the phrases by 2-3 in the morning and simply passed out. So the guy had to take her to another room. Ample Time was very happy with the news that a new NPC had joined them, and one who would deal with weapons in their camp. At this moment, Night 10 appeared out of nowhere, eagerly waiting for him and the administrator to go hunting. The hero was surprised at the energy of his students, who even began to give him tasks on their own. They and the player went to the hut where all the weapons were stored, and Chu Guang grabbed a new pistol for himself. In turn, Night 10 received a crossbow to go hunting with. In addition, he received a pistol, but this was not enough for the young man, so he also asked for another peek. Chu Guang punished his subordinate for such insatiability, and emphasized that they were only going to hunt, and not to fight mutants. He advised the player to first learn to use what they already have, only then ask for something new. Meanwhile, Old White worked hard to speed up the construction of their base. He in ample time built a new furnace and never stopped experimenting with new ways of smelting metal. The guy was full of hope and expected that this time they should get molten metal. In the end, they got a result that could shock both workers. The guys were happy that all their numerical experiments ended in success, and they were able to obtain molten metal. Tears of happiness appeared in their eyes because they had been waiting for this moment for 3 whole days. Old White immediately suggested making an axe, knives, or other useful tools from iron. Then his partner began to wonder what useful things could really be made from this material. After some time of thinking, Ample Time concluded that first, they needed to make a frying pan. Because he was already sick of the stew. Yesterday's potatoes were delicious, but there was almost no soy sauce left in the base. So, unfortunately, the plan is to have catfish soup with pine nuts again. The guy believed that it was impossible to eat it at all, because as soon as you make a hot dog, the fishy smell already fills your entire mouth. Old White was in absolute agreement with his friend, because with a frying pan they could even deep fry the dish. Meanwhile, Mosquito in the WC was sitting on the street near his house and constructing some new invention. As a result, the player was finally able to create a manually controlled pressurized flamethrower. By filling the tank with planks and placing some cotton in front of the gun, the flamethrower, in theory, can become a real nightmare for any mutant within a radius of 5 meters. Because of these characteristics, Mosquito in the WC decided to call his invention Hellfire 0.1. At that moment, the man noticed that Gale had come to him from the bushes nearby, carrying something in a bucket. The carpenter noticed that the guy came somehow early today, and now he hoped that it was not a broken trap. Gale reported that the traps were fine, but asked his partner to take a look at what he had found during his fishing trip. The man looked with interest at the bucket that the player lowered to the ground in front of him. Mosquito in the WC was quite surprised when he finally saw what a find his partner had brought him. As it turned out, while fishing, Gale discovered struvite near the lake, which was an unexpected discovery. Both guys immediately grabbed a bucket and ran to the place where the player found such useful material. Gale now believed that he should have realized earlier that the richest resource on the lake was not fish at all. The guy guessed that on the shore of the lake there was nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium in abundant quantities. The players didn't stop running as fast as they could, but Gale reported that they were literally just a few steps away from where they needed to be. The young man stopped, breathing heavily, and pointed to a place nearby where there was a particularly thick deposit. Gale tried to catch his breath and explained that it was an ideal place for both people and animals. And meanwhile, Mosquito in the WC decided to test the quality of the material. The man decided to taste it, which immediately made him feel sick, and Gale watched in bewilderment. Mosquito in the WC immediately turned everything out because I didn't think the struvite would be so fresh. He had just accidentally tasted bird droppings, but he realized for sure that there was really a huge amount of struvite. Based on the chemical composition of struvite, the man concluded that he could use it almost anywhere. In addition, when a certain amount of it dries, the ammonia component will gradually oxidize to nitric acid, which can become a new material for the chemist's experiments. He also planned to use soil with nitrates to boil it with plant ash and obtain saltpeter, which contains a small amount of impurities. In short, their discovery of struvite basically means that they discovered a way to extract saltpeter, and from saltpeter it is now possible to create gunpowder. Mosquito in the WC was confident that with these nitrate soils they could create real black powder. Gale noticed that they have nitrate soil and charcoal, but to create black powder they will also need sulfur, which is unknown where they can get it. At that moment, the man realized that he had indeed missed this point while planning the production of black powder. The player continued to argue that if I don't find sulfur, then sulfate will also work. But with it the process will be even more difficult. Gale understood that they had no other choice, so he suggested that his partner simply continue searching for the necessary materials. An hour later, the tired guys still continued their search, although it already seemed absolutely hopeless. Mosquito in the WC, with sadness in his voice, concluded that there was no sulfur in this forest after all. But suddenly they met something on their road that immediately attracted the carpenter's attention. In the end, after much wandering in the forest, the guys were able to stumble upon a real gypsum mine. Gale immediately noticed that the main component of gypsum was calcium sulfate, from which calcium sulfide carbon dioxide could be formed when burned with coal. Mosquito in the WC was incredibly happy about this fact, because this was exactly what they needed so badly. In fact, it completely slipped his mind that a couple of days ago he watched Old White hanging cement 2 days ago, where he just used gypsum powder, Gale laughed because they spent so long looking for the right material, although all this time it was right under their noses. Mosquito and the WC thought that they had achieved a good result, so he suggested that his greenhouse team return to base for now. When the guys arrived at their shelter, they noticed that all the players were crowded around some kind of animal and a stranger. Mosquito and the WCK quickly ran up to his comrades and asked what was going on here. The man, who looked like a merchant, tried to explain himself to all the players, but they were too aggressive and were not going to listen to him. In addition, there was a problem with the language barrier because the stranger spoke his own language, which no one here understood. In turn, the guy immediately thought that it was some new NPC and were glad that their game was gradually moving forward. Gale was skeptical about this, so he decided to ask his other comrades about this stranger. The young man saw scrambled eggs with tomatoes standing to the side, so he decided to ask him what was the matter. The cook knew nothing about this situation, but heard others say that one of the players came across the man while transporting bricks from a construction site. But the strange stranger did not say a word and simply followed one of his comrades straight to the refuge camp. Meanwhile, the players could not understand why the cow had two heads, but they guessed that it was some kind of tamed mutant knife thrower, that it could still be an NPC, but his partner did not have the same opinion because for some reason this strange character was silent all the time. The guys thought that they could find some kind of trigger to unlock the dialogue or lock this man and wait for the administrator to return. The stranger also did not understand what all the guys around were saying, and from their looks he suspected that they were planning something bad. He was glad that he at least had a revolver, which unfortunately only had 6 rounds. At the same time, the man understood that he was unlikely to be able to shoot all 6 times, because everyone would hit him once, and there would be no living space left on his body. Then he again began to shout that he did not wish harm to anyone, and tried to explain that he was an ordinary merchant. The merchant tried to explain that he simply wanted to exchange with them various goods that were lying on the back of his cow. The stranger said that anything would be suitable for an exchange, but if the guys were not going to engage in dialogue, he would leave and never bother them again. In the end, the man realized that things were bad, so he was about to fight for his life. At that moment, a voice behind the players asked why there was such a loud noise and no fight. As it turned out, it was the administrator who had just returned from hunting with the carcass of some animal on his shoulders. The merchant was surprised that the guy could carry such a huge deer carcass in one hand, so he immediately thought that he was not from the shelter. Chu Kwang easily threw the animal's body to the ground and ordered all his charges to return to their duties. All the players immediately quickly ran to their workplaces, and the main character came closer to the uninvited guest. The young man continued to stretch his hand after dragging the huge carcass and asked the stranger who he was. The merchant was shocked when he realized that this guy understood him and could speak the language of the human alliance. Chu Guang threateningly emphasized that he was the only one asking questions here, so she demanded that the man answer right now and explain who he was. Then their acquaintance introduced himself as Sun Shiki and said that he had arrived from the neighboring town of Red River to bargain. Our hero had not heard of such places, because she only knew that the city of Springs was located in Rivervines, the internal territory of the Human Alliance. Next, Chu Guang asked why the man wandered into Spring, and he once again explained that he came here only to trade. The young man was not going to trust the stranger so easily, because his people said that the strange man was following them. Sun Shiki was seriously scared and began to explain that it was a pure misunderstanding. He said that at first he was on his way to Rocktown, but then he noticed that all the people here had a blue jacket and realized that somewhere nearby there must be a shelter where he could trade well. The man was very nervous and swore that he was an ordinary merchant who did not want to harm anyone. Usually people in blue jackets are known for their stupidity and gullibility, so the merchant hoped that he could make a considerable profit from them. But the locals turned out to be anything but. Sun Shiki didn't even think that the locals would immediately surround him and refuse to listen, but at the same time, they had no intention of letting him go. The main character explained that he believes that, in any case, the man's actions were unacceptable, because she is too much of a sign of friendship in his land. The merchant understood that he was not in the best position, so he agreed with everything Chu Guang said. The guy then realized that the man had accepted his mistake and said that his people were expecting goods as compensation for this misunderstanding. Sun Shiki nodded his head and promised to compensate all moral damage to the local residents. Our hero realized that everything worked, so with a smile on his face he asked the merchant if he would mind if they looked at all his goods. The man did not expect that everything would be so serious and that residents would choose goods for themselves. Chu Guang explained that I'm sorry, just like thank you, you can't put it in your pocket, so you need serious compensation for the misunderstanding. The main character, with a threat in his voice, asked if the Okali merchant was going to resist such conditions for a moment. The man understood perfectly well that his life was at stake. So, shaking with fear, he agreed and allowed the residents to take whatever they wanted. The guy grabbed Sun Shiki's shoulder, showing determination, and made it clear that he would immediately take advantage of the offer. The merchant listened to the main character and laid out all his boxes on the ground so that he could easily inspect all possible goods. In fact, Chu Guang didn't even expect to see such a large number of useful things here. For example, among the goods, the young man noticed a Rough Rider rifle with a rotating drum on top. This weapon is intended to be semi-automatic, but if you pull the trigger very quickly, you can fire all 6 rounds in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, among all the goods, the main character found a find that surprised him quite a bit. It turned out that these were coins that were not like ordinary chips that are used for trading in the wasteland. Chu Guang thought it was pre-war, but looked closer and realized it was something else. He took a closer look at this thing and realized that these were real arcade tokens. Then the main character turned to the merchant and decided to ask where he got the bag with these coins. Sun Shiki found them in the basement of the Galaxy arcade and thought that they could be smelted into copper or some other metal. So he decided to take some tokens with him. Chu Guang asked if there were still coins left in this place, and the merchant said that there seemed to be 2 more boxes left there, which could be placed in 4 or 5 such bags. The young man was delighted at this news and announced that he was taking all these tokens from the man as compensation. Our hero also asked the merchant to bring the remaining tokens when he comes here next time. He offered Sun Shiki to exchange 100 kilograms of tokens for 4 kilograms of dried meat. Chu Guang guessed by eye that one bag weighs approximately 100 kilograms, which is approximately equal to 40,000 tokens. He also understood that one should not be short-sighted when doing business. So he chose these 2 bags so that the merchant would not simply bend over and so as not to show that the shelter's need for weapons was so obvious. Meanwhile, the man agreed to give up these chips without any problems and promised to bring them all if they were needed. Sun Shiki originally intended to take the tokens to Rocktown to be melted down, but he never thought that he could get so much from them. So now he decided to row more of them. Our hero also asked for the same guns from the box, and the merchant invited the guy to name the price for them himself. Chu Guang offered to give 50 kilograms of smoked meat and 10 kilograms of smoked fish for all these firearms. The merchant agreed to such conditions without any problems and decided to give the main character 200 rounds of ammunition. I hope for further cooperation. Now they sat on the box to talk for a while, and Sun Shiki said that no one from Spring City could imagine the dire situation in Reed River Town. He explained that near this city there is a chemical complex and a landfill. No one has used these installations since the end of the war, but since then there have been many leaks that have seriously poisoned the soil. Thus, their soil has become unsuitable for growing plants because it contains a lot of heavy metals and is unlikely to ever become suitable for agriculture. For the same reason, the ecosystem in their area was very fragile, so almost the only types of mutants that exist in these places were scavengers and arthropods. The merchant continued to complain that the local survivors were having a hard time finding suitable soil for farming, and that it was also difficult to hunt. And now it's even somehow ironic that the landfill, which before the war was one of the main causes of disputes between people, has now become almost the only place where people can find something worthwhile. Garbage has been dumped at this landfill for almost 50 years, so most of the necessary materials have not even begun to decompose. In the current era of wasteland, the rubbish buried there has become a kind of artificial mineral deposit to facilitate the flourishing of mining, archaeology, and trade. The main character still did not understand what the people in that area ate, because obviously they cannot import such a large amount of food. Then Sun Shiki explained that they may not have deer and hyenas, but they did have mutated moths and rats, which were quite edible. They also hunted less dangerous insects, and then used it to produce protein, livestock feed, or some kind of nutritious paste. As an example, the merchant decided to show a huge jar containing some unknown red liquid. Chu Guang was surprised to try to understand what exactly could be inside this mysterious vessel, and noticed that it was some kind of jelly. Then, the man with a grin on his face said that this substance was made from mutated cockroaches. Now the main character looked at the jelly with less interest, and could not understand how he could hear that it was made from real cockroaches. In turn, Sun Shiki continued to talk about how oil and protein are obtained from cockroaches. So after long processing, the insects no longer look like themselves. Then he held this jar closer to the guy and asked if he wanted to try this delicacy from their edges. Chu Guang tried to put a smile on his face and eventually refused such a strange delicacy. The young man also noted that the merchant must know a lot of information about insects because he encounters them every day. The main character immediately guessed that the man might be familiar with leeches, which they actively use in their work. Sun Shiki immediately tensed up when he realized that his comrade was talking about huge and scary mutant leeches. In the merchant's area, these creatures can rarely be found, most likely due to the fact that there is a large population of ants in this area. The young man was very surprised when he heard that the main reason was precisely harmless ants. The man said that there was one mutant, which they called the ironback ant, which was usually about the size of a thumb. But the largest individuals can reach the size of a fist. The insects had a very strong shell, which perfectly resists corrosion, so even acid did not matter to them. And many mollusks do not even have a chance to withstand such mutants. Chuiyo immediately asked his new acquaintance to bring some ants next time because he wanted to look at them. And Sun Shiki agreed to this request without any problem. After talking with the stranger, the main character took all the goods that he could buy from him and went to the shelter. The guy immediately had a cool idea when he collaborated so fruitfully with the merchant. He was aware that ordinary plastic coins were used as the main currency, so the same should happen with metal ones. The bags that Chu Guang received just now should have contained between 60 and 70,000 coins. And over time, Sun Shiki will supply several more of these lots. Our hero decided that we could use these coins as the internal currency of the shelter. So now, 10 copper coins will be equal to 1 silver. The distribution of rewards will also be reworked into a new system, which will be used as status, title, and even land for personal use. Chu Guang also planned to introduce mercenaries, caravan systems, legion guilds, which will appear in the future and will be associated with this reward system. Such innovations will not only strengthen management, but will also severely limit the rights of players who cause many problems. Ultimately, the higher the value of a player's account, the more they will value the invitations they receive to participate in the beta of the game. And then these players themselves will begin to build order in the game. It was as if our hero's hobby was already creating problems, but he couldn't do anything about it, because that was human nature. While the guy was walking and thought about his innovations, he had already managed to reach his workplace in order to leave all the coins here. Chu Guang sat down at the computer and thought that it was time to put into practice those sound ideas that he had managed to emphasize over the past few days from the forum. Karkar, who was just waiting for her revival, was sitting on the forum right at that moment and saw that she had already missed the new version, where quite important changes were introduced. The girl was shocked because she saw that this was the most important update, because during this they introduced a new economic system and honor system. Then she read about the point system, and remembered that she still had a negative value on her account after death. The next aspect was that Chu Guang wrote information about the new currency, so the gamer was happy that she would finally be able to properly understand how much money she had in the game. The girl was also outraged that she still had not had time to enjoy the free food, but they were already making it paid. On the other hand, with this update, players will have private property, so it will now be possible to trade between players or sell to existing stores. Also, specifically for this purpose, the game will add warehouse mechanics, which will be located in the safe zone at the entrance to the shelter. Next, Karkar saw that titles would now be introduced, and hoped that she would quickly be able to buy herself some kind of status. The post also described in detail information about the fact that players will be able to upgrade their status to a citizen and privatize their land. The girl couldn't get enough of all the innovations because she already imagined how she could earn a lot of points and become a prestigious player. Now the gamer was very nervous due to the fact that she still had not been given the opportunity to play and enjoy this global update. At this moment, the main character had just finished his work on a post for players about all the innovations in Wasteland Online. Chu Guang stretched and warmed up without getting up from his chair. Because this work was quite hard, all the players were still online, so the guy didn't imagine how shocked they would be when they left the game and saw the announcement of the upcoming update. He decided to go outside and check how the guys were working on building the walls of the shelter. Then the administrator saw that the players seemed to be working not on the wall at all, but on building some kind of building. The guys explained that they heard that the new NPC would be a weapons dealer, so they decided to build a weapons shop for her. The main character could not understand at all where his charges got so much energy from that they came up with tasks for themselves. The administrator looked at the guys in shock for a few more seconds and continued to be amazed at the amount of energy in them. Although he told the guys what Xiaoyan would do, he didn't think at all that they would start building a whole store, although that was even better. The main character saw that there was another facade nearby, so she asked what it was for, and the guys explained that there should be a bathhouse here. Previously, players always went to the lake to wash, but later they realized that it was not entirely safe to do so, because Old White had already suffered because of it. After this unpleasant situation and a little discussion, the guys decided that they should build common baths. Chu Guang tried with all his might to contain his laughter, but told his charges that this was the right decision, because one should never forget about hygiene. Meanwhile, Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes tried out his new kitchen gadget and cooked food for everyone. The administrator entered the so-called kitchen and asked where the guys got the metal cauldron. Old White and Ample Time immediately boasted that they were able to build this vessel themselves. The main character instantly realized that this meant that the players had finally learned how to smelt steel. Old White said that now they can actually use steel, although it is not of the best quality, but it can still be used to do something. The man explained that he wanted to inform the administrator about this earlier, but could not find him. Chu Guang previously did not even hope that players would be able to smelt steel, although the quality of the steel produced may be unsatisfactory. But still, any technology is improved step by step over time. In the end, the main character praised the guys for such work and promised to take care of the distribution of their 1,000 points. The guys were very happy about such a generous reward and immediately stated that it was an honor for them to help their administrator. Our hero once again praised the incredible fellows and wished them bon appetit. Then the young man decided to approach the cook and also ask him for a plate of today's lunch. Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes was surprised because I had never seen an NPC eat with them and had no idea that the administrator had prescribed such settings. Suddenly, the guys heard that one of the players was faster than the cook and decided to serve the mentor. As it turned out, it was 10-10, and the fat man was angry because the girl managed to get ahead of him. The girl kindly warned the main character that the food was hot, so he had to eat carefully. Chu Guang was not against help from the beauty, so he thanked her for the food and warning. In fact, our hero took a portion not for himself at all, but for Xiaoyan, who continued to sit in the shelter and learn her phrases. He came into the girl's room, who still hadn't taken her eyes off the translation sheet, and handed her a bowl of tasty and hot food. Xiaoyan's mouth immediately began to water when she saw such a delicious portion. She didn't even think about it, grabbed the food, and ate the entire portion in just a few seconds, and Chu Guang immediately noticed that the girl had become much more lively. Our hero suspected that the nanotherapeutic needle had such an effect on the condition of the wounded girl, so he hoped that he would have such an injection again. When Xiaoyan finished eating, the young man suddenly decided to ask if she had time to learn all her phrases. The girl quickly swallowed the remaining food and nodded her head as a sign that she was finally able to master the entire translation sheet. Then the main character said that she could rest for another day, and the day after tomorrow she would return to her job. Before her first day at work, Xiaoyan wanted to clarify what a salesperson in a gun shop should do. Chu Guang was surprised that the girl had learned all her lines, but still didn't understand what she would do at her workplace. It seems that the girl didn't see any problem in this at all, so she just stared at our hero, who was completely bewildered. The guy couldn't stand this conversation, so he explained that the assistant would train Xiaoyan and asked her to follow all the instructions and directions exactly. In addition, Chu Guang decided to clarify that from now on, the girl should call him administrator when there are people around, and when they were alone, she can call him whatever she wants. The young man asked if Xiaoyan understood everything, and she nodded, so he asked her to repeat everything that was said. The girl was very embarrassed but still quietly called the main character Mr. Administrator. Then the guys smiled because they were making progress and praised his ward. Our hero also took dessert with him and invited Xiaoyan, who now had a sweet tooth, to enjoy it a little. Based on the girl's reaction, Chu Guan concluded that her imagination would again fly into the heavens and do all sorts of somersaults, so she wanted to escape from this room as quickly as possible. The time has already come when all the players have left the network, so it's time for the guy to look at the forum. It's especially hectic now, especially after the published news about the recent update. The main character was sure that the players would be very happy, because not even 3 days had passed since the last update, and the game had another one, and there was no less content. As a result, Chu Guang saw a lot of indignation from the players and was dissatisfied with the fact that they always only pay attention to all sorts of oddities. The guy realized that he had better intervene before everyone got too carried away, and wrote an explanation that the lands that would belong to the players should be located exclusively within the walls of the shelter. If they want to increase the building area, in addition to working hard and increasing their title body, they can also team up with other players and build on a common area. Our hero also said that there will be complete freedom for construction. So if there are players who want to build their house outside the camp, then their buildings will not be deleted. He stressed that it is necessary to remember that there will be certain rules that prohibit the construction of obscene and provocative buildings, so that players do not violate the personal freedom of their partners. Chu Guang noted that the lands outside the walls include a protective buffer and farming areas where players can be creative. But outside the camp, their buildings will be at greater risk. He added that as the camp expands, buildings in its path will be confiscated, so to avoid ruining the gaming experience, he advised building in more remote areas. If the player fails to take possession of new land within 30 days, the administrator will confiscate his building and it will be transferred to the ownership of the camp. Once testing was complete, they planned to introduce a digital currency and implement it in player dashboards so that they could see the amount of it right in their interface, like in regular RPGs. In addition, in the new update, 20 more invitations to beta testing were sent. So the administrator was sure that the lucky ones had already received letters to their email. Finally, Chu Guang finished the additional explanation of all the pressure mechanics and said goodbye to the forum readers. Now the guy decided to do a little spying and saw that someone was writing on the forum about how players should not believe in this hyper-realistic game. The main character immediately recognized the nickname "I'm Selfish, so what?" and remembered that he was from one of the clubs. He also said that this user said that the Wasteland online website was infected with Trojans. But in the end, it turned out that the player himself filled out the pre-registration form. After analyzing his forum, Chu Guang leaned back in his chair tiredly and decided that he had enough work for today. He thought that there were indeed many people on the forum who thought that the game did not exist. So the young man had to look through all 300 applications and select 20 reliable players from them. To select a player, Chu Guang analyzes his profile, posts, comments, points for completing the questionnaire, activity and time on the forum, which he easily accomplished due to his experience in sales. Our hero believed that a person who thought all this was nonsense and wasted his energy writing stupid comments could simply not join them. In the end, the young man decided to accept this player and could no longer wait for him to enter the game. The morning after the update was announced, players immediately began recruiting teams to complete various tasks to earn points. Mosquito in the WC was also recruiting people for his carpenter's shed and promised a minimum daily payout of 10 silver coins and 200 points. After the update was released, the main character decided to give each player 5-minute coins as a newbie gift. Chu Guang planned that with 5 medics, the player would be able to afford a considerable amount of things. For example, you can rent an axe for 5 hours, or any other tools such as wheelbarrows or carts. In addition to rent, you can use this money to buy half a kilo of sweet potato or wheat, or 100 grams of meat as a nice bonus. The administrator noticed that in less than an hour, these individuals were able to adapt to the rules of the new version and began to look for ways to get around them without breaking them. Night 10, Old White, Ample Time and Gale had already gathered their team and were discussing innovations in the game. Ample Time felt that the biggest change in version 0.3 was the new economic and reward system. He had just consulted with the assistant administrator and learned that for points, in addition to making a serious contribution to the development of the camp, they could work for hire. If you take a warehouse manager, for whom the requirements are minimal, he will be able to receive 100 points per day. And if you get a job as a manager and do not bring much benefit to the camp, you will be able to save up for improvement in just 20 days. Gale wanted to add that it is not necessary to work for hire because you can still complete daily tasks for which you will also receive points. For example, if you cut down 20 trees and take them to the carpenter's shed, then in addition to the reward for cutting them, they will receive another 80 points. But for completing daily tasks, you can get a maximum of 160 points. Ample Time concluded that if you directly focus on completing daily tasks and get a job, you can get 260 points per day, so you can accumulate the required amount in 8 days. Night 10 was surprised because he realized that his 3,000 points was already a considerable amount. Old White grabbed his head and noticed that he already had as much as 5,000 on his balance sheet. The guy did not at all appreciate the fact that his friend was able to be so far ahead of him in the number of points. Gale reminded the team that when they first entered the game, the distribution of points per hand of wood depended on the length and thickness of the log. It's possible that this was an oversight by the person responsible for balancing the game, because a strength-oriented player can quite easily get 800 points just by chopping down a tree. Now it was clear why in version 0.2, the number of points received for chopping wood was greatly reduced. And now in the new update for chopping wood, you can get from 2 to 4 coppers, depending on the length and thickness of the log. In addition, if the players do not have an axe, they can rent one for 1 copper per hour or take it on credit. Old White was upset that woodcutting had been greatly reduced since the game's release, because he could have easily earned a lot of money and points from it. But thanks to such a high profitability of cutting wood at the release of the game, the entire team had the highest number of points in the game. Ample Time reported that he had already bought the title of a townsman and advised his comrades to do the same, because then in total, they would have 20 square meters of land near the sanatorium. Knight 10 looked at his comrade in bewilderment and asked why they needed to do this. The guy irritably explained the obvious things, because they needed a house, and it would not be stupid to build a 3-story building on 20 square meters of land, because in any case it would not be higher than the sanatorium in the center. The first floor will be a storage room, and the second and third will be residential, so it turns out that everyone will have their own room with a bed and bedside table. Old White appreciated this idea because he was already planning to open his own store and make the entrance from the sanatorium, where the players appear. Ample Time also considered such plans because it was confident that the new versions would expand the creative possibilities for players, adding the possibility of production and trade. The guy recalled that the designer said from the very beginning that the main goal of this game was to create an economic system that realistically reflects the functions of supply and demand. Of course, this will force players to exchange equipment and supplies among themselves. So in the future, most of the things at their disposal will be obtained through trade. The guy regretted that the award system limited the area of land for purchase because he planned to accumulate a fortune and purchase the land around the sanatorium in order to resell it profitably in the future. Gale noted that his friend's attitude is quite inspiring to work and earn new points. Old White and Knight 10, with sparkling eyes, immediately asked how much it cost to purchase the land. Ample Time has already checked and found out that the cost is 10 silver per square. So now players need to collect 200 silver to buy 20 square meters of land next to the sanatorium before other players. Old White raised his hand and asked his friend what would happen if their competitors were thinking of the same plan. The young man said that if they find out about such people, they can simply invite them to their team. Knight 10 also had a question, so he raised his hand and asked where they could get such a large amount of money. He believed that cement making was now the highest paid profession, but you could only get 10 silver pieces per day, and moreover, only 2 people were required for the job. Gale noticed that thick smoke was already rising from the stove. So apparently, it can be said that the jobs have been occupied for a long time. Ample Time advised friends not to apply for open positions because of the fixed pay, because in order to beat other fools, they need a different path. Knight 10 didn't understand what the problem was, so he asked his partner which path to take. The player, who was confident in his abilities, said that to make good money they need to choose hunting. The guys were surprised when Ample Time chose a difficult and little-known path that they did not expect at all. Ample Time explained that he saw the price list at the warehouse, where he learned that for 1 mutant hyena, they pay 5 silver. And if the prey weighs more than 30 kilograms, for every additional 200 grams they give 2 copper. The shocked Knight 10 did not at all expect to hear that such a generous reward was given for the hunt. Then the young man said that mutant deer were also on that list, and for each deer carcass they could get at least 12 silver coins. If 4 of us join forces in a hunt, then in a day they will be able to shoot 8 mutant hyenas, and the income will greatly exceed the pay of ordinary cement mixers. In turn, Old White did not understand where they could find so much game, because in the park near the sanatorium there were only birds and small animals. Knight 10 asked his friends not to worry about this aspect, because he had already managed to hunt a lot with the administrator and remember the places where a considerable number of mutants were found. Also yesterday, he and the administrator saw the migration of a whole herd of deer, so if the team follows their tracks, it will be very easy to find prey. Gale praised his friend because he had the best perception among all the players, so finding loot was difficult and a disadvantage. But the guy noticed that they would need weapons. Knight 10 didn't see this as a problem because they can simply use spears, slingshots, bows, or crossbows. The guys were not sure about this plan, because using such weapons requires at least some experience. In turn, Gale managed to visit an archery club while studying in college, and tried to shoot there with a fully equipped professional bow purely by eye. If you hit the target at least once with 10 shots from a distance of 20 meters, then you can already consider yourself a little talented, but hitting the bullseye was much more difficult. The only problem was that in a post-apocalyptic world, you definitely couldn't find professional bows. Ample Time asked his friend not to worry about it and agreed to shoot a bow on his own, because he had some knowledge of this. In turn, Gale was tasked with setting traps to ensure the safety and success of the hunt. Old White will work at the forefront of the team, taking on the most dangerous tasks and providing strategic leadership. Of course, Night 10 will be responsible for exploration and finding prey due to his abilities. Ample Time asked his friends to trust him because he was confident that all this effort would definitely pay off. The guys continued to actively discuss their hunting plan, not suspecting that someone was watching them from the top floor of the sanatorium. It was Guang, who decided to ask his assistant if he knew that he was the soul of the game. The robot did not understand what the administrator wanted to convey, but he explained that mathematics was the soul. The main character clarified that he meant the quality of the balance of the numerical scale, and the seventh listened to him carefully. He believed that this was a kind of art, because just one skillfully executed balance of the number scale could already replace the entire gameplay. The points and money earned by players during the day can be balanced at any time through the number scale design. For example, under normal conditions, it will only take 2 to 3 weeks for a player to become a citizen, because it is better not to make the time frame too long, otherwise players will quickly lose interest. When players raise their titles to citizens and become full-fledged users, our hero will gradually give them new motivators, such as buying land. Then the seventh decided to inquire why the price for purchasing the land was so small. Guang explained that for players who are already citizens, buying land will not cause problems. On the contrary, it will only make them want to open their wallets and spend more and more often. At the same time, after purchasing land, players will need to build something on it in order to put it into use. To build houses, you need cement and bricks. More capital buildings also require steel. So as construction speed increases, the rate of production of materials will also increase. Players will also have to maintain the buildings to prevent them from turning into ugly huts. That is why the main character gave his charges only 5 square meters, not 10 or 20, because otherwise their camp would have been filled with useless small houses and all kinds of garbage. It was difficult for the assistant to absorb so much information, so he simply pretended that he understood everything. The main character continued to say that after building a house, players will have to equip it with furniture, and when electricity appears, they will need to pay for the use of additional appliances. Guang was confident that wood, fur, and handicrafts would be a factor in the growth of consumption in the camp. When there were so many houses that there was little space left, the guy planned to issue the title of nobility to the oldest players in order to give them the opportunity to build small estates and manage them independently. As a result, the players themselves will begin to produce weapons, ammunition, food, fuel, building materials, or buy all this from the shelter, which will provide work for new players. And the guy decided to plan what would happen next later, because he still hadn't even opened the other levels of the shelter. In addition, the exact number of Vault 404 training capsules was still unknown, so it may be necessary to learn how to create them yourself in the future. Guang was sure that the great first administrator had created some kind of brain-exploding technology and left it in the shelter. Our hero hoped that his predecessor would definitely tell the whole truth when he managed to learn all the secrets of the shelter. He was ready to act decisively, because at the first stage of his plan, all invited players are highly active, which allows him to quickly move from an agricultural society to an industrial one without significant problems. In the second stage, as the number of players increases, they will try to get a group of locals and create a small settlement based on them. And players who have received the title of citizen will be freed from ordinary manual labor, since they will be replaced by survivors from this world, and they themselves will be able to devote more time to more complex and exciting tasks. Ideally, in the third stage, local NPCs and players should form a symbiotic society. This will be a society in which everything will go like clockwork. Players will have their own property, equipment, and even friends and love, and they will consider the game their second life. And of course, the main character knew that these things always don't go according to plan, so she prepared a bunch of backup plans in case something went wrong. The assistant watched the story in silence all this time, and then finally asked if the administrator noticed that he was now laughing like some kind of villain. Our hero did not appreciate such a comment in his direction, so he asked if the robot knew what real villains looked like. Guang stated that he saved the players from the boring everyday life by giving them an extra 12 hours in their lives, and all they need to give in return is hard work and time to dream. And if you think like that, then they don't lose anything, because they didn't even pay a penny for it. While the main character was talking with his assistant, the team of players had already gathered and set off on their first outing. The guy was glad that the dog squad was finally hitting the road and taking its first steps towards development. Chuguang noticed that there was quite a strong wind on the roof, so he decided to look into the shelter and ask the robot to stay here. He remembered that Night 10 had gone hunting with him so many times and was even able to find deer tracks for the last time. Now, our hero hoped that the guy would still be able to catch something and simply wouldn't let him down. Meanwhile, in one of the shelter capsules, the restoration of the Car clone was completely completed. The girl suddenly opened her eyes and was glad that she was finally able to return to her favorite game. With tears of happiness in her eyes, she jumped out of her capsule in order to get to work and begin to develop as quickly as possible. Car jumped so hard and unsuccessfully that she did not calculate her trajectory and simply fell to the floor, hitting her head. Now she was just sitting on the floor and holding her head, trying to come to her senses after such a sudden fall. 3 days have already passed, and all this time the girl was only an observer on the forum without the opportunity to enjoy Wasteland Online. Car herself did not know how she was able to survive these 3 painful sleepless nights, when the desire to play did not give her rest. At that moment, the girl turned her head and noticed that an administrator she already knew had just entered the room. She was seriously scared after seeing our hero so unexpectedly. The girl grabbed Chuguang's leg and tried to beg forgiveness for all her stupid actions. The main character did not at all appreciate such inappropriate behavior on the part of Car, so he casually threw her away from him. The administrator explained that the girl had no need to apologize to him, because she herself should pay attention to the fact that her actions could undermine the trust of the organization of all those who have not yet woken up. At that moment, the guy remembered that only 2 blue suits were allocated for each capsule. Therefore, if Car is revived again, then after that she will have to run around without clothes. Although Teng has already made a small batch of fur clothes, they still won't replace the shelter suits and it will be quite risky to wear them without underwear. Now the administrator reminded that according to the rules, the girl would have 500 points confiscated. But at the moment there was no such amount on her balance. Car was embarrassed by her offense and declared that she was ready to accept any punishment. Our hero emphasized that the girl must learn a lesson and understand that you need to have more than just courage and use your brains to survive in the wasteland. The main character hoped that she still valued her life and the opportunity to be one of the first to awaken. In the end, he decided to give the girl a personal task. So now she must have 100 key of supplies, namely berries, wild vegetables, and mushrooms. Until the quest is completed, Car's title will be demoted to delinquent, so she will no longer be able to accept regular quests or receive any rewards. The administrator also once again reminded that the girl does not have enough points to pay the fine. So if she dies again, she will remain in the capsule forever. He ominously looked the girl straight in the eyes and ordered her to keep this information in her mind. Car saluted her mentor and fearfully promised never to die again. The main character said that now his ward could be free and finally begin to carry out her punishment. The girl was about to head towards the exit, but Chuguang turned around and asked her to wait a little. He took his backpack off his shoulders and began rummaging through it to show him something for Car. It turned out that the main character wanted to share with her some canned food that had recently fallen from one of the bonus boxes. The guy was just planning to test the freshness of the contents of this jar on one of his charges. Chuguang noticed that it was surprising that the canned food was preserved so well. It was just now being produced. The young man considered testing the food for toxins, but in the end, decided that there was no need for this. Car's gaze was immediately drawn to the can of delicious meat, because she had already become hungry after waking up. Our hero asked if his ward was really that hungry. The girl immediately nodded her head strongly, because she didn't mind having at least a little refreshment. Then, Chuguang asked her to use her talent to check if there were any problems with this meat and not highlight any lumps in green. Car immediately replied that there were no problems with the food, and could no longer wait until she could eat this delicacy. The girl thought that the administrator was so kind and decided to help her, despite the fact that she received a punishment. Chuguang took this fact into account and closed the canned food right in front of the hungry Car. The guy with a grin on his face explained that he just wanted to know the girl's opinion about the condition of this canned food and asked her to stop dreaming. Car did not at all expect such an unexpected turn of events, so she looked at our hero with bewilderment in her eyes. As a result, she simply ran away in tears because she had no idea that the administrator would turn out to be such a greedy and vile person. The girl went out into the street with absolutely no mood or strength to work after being bullied like that. The thought of the humiliation she had just received from the administrator did not disappear from her mind. Only after some time did Karkar look around and see that the players had already managed to build a sauna and a weapons shop. She stopped in front of these new buildings and couldn't believe that the map had been updated again. The girl did not enter the game for at most 3 days, but it felt like a whole century had passed, due to 2 cool updates. She walked further into the resort grounds and noticed that all the players around her were working hard. Next, Karkar, I saw 2 guys to the side near the gate who were actively processing some logs. The girl decided to come closer to these players and asked what they were doing. Natural Urge explained that they were building fences and barricades because they had recently received a task from a carpenter's shop and warned that Karkar was late since the task only required 2 people. His partner reported that for each barrier they built, they received 5 silver coins and 50 investment points. If the enemies dare to attack the base, they will simply push a couple of fences together in the place where the gate should be. And even if they rush through them, the villains will end up trapped, shot from a distance. Suddenly, the player wondered if they really needed to worry so much about all this because, according to the requirements, they only need to fasten 2 stakes horizontally. Then, Foot Fungus explained to his comrade that such barriers were often used in historical battles. Also, when they have enough resources, they can wrap barbed wire around the fences in case a gang of robbers or an armada of muscular ogres invades them. Natural Urge did not share this approach of his friend, because he believed that they were simply pecking logs into snot. They were preparing for a real battle. Karkar was now even more shocked, because she did not expect that a new currency would appear in the game. She started to panic a lot more when she found out that some missions from the workshop had appeared. Because before everyone was just checking the tasks on the wooden tablets, the girl began to understand that the changes were too global, so she wanted to quickly complete the quest for punishment and restore her status as a citizen. The workers continued to quarrel, and Karkar ran away from them to quickly find some kind of container for storing mushrooms. As a result, the search for the girl was unsuccessful, so she sadly continued to walk around the territory of the sanatorium. Karkar was very upset because right now, there was not a single suitable container anywhere nearby. Suddenly, she came across a small building, near which a man was sitting with a notepad and pen. The girl just noticed that there were 2 buckets lying nearby that would be perfect for picking mushrooms. The worker who was sitting next to him immediately recognized that a girl who had been revived all this time had approached him. The guy explained that he recognized the girl because she was the only player who went around the world in a matter of seconds after the start. Karkar was very angry and wanted to go ahead to take the buckets she needed, but the player extended his hand and asked the girl to slow down a little. The worker explained that you need to pay 1 copper coin to rent a small bucket and 2 for a large one. The girl was shocked when she found out that she also had to pay for some rusty junk. The player explained that he was just an ordinary tradesman who obeyed the rules, and advised Karkar to complain to the NPC if she had any complaints. Karkar hit the table with all her might and asked the merchant where the barely revived player could get the money for this, and forcefully asked to borrow these buckets. The guy was a little scared, but explained that he would be skinned twice for such self-will, and emphasized that the rest of the tools were for rent, and this garbage was only for sale. Plus, the merchant had heard that the developers gave each player 5 copper ones, so he wasn't asking for millions for those buckets. Now Karkar understood what the problem was, and felt that his pockets were completely empty. The player immediately guessed that the girl could have accidentally offended the NPC, which is why her relationship with the administrator deteriorated. Such news simply finished off Karkar, because of this, she now had no opportunity to even take an ordinary bucket. She seemed to have already suffered her punishment, so she could not understand where the administrator's trust level should drop even more. Suddenly upset, Karkar heard that someone was behind her and agreed to pay instead of her. She immediately turned around and saw that standing behind her was the same Tenten with whom she had seriously quarreled at the start of the game. The designer was holding some of her materials in her hands and smiled kindly when she met the eyes of her friend. In the end, the girl carefully placed all the skins on the table because they were too heavy for her fragile body. She brought these skins for the trader, so she asked him to write it all down in a notebook. The player asked the girl to wait a second, and he quickly turned the page to make a new entry. Teng Teng, as a dressmaker, only had to complete a certain number of orders daily and receive an additional reward of 2 silver coins for each fur coat that passed the quality check. Thus, she planned to improve her skills and save a lot of money in order to buy a plot of land to open her own shop at the main entrance to the sanatorium. The girl was pulled out of her thoughts about her upcoming plans by the voice of Karkar, which suddenly sounded very close. It turned out that Karkar was already standing in tears, and with gratitude in her eyes, she grabbed her savior's hand. The girl did not at all expect that her rival would be the only person who would lend her a helping hand. She apologized for her disgusting behavior in the past and called Tenten a truly beautiful girl. The dressmaker did not expect such a violent reaction to ordinary help, so she still did not know how to answer Karkar. In the end, Tenten asked not to look at her with such puppy dog eyes, because one copper coin was mere pennies. She easily shrugged it off and simply invited her friends to return this favor a little later. Karkar, putting her hand to her heart, replied that she would definitely thank her friend for this. In any case, Tenten decided to offer to forget about all the past quarrels in order to start their friendship with a clean slate. The dressmaker decided to say goodbye to her friend because she did not have time to talk due to the fact that the costumes do not sing themselves. Karkar was not going to leave her savior just like that, so soon the body was a couple of steps away between them. The girl quickly took the heavy bucket of fur from the hands of the miniature dressmaker and explained with a smile that she wouldn't mind helping her out right now. Tenten didn't want to bother her friend, but she couldn't pick up her bucket because Karkar was too tall. Karkar simply could not allow such a fragile little thing to break her back. With a huge pile of resources, she asked where the dressmaker's workshop was and wanted to take all these heavy materials directly to her. The girl did not at all appreciate such help from her friend because she was tired of such importunity, which is why she would not mind hitting Karkar as hard as she could right now. Meanwhile, events moved to the carpenter's barn, where Mosquito sat in the WC and worked on another bow for hunting. The carpenter was able to easily complete another task, with the help of which he was able to earn another 2 silver coins. He understood perfectly well that to create a really good bow, relying only on planing would not work. Now the player needed to make 20 wooden bows that could pierce the skull of mutated hyenas, weighing 27 kilos from a long distance. Initially, Mosquito in the WC was going to make black powder, but the reward for this mission seemed more attractive. If he manages to make at least 5 bows daily, he will be able to receive a basic profit, and another 2 silver ones on top for each unit of production. In the end, the player decided to concentrate on the process, and then he could buy land and build a house where he could start developing his own forge weapons. At that moment, one of the hunters entered his hut, who, it seems, had already seen a considerable number of skirmishes with his targets. It turned out that it was Ample-Time, who was already covered in blood, but still asked the carpenter for 20 additional arrows. Mosquito in the WC due to the fact that the young man managed to spend his entire supply so quickly because the arrows could still be reused. The hunter understood this perfectly well, but he simply could no longer use any debris to hunt animals. Ample-Time took his quiver and defiantly poured broken arrows onto the floor so that the carpenter understood the whole situation. The tired guy decided to sit down on a chair nearby and stated that the workmanship of these arrows was simply disgusting. Mosquito in the WC invited him to analyze this situation together and guessed that the fact that the tips could remain in the body of mobs after shots was not a very positive aspect. The carpenter understood that such losses were very high for hunting, so he began to think about how to improve arrows whose tips were glued to the shaft only with resin. He decided to think about it later, but for now, he sold the hunter new 20 arrows for 4 silver coins. Mosquito in the WC said goodbye to its regular customer and wished him good hunting. Suddenly, he remembered that he had a new weapon, so he invited the guy to test it and guaranteed convenient use. Ample-Time quickly ran away from the carpenter's house because he had no desire to try some new product from this master. The guy was reluctant to put his life in danger by testing not particularly safe new products from the experimental carpenter. Mosquito in the WC stood on the threshold of his hut, watching in bewilderment as the hunter ran away from him so quickly. The carpenter couldn't believe that he had scared Ample-Time so much with such an ordinary proposal. Meanwhile, the first day of online testing of version Alpha 0.3 continued, showing excellent results. And thanks to the joint efforts of the players, the construction of the defensive walls of the outpost was already completed. This 10-foot-tall concrete structure not only helped provide a sense of safety for everyone, but also opened up new gaming options at night. Previously, our hero, as usual, would have taken his comrades to a shelter at 6 p.m. in order to protect them from mutants who are currently hunting in search of food. However, now with such innovations, they can remain outside until their characters completely use up their energy. Of course, as a precaution, Chu Guang would in any case prohibit them from using visible objects where fire and smoke were openly used. This was all because the monster tribe from Street No 76 could bother them in such a case, so until they completely eliminated it, it was better to be careful. Although, in addition to the walls, the players successfully managed to build a weapons shop and a sauna, which especially pleased the main character. Previously, they had to go out to the lake to wash, but from now on, everyone can easily observe hygiene measures right at the base. However, it is worth noting that they were still limited in resources due to the small volume of the water tank. So if you visit the sauna too often, the reserves will definitely be quickly used up. Because of this reason, someone would still have to drag water to the lake to replenish the vessel, which was quite a tedious task. That's why the administrator immediately had the idea of making entry to the sauna payable, charging everyone 5 copper coins for each cube of water. At the same time, a new profession will appear, namely a water carrier, who will be responsible for the supply of water, which was a very reasonable solution to this problem. In addition to the construction part, the other guys also really surprised our hero and exceeded all expectations, but of course, among all of them, the team of hard workers showed the coolest achievements. 4 old-school newcomers fully justify their titles as veterans of the game, combining together reconnaissance, strike forces, ambush and support, which is why they were able to achieve impressive results. With such efforts during the evening, they collectively killed 8 mutated hyenas and 1 similar deer. The proceeds from the resources they received ultimately amounted to 55 silver coins, 43 of which went for mutated hyenas and 12 for deer. It may be difficult to get meat from these mobs, but they still managed to get almost 1/5 of a ton of it. In addition, they will open a barn on the base that will sell wheat, raw, and cured meats to others. For most players, 1 silver coin is obtained by 1 taka 2 hours of continuous quest completion. So only by working to the point of exhaustion can they provide themselves with food. In addition, after the walls were built, the need to strengthen the walls and carry bricks around the base was significantly reduced. So all that remained was to supply more provisions and weapons in order to strengthen the allies. This was why Chu Guang planned to lower the prices of weapons in the carpentry shop to encourage players to order guns and upgrade their equipment. Likewise, players will earn money, receive equipment, and even be able to gain combat experience. As for the main character, he will not only receive surplus food, but will also gather a huge squad of motivated fighters. All this will create a winning situation for everyone, where Chu Guang himself will be a triple plus for himself and double his own success. Meanwhile, lunch had already arrived, so all the players gathered in one place for lunch, hungry. Kar sat nearby and carefully watched how everyone was eating potatoes with appetite. When the guy who was sitting next to her lowered his hand with food, the girl, without even noticing it, reached for the potatoes. The player was very angry because he earned money for food on his own, so he ordered the girl to go to work herself. Kar had to simply run away in tears, because in any case, she did not have a penny to her name. She took her bucket that Tenten had given her and simply hid in the shadows of one of the buildings to snack on the mushrooms she was able to find during her mission. The girl sadly thought about why everyone was given currency, but she was left with nothing, suspecting that it was because of the fallen level of relations with the NPC. At that moment, someone unknown approached her, who noticed a lonely girl in the shadows. As it turned out, it was Tenten, who had already taken a portion for herself and sat down next to her hungry friend. The girl said absolutely nothing and simply handed her portion to Kar, who was not at all expecting such a gesture. The dressmaker explained that it was wild yam puree, which was too much for her, so she didn't mind giving it away. Kar did not overeat her food, so without further ado, she agreed to snack on yams. Tenten noted that from tomorrow the girl will have to work hard, because she will not be able to help out her friend all the time. When Kar finished her meal, she again turned to the kindest girl in tears to thank her for her help. She suddenly hugged the dressmaker tightly and called her a real savior angel. After lunch, time passed quite quickly, so the main character was already watching the sun set behind the ruins of the city. Chu Guang understood that it was already getting dark, so he planned to call all the players and send them to log out. Suddenly, our hero heard a loud knock on the gate, which made him immediately tense up. The young man quickly grabbed his pistol and went to his players to check what was happening there. Before moving on, he decided to check the admin panel to see where all the players were. As a result, on the screen he saw that Garbage Collector was standing in front of the gate, who had been absent for several days. Then the main character turned to Old White and Ample Time and asked the players to open the gate for their partner. Now in front of them stood an ominous lizard, which was smeared in blood after its difficult journey. Ample Time and Old White were shocked when they saw such a terrible picture in front of them. They fearfully asked what happened to their partner while he was away in the shelter. The lizard did not answer all these questions and only breathed heavily, standing on his feet with all his strength. Xu Hyo immediately guessed that his subordinate had wounds on his body from the marauders who attacked him. In the end, Garbage Collector reported that there was a marauders camp located right next to the sanatorium. It was about 1.15 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site and 3 kilometers from their fortifications located in a tire factory. Then, Night 10 raised his voice and asked if their partner had fought with these creatures. Garbage Collector immediately remembered all the instructions from the administrator. So he tried to justify himself and swore that he did not provoke any of them. The lizard explained that while he was retreating, he accidentally came across their patrol of 3 people. Night 10 immediately realized that a clash between their comrade and the marauders had occurred. The half-man looked away and stated that he had no choice but to fight off his enemies. Chuguang assumed that his comrade still lost, which in general was not surprising, and also admitted that those 3 people were accompanied by a dog, because of which the lizard received bites. Our hero asked the player to first rest in the training capsule, and then he was going to ask him about the location of the marauders. It turned out that the training capsules actually help accelerate cell regeneration, which will allow Garbage Collector to heal much faster. The lizard agreed with the administrator's proposal and thanked him for his concern. The players followed the wounded half-man with riveted gazes and were shocked that there was no living space on his body. The guys also managed to overhear that their partner had stumbled upon a marauders camp, so they were now actively discussing this situation. The guys realized the danger in this game, so now they thought that first they would need to buy firearms, not land. Their indifferent partner asked them not to talk about such nonsense and to help him move the bricks. In turn, Ample Time and Night 10 were only happy with the news that new opponents had appeared in the game. Meanwhile, our hero continued to add to the map in his head, because now he had information that there was a marauder camp in the north. Chuguang understood very well that the location of their base was completely inconvenient, and the possibilities for its expansion were extremely limited due to the danger that surrounded it. He was sure that they could change the situation to their advantage only by entering into confrontation with monsters or bandits. After some time, all users logged off, so it was time for the administrator to check the forum again. Before going to my workplace, Chuguang, as usual, will look at Xiaoyan, who diligently continued to study the sheet with the necessary phrases. The girl immediately noticed that someone had come to her, so she raised her throat and took her eyes off her educational material. The guy had already approached his ward and squatted down to hand her a portion of food. Xiaoyan immediately greedily attacked the plate, because while sitting in this room, she had not eaten for days. Chuguang was about to sit down at his computer and ask the girl to continue memorizing phrases and not relax. When our hero sat down at the computer, he immediately began to actively finger the keys on the keyboard. He immediately saw Garbage Collector's post that he was finally convinced that the plant located north of the abandoned construction site had become a haven for looters, where there were probably 100 of them. Initially, the lizard wanted to catch one of their gang, but they took him by surprise by the number and set their dog on him. The player managed to throw the dog away, but unfortunately it managed to bite off his tail, and now he could notice the fact that the marauders he encountered this time turned out to be much more ferocious compared to the previous ones. The main character carefully read every word that his ward wrote in his post. In the end, Chuguang became very angry because the information he heard half an hour ago was very different from what Garbage Collector wrote on the forum.